and what are the basic rules and restrictions for using JSX. Some important points we learned, like what are the best techniques and what are the various techniques actually configuring the contents in JSX. How we can embed the expressions into JSX syntax. Second, we learned how we can write multiple lines, and we learned how to represent in one element. That means all the content must be defined in an element if you are defining multiple lines. But if you use an additional element for enclosing every content, then it will have effect on your application in the DOM structure. To avoid that, we are using an empty element syntax, and through that we are configuring, right? Another option, so as I already told you, JSX will not allow void elements when you are defining void elements. So the void elements must be defined as self-ending. In JSX, even if it is a void element, even if it doesn't require an end tag, you have to define the self-ending. So without that, it is invalid. So that is one simple example we have seen, right? How we can configure and design and work with that. Now, another important in the JSX you have to know is about another option is JSX dynamic values can be bound only to the properties of element. Another important note is JSX dynamic values can be bound to only the properties of element. So you cannot bind to attributes. You cannot bind to attributes. This is another important point to understand. That means you can't bind to attributes. What does this mean? Actually, to understand this line, you should first know a important point is, so the frequently asked question. In order to understand this sentence, you should first know what is difference between attribute and property in attribute and property. What is difference between attribute and property? That is the first point you need to understand, because in JSX it is always recommended to use properties, so not to use attributes. For example, here in our previous example, now here I am using img and I am adding some src. You can see that this is a JSX attribute. So it is actually JSX attribute. That means it is converted into attribute. But actually it is a property. It is a property called src, which is string type property. Remember, if you want to dynamically handle any element, you cannot handle through the attributes. You have to handle through the properties only. So I hope when you learned HTML, you learned the difference between attribute and property. If not, I will just give you an overview. I hope you know that. Can you tell what is difference between attribute and property? Anyone? Can you tell any difference between attribute and property? What is difference between attribute and property? Attribute and property. Any idea? Difference between attribute and property. Right? No? No idea about attribute and property? Yeah. Okay. Properties are DOM and what you say, yes. Yeah, let me tell you clearly at this point, like how it is actually. Generally, when you are dealing with, when you are configuring with HTML elements, it is a very common thing, attribute and property. Property. The main difference between attribute and property is actually attribute first point is immutable, attribute immutable, and property is mutable. Attribute cannot change, attribute cannot change. So according to, you can simply say it cannot change its state. Property can change its state. According to the situation, it can change. Attribute cannot change its state actually. Attribute cannot change its state. Property can change its state. According to the situation, a property can change. So that means attribute is statically defined. So, and property is dynamically defined. So attributes are used for tags, and property is used for elements, actually. So dynamically you have to control the properties, and statically elements. For example, I'm saying img src. Then in this case, src is attribute. Suppose I'm creating pic is equal to new image, and pic.src is equal to, so pic.src is equal to some value. And in this case, actually, in this case, src is property. When you are dynamically defining, it is a property. When you are statically defining, it is an attribute. So important is HTML tags have attributes, and HTML elements have properties. So that is the key point you need to understand. HTML tags have attributes, HTML elements have properties. Elements are done dynamically. Elements are created, elements are configured dynamically. Here, every HTML tag attribute is not available as property. That is one point. Another one is every HTML tag attribute is not available. So with the same name as property. React.js will not able to bind any dynamic data to attribute. You have to always bind to property. So this is a general thing actually. Will not be able to bind the dynamic. I will show you this point. But if you have learned HTML, JavaScript, you might have already learned difference between property and value. You might have learned the difference between the property and attribute. So technically, this is very important in React.js to understand. So I will show you here. Generally, suppose you are working with some pages here. Suppose in the page, so we have a table, and in the table we are defining width is equal to 300. Some table have row, in that we have cell, some name, and another cell, some price, like this. Table have border someone. You can see when I run this, a table is present here and a table is displayed here. Okay, table width is 300 and width is 300. I'm saying 400. Table width is 400. It adjusted a little bit. And for table, I'm giving height is equal to 100. You see table height is adjusted to 100. But technically, if I want to control table border width and height with JavaScript dynamically, I want to change the table height, the table width. We want to change it dynamically. If you want to change dynamically the table width and height and all, if you want to change, you should know that table doesn't have height property. Table have width property. Table have border property. And the table have border and width properties, same name as attribute name. Height is not available for table. As a property, it is not available, but it is available as an attribute. We will prove that. As an attribute, height is there. You can see I said height 200, and you can see height is working. Height is working for table. That's good. Okay. But observe carefully. I will write a simple page. Some small logic for you. I'm creating a script just to make you understand function. And here function 1. I'm creating. So var table is equal to document.create element, table. We are creating table. And for var property in table, we are printing all the properties. Document.write property plus br. We are printing all the properties. And you can see that. So when I run this, you can see it is going to print all the properties of table. I written a logic. I written a simple logic to print all the properties of table. Remember, these are all the properties. In the properties, observe. So we have border, we have width, and I will search here. I will search here. Like height. There is no height. We don't have height. You see, I'm searching. Offset height is there. Client height is there. Offset height, client height. Only this scroll height and client height. Only three are there. But height is not there. Height is not there. That means the properties we don't have. Same like attributes. Same like attributes. Some attributes will change also. So some attributes are not available as property. That means every HTML tag attribute is not available as property. For example, to explain this example, table have height as attribute, but height is not available as property. Height is not available as property. That is an example. Similarly, every HTML tag attribute is not available with the same name. For example, you see here, table can have a class. It can have a class. Class is an attribute. The class attribute is defined with class name, some table hover, something class name I given as table hover. I given the class name as table hover. So actually class is an attribute, Now observe in the table properties, search here. I written a logic for printing all the properties of table. I will say class, and you see that here, class is not available directly. And you see it is called class name. It is called class name. That means there is no class property at all. It is available as class name. But as an attribute, it is class. But as a property, it is class name. So here important. That means, for example, here also I will give an example. Table have class as attribute. But it is used as class name. It is used as class name dynamically. It is used as class name dynamically. So React.js will not be able to bind any dynamic data to attribute. You have to always bind to property. In that case, whenever you are writing the attributes in React, for example, go to app.js for heading. For heading, I'm giving align. Align is equal to center. I'm using align equal to center. For paragraph, I'm using align is equal to center. I will run this. I'm writing these attributes, and I'm writing this and running this. And let's run this and see the index page. That means heading and paragraph are aligned to center. You see, they are aligned to center. It is working fine. Because align is available. Technically, align is available as an attribute, and its property name also align on. For example, for heading, I want to apply some class. For example, I have a div. I will enclose this in a div. All these statements I will enclose in a div. Now for this div, I want to apply some effects. So in the index page, in the head section, I am adding style. We can bring styles from external files, Bootstrap, and we can use them. We will see all those techniques, all those points we will understand. And here I am configuring in this way. That means I am defining in this way, dot container. And width is suppose 400 pixels. And height as some 200 pixels. And border as 2 pixels. So solid, dark cyan. And box shadow, I am adding some CSS, 3 pixel. So 4 pixel and 4 pixel or 5 pixel. And dark cyan shadow. And border radius, so some 20 pixel. like this, I defined some options and some padding as some 20 pixel. Now this is container is a class. I want to apply this class container into this div that we are rendering. And for this div, I am using the attribute class is equal to container. That is the class container I defined. We are configuring the class container. And I will run this and I will see here. And you can see that the class container is applied for that. So we have an image below. I will keep this image. And with some width and height. So width of this is defined as some 100, and height is also defined as 100. Now you can see that this is going to define that width and height, and it is keeping that here. So the class is working fine. That means the class is applied and class is configured. But actually, currently, the class is having, it is an attribute. It is having some constant value. But later in future, this value may come from a dynamic location. This may come from a dynamic location. That means I said const and effect is equal to, so container like this is equal to container. We are defining this. So we are configuring that container. And here I want to apply the dynamic value into it. Then I use a flower brace and say effect. That means we are accessing the dynamic value and displaying it. And we are configuring it. And you can see here, when I refresh, the dynamic value is applied. That means it is working fine. It is able to access these details. It is using it. Dynamically, now important is usually, this is an attribute into that you are passing some value. But in future, this is created dynamically. I will show you in the next level. I will show you how to create it dynamically. When you are creating an element dynamically, here currently we are not creating element dynamically. It is static. When it is static, you can use attributes. Here heading is div is static. Heading is static. And into that we are passing some parameters. And we are configuring the parameters and using those parameters. So technically it is static now. Currently it is static. Into the static elements, you can pass the values. That doesn't make any problem. That means into the static, it can do that. So it is doing it. It is configuring and it is defining and specifying it. But when you are dynamically creating this element, which I will show you, then you cannot use this class. When you are dynamically doing it, you cannot use this class. So why? Because class is not available as a property. Class is available, technically class is available as an attribute. It is not available as a property. It is available as an attribute. So in that case, what is recommended here is to use class name. That is good when you are dynamically presenting the contents. So if you are statically using, then you can just use the attribute name. Remember, sometimes attribute name and property name are same, but majority of times, so in different situations, the attribute name and property name are different. Attribute name is different, property name is different. So if you don't know that, without knowing that, if you apply, you can see now, I will refresh here, it is working. It is working because it supports attribute and it supports property. It will support attribute and property. But when you are dynamically dealing, always recommended to use the property names. So I will show you how you can use the property name and how you can configure the property name, right? We will see that. First, the important point is, so React.js will not able to bind any dynamic data to attribute. So dynamic data to attribute, you have more point is attribute. When while creating element dynamically, you have to always bind to property. That is the important example for this. Example is this. So I will go here in app.js. In app.js, this is one example. App.js, we add this, okay. And in index.html, so we are adding some style. Some style is added in the head section. I'm configuring that in index.html, that style is defined here, okay. So that is configured in index.html. This is how you configure the attributes. Now, important is in JSX, you are statically defining the elements and their properties, statically defining the properties and configuring them. Now you can dynamically create the elements, and configure the properties for them. You can dynamically create the elements and configure the properties for them. How you can manage that, how you can configure. That means the next option is JSX allows to create element and configure the properties dynamically. It allows to configure dynamically. Now the question is, why you need to create element dynamically? We need to create elements dynamically because we need the elements only when required. So we have to access and use the elements only when required. For example, some situations I will tell you. Suppose we have a screen. In this screen, we say, suppose upload photo. And for this upload photo, we are giving a text box. And we are saying that upload. So some upload option we have given. So this is a simple element. Now I want to upload one more photo. Then here I will give an option. User can select more. When user selects more, then I want this control again to duplicate and add, so that user can upload another photo. If user selects more, then it should come another. That means we need to create the elements dynamically. So as per the situation, according to the requirement, we need to create the elements dynamically. So that means we will not directly define the elements. We will create the elements dynamically. How you create any element dynamically? So that means the first point is elements are created dynamically and added to UI. So that means user can add the components in UI according to state and situation according to state and situation. That means we can add the components into the UI according to the state and situation. So dynamically elements can be created by using the React method. We have a React method, and that React method is, so by using the React method we can do that, and that React method is react.createElement method. By using this method, you can dynamically create an element and configure its properties and add it into the UI. Complex examples we will see, but you can dynamically create an element. So this is one important topic. We can also do in another way also. We can also configure in another way. We can also define in another way. I will show you. That means we can create an element and we can add that element dynamically. How to create the elements? How do we configure the elements? We can create the element, we can create the parent and child elements, and we can add them. So a lot of options are there. Let's check this. So that means let's check how we can create the element dynamically. So here what we are doing now is, so you see in the design, these are statically defined. We are statically configuring them. So currently I will remove this element. I'm removing that element here. We want to create element dynamically. If we want to create the element dynamically, then what you can do is we can use the React function. So we can use the React function. So React dot, we can use create element, React.create element. And here you can configure. Here you can configure the attributes. What are the options for creating element? What are the options to define? Actually, first option is, so what element you want to create? I want to create the element. So the element is heading 2. That means which element you want to create. Okay. Actually, so there are two options here. What you want to create, how do we configure actually? So create element. Okay. Element name. And we have to define its properties. What properties you want to configure for that? That means what are the properties for that element you want to define? You have to configure the properties here. Properties can be more than one. If properties are more than one, then we have to write as an object. Actually, we have to write like this. What are the properties? I want to use class. Now it will not work. Why? Because class is not a property, it is an attribute. Then you have to write class name. So which class you want to apply? You can define the class. I want to apply the class container. For example, here I'm creating a div, and the div have the class container. Okay. Into the div. So what you want to add? Into the div, what you want to add? That means what the text you want to add. You can define any text that you want into it. So what is the text you want to add into the div? That means I say, so welcome to React.js. That is the content we want to add. There are so many techniques I will tell you. Here we are creating an element dynamically, and the element is div, and it uses the class as container. it uses the class as container, or it can access the class from any specific location. First, I will directly define the class container, and it is having some option, welcome to React.js. Now, this is rendered. This is usually rendered and displayed in that particular location. But here, observe carefully. So it says, welcome to React.js. It is working fine. That means everything is fine. Suppose here we are defining class as a property for that particular element. That is also working fine. But we don't recommend this. Why it is working fine? Because your JSX is translating this into JavaScript and HTML. It is translating. So finally, in the translation, it is class only. Finally, in the translation, it is class only. It is class only. So finally, in the translation, it is class only. I will go to the console. You see, now it is saying that property class, invalid DOM property class. Do you mean class name? So without observing this error, you may think like it is working. It is working. Why? Because finally it is converted into HTML and presented. That means on the output, it is showing it, but technically it failed in the DOM level. So because if you are compiling and you are running this, it says that, so this is an invalid property. It is an invalid property. Why it is invalid property? Because so if you are directly compiling without integrating into the UI, it will show error. Currently, we are integrating into UI. That is the reason what it has done. It translated into class and applied. But if you are directly compiling only JSX before integrating, then it is always error. So that is the reason it is not good to use the attribute name. So we have to use the property name, class name. And that makes good sense. There is no error now. There is no error. So that is very important. So whether to give the property or attribute. Many times people come with this. Many times people come with this and say that, sir, attribute also working. Attributes also working, but observe the errors it is showing in JSX. When you integrate, finally it is translated into class. That is the reason it is working. Why? Because tag cannot understand class name. Tag can understand class only. That means observe carefully here. So when I go to elements, in the elements, it's a class only, not class name. Tags cannot understand class name. Class name is attribute. Class name is a property and class is an attribute. So when it is going into that attribute, it is converted into class. So dynamically, always use property names. Don't use attribute names. But finally, HTML tag have to use that as an attribute only. It has to use as an attribute. It has to configure as an attribute only. So defining and specifying as attribute and configuring as attribute. So this is important. This is important. So whenever you are creating elements dynamically, you can create element dynamically. So by using create element, React create element, and you can define the tag name, what you want to create, and its attributes. What attributes? If there are multiple attributes, you can add multiple attributes. Suppose here I given another align as center. I'm adding one more here. Align as center. Align is an property which uses center. Align as center. And here you can see it aligns to center. And it is having the same name. Multiple attributes can be defined. Multiple properties can be defined with an object type reference. And after defining, that means what is the syntax here? First, what the tag name you want to create, what attributes you want to define. So here, don't say attributes, you better say properties and what value you want. You can configure the value and define the value. That means any text you want inside it, inner text or options you want to configure, you can define in this way. That means usually here you can see you are configuring this and displaying. Syntactically, you can see. So we have to write in this way. So react dot create element. In this first element name. After that, as an object, we have to define attribute property and a value. You can add multiple properties and value, and you can put some default text. Whatever the default text you want to display inside it. That is the basic syntax, how you configure. So an example for this is in app.js. We have done this modification. Index.html is same in app.js. So this is the modification. That is the change we have done. And another index.html, no change. Index.html is all having the same options. There we have mentioned this style for the container. Those effects for the container, it will use those effects and configure them. So creating elements can be done in several ways. So you configured an element in this way. Now the question asked is, how do I create multiple elements? How do I configure multiple elements? So specify multiple elements. That means previously in a div, we have a heading. In a div, we have a paragraph. So in a div, we have a heading, we have a paragraph. So many things we have mentioned inside the div actually. Suppose I said some 100 is the height of this div. Here it is. In a div, we have a heading, we have a paragraph. So many things we have created. Now, how you will create elements multi-level? How you can configure the elements multi-level? You see, you are creating an element. So create element div, and you defined its properties. Fine. Means what are the values to be defined and use it for it. How you can create multiple elements? How do you configure the multiple elements? Actually, after defining some value into this, you can put here, so a comma. So in this div, that means div and its properties and its value. Here we are writing again react dot create element. That means inside that parent element, I am creating another element. A multi-level hierarchy I am defining. I am creating another element. And this time, this element is heading 2. And what attributes you want to define for that heading? So I want to keep align also to center, align as center. And what value you want to define? I want to define the value. So as so JSX introduction. That is the option I configured. That means inside the div, this is the parent element. After defining the parent element and its attributes, we are creating another element inside it. We are configuring another element inside it and defining another element here, specifying another element. Here in the output, you can see that is working fine. That means nested. You can create the elements nested and we can bind those elements here. So that means within the parent element, you can configure that element. We can define that element. So you can add any levels nested. Suppose after the heading in the same div, remember inside heading, you can add something else if you want, right? So here after the heading, I am creating another option. So react. So I'm saying react dot create element. So create element, and I'm creating an element img. I'm creating an element img. And for the element, I'm defining the attribute. So src. So this is property. So this is a shoe.jpg. And I'm saying width is equal to some 200. And the height is also equal to 200 or 100. I'm defining the width and height to 100. So the image is configured and image is defined with some attributes and specified. Here you can see. And of course, our box height should be increased. So 300, I'm increasing the box height. Now it will be like 200 is enough, okay? And it is displaying in this way. We are creating nested. We are configuring nested. That means an element can be created in a nested approach. So inside the create element, you can configure another element. You can define another element. But very important is sometimes when you are defining the elements, suppose under this heading, I will create another one. So react dot create element. So under that heading, I'm creating. So under the heading, I'm creating a paragraph. I'm creating a paragraph P. And paragraph is not having any attributes. And you know the rules of JavaScript. If you don't have any attributes, so you cannot skip it. You know JavaScript function parameters. So the order is mandatory. If you don't have any attributes, then you cannot skip it. And you can say, so welcome to, or you can simply say that, so this is a presentation. So React presentation, something like this. You cannot configure this because it thinks that this is attribute. Whenever you are configuring the attribute, you can see that is not here. I'm inspecting here. So in the console, you can see some errors are there. Invalid attribute. It says that it is not a valid attribute because it is expecting properties there. But our intention is to tell that we don't have properties. Then what we have to do is we have to put null if you don't have properties. That means the properties place must be null. You cannot skip it. The properties place must be null. You cannot simply skip it. Its place must be null. You have to define it as null. You have to configure that as null, right? Because in JavaScript, function parameters and their order is mandatory. You know that every parameter is mandatory and every parameter need to be configured. That means now you can see that it is working fine. React presentation. It is working fine. Now it is handling it. So I will give here 220. So that is a little bit fine. Now it is working. That means here always as per the syntax I given to you, as per the syntax. So first element name, then the properties, and you want the default text anything. And the default text is only for the elements that have text, that can present text. So for the elements which are not presenting text, then you cannot use this, right? And this, if you want to display the text, there are no properties to define. Then you have to keep it null. That means you have to keep it null. You cannot simply ignore this. You cannot simply define and make it empty. We cannot simply configure and make it empty. This is dynamically creating the elements. We are dynamically creating the elements and configuring the elements. So usually, so this is one example, nested. So that means this is an example for creating nested elements, configuring and defining nested elements. If there is no text is empty, na? You can leave it empty, na? Right? In a paragraph, is text mandatory? You can put empty paragraphs also, no? Right. So you should know first the architecture of that element correctly. Is that element is expecting something? So if it is expecting, that need to be defined. If it is an optional thing, you can ignore it. Am I right? Right. So here another example. This is example like nested, creating nested elements, creating nested elements, and rendering, creating nested elements and rendering. For that we have this app.js. In this, this is creating a nested elements, and yeah, in app.js. Now this is the logic. In app.js, we created the elements nested. Yeah, that is how we created the elements nested, right? And after this, adding into the index page is same. That means here we are configuring index.html. That is same. Adding into index is same. Index.html we are configuring and we are defining it same. That's how. That is the general approach how we can configure and define the elements. This is how we can define the elements. Now, while working with the elements, dynamically handling the elements, there are several syntactical approaches which you will see one by one how we can handle and use them. Now, the next important, these are all the rules for creating JSX. These are all the rules for using JSX in our React application. That means how to write attributes, how to write properties, how to configure elements, how to write elements in JSX. These are all the rules. Now, if you know these rules, now with these rules, we can start building the components. That means now we will see how we can create and work with React.js components. Okay, right. How do we work with React.js components? So that we will see in our next session, right? Related options. Yes, right. Yeah. So in the last session, what's the topic we discussed about creating elements, right? Yeah. Yesterday we discussed about few important things, how we can dynamically create elements and rendering them. Creating nested elements and rendering those elements. So for that we have learned a few techniques, how we can create the elements, and nested. By using React create element method, you can create an element, you can configure the attributes and render it into the components. Right, so here we saw some examples here, some how we can define them, configuring them. And I hope everyone is clear up to this point, able to design and create elements. Right, yeah. React, creating the element, configuring the element. I hope up to that everyone is clear, right? And we learned about how do we create nested, right? How do we configure that nested and define? Yeah, right, nested elements, right? Yeah. Yep. So after, yeah, there are several techniques actually for rendering the components, rendering the elements. There are creating the elements, adding the elements dynamically. There are several techniques we can follow actually. So this is the method, one method how we can define it. There is another technique actually. There is another technique. Actually, you can configure. So you can configure, yeah, you can configure elements as configure elements as elements in object style. In object style, we can configure elements in object style also. That means we learned about configuring the elements, creating the elements, how we can define that. So we can configure the elements in an object style. So here in the previous example, we used a create element actually. One second. Right. So instead of configuring in this way, there is another technique of defining the elements actually. So in an object style, you can configure the elements. You can configure the elements in an object style. That means so you can use you can use JavaScript object type. You can use JavaScript object type to configure elements and render into React React DOM into React virtual DOM actually. Virtual DOM. So object comprises of key and value. Object comprises of key and value. And very important is the keys required for designing. The keys required for designing. The keys required for designing element. So to design an element, What are the keys required? Generally, the keys required for designing element, we have a key type. Type is used to, it defines the element type. Another one, we have props. So it defines the the properties. So which is an again object. It is an object of properties, set of properties. And the properties may contain several attributes like class name. So like SRC or other things you can add actually. The major are these two. Type and properties. And properties will allow all JavaScript properties. They will allow all JavaScript properties. Whatever the properties are there, you can configure and use them. So these objects, so technically we call these as a React elements. React elements can be created as an object style also. For example, how you can configure elements in an object style, how you can define in an object style. So let's see, usually defining in an object style, we have several techniques. The basic technique is simply we can manage here. Let's go and clean this up here in the element. Okay. And when you are configuring an element, here, so in the element, I'm not using anything like shoe or something. Yeah. To configure an element, you can directly use an object style here. You can configure an object style. And you can define the object style. You can specify the object style. Right. So in this object style, you can add the properties. So like the first property is type. What type of element you want to render? The element. So suppose the element is some heading. Okay. And what properties? Props. So we have to define props. Okay. What properties? So you need to configure the set of properties here. Suppose the properties, suppose this is a div. Yeah. What are the properties you want to configure to the div? So I said class name as container. Container is the class. And it can have the options like, suppose some content inside it I want to render, then that is defined by using children. Now children, so I defined children, and children I defined as general content here. So welcome to React.js. That is how we are configuring an element. That's how we are configuring an element and defining an element. So usually, so this is a div. In the div, we are defining one element and some content is defined here. Now, obviously, this is linked to our content, linked to our HTML page, and we are accessing that. We are trying to create an element directly through an object type reference here, and we are trying to access that object type reference. Here you can see some, here in the console, some issues here. You can see the issues here. So that means it is saying that objects are not valid as React child, right? Object with keys, type and properties. That means, so it is simply saying that actually the object type is not valid. That means, so whatever the object type you configured, it is not valid actually. So why object type is not valid? There is a reason also here. So because how you configure. So you see here, so there is a not valid as a React child. So that means objects are not valid as React child. So that means it is expecting some collection configured within keys and value reference actually. Technically, when you are defining key and value reference, so defining a set of keys and value references here, these attributes with the keys and value reference that you mentioned here, you see. So this is okay. There is no issue in this. Only the point is the library that you are using, that you are configuring, must allow this structure. That means it should allow these properties. That means we need the React library that supports creating of such components through objects. So that means you have to import and you have to use some DOM libraries, so which can handle this content, right? Technically, this is a representation, but we need this. This we will use in various occasions. We will use. Suppose I'm not defining the properties. I'm not configuring the properties. I'm just using a type. So div. I'm creating an element div. Even you are not configuring that. You are defining this. So it says that this object type cannot be handled, right? So it says use an array instead. So use an array instead. So that means you can use a array type collection, or I hope you have learned in the latest JavaScript based environment. You might have learned about, I hope you have learned about maps, am I right? Maps. Now in the latest generation of creating and working with elements and configuring the elements, especially with a key value reference. So key value reference. So then we need to know about maps and sets like components. So that is the best way of collection. Why? Because I think you might have learned here, no problem. This will work. We will, in the next level, I will show you how we can import that and use it. You can define as an object type also. But in the future, what you will see is, you will not see people using object types very much. Regularly, you will see the options called maps actually. Maps, so other than object, So you can use a map. That is what it is saying actually. It's saying that, so found object with keys. And if you meant to render a collection of children, use array instead. It is asking to use an array instead of that. So that is using of array. But our intention is not the array. We will discuss that. So we will see that. We will make this happen also, no problem. But it is not recommended for the future generation that use this object, because now from, you know that we are using JavaScript ES6 and higher versions in React actually, in React. And it prefers to use these maps other than objects. Do you know what is difference between map and object? Can you tell any difference between map and object? Have you learned anything about the maps? Anything you can say? Any difference you learned? What do you say? Map is a data structure. No. What else? Anything else? No idea. Single collection. Okay, I'm just verifying your questions. Huh? Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. Actually, the main difference, lot of differences are there. Maps and objects, lot of differences are there. Usually, the main difference is here technically. I will tell you. Right. Actually, object contains default keys. Object contains default keys. So maps will not have default keys. That means, what is the problem if object contains default keys? If object contains default keys, so which can collide with the user defined keys. So with custom keys, whatever the custom keys you define, they may collide with custom keys. Maps don't have any default keys. So maps are independent. They don't have any default keys. So map will not have any default keys actually. It will not have any default keys. So that is one important thing. That means you don't have any default keys here. Right. So that means when you are configuring the object, that is one point. Another point is object keys are not in order. Object keys are not in order. So they are not in order. So they have a problem. So object keys are not in order. We cannot access them in order. We cannot access them in order. So that is another issue with these keys. So, and important is map keys are accessed in order. Another important is reading keys and values. Values requires iterators. But reading keys and values of object requires iterators. And generally, map itself is an iterator. This all you have to know. Otherwise, you simply say that I know JavaScript, but I don't know all this. That means that is simply like you don't know JavaScript. That's it, right? We don't consider anybody that he knows JavaScript if he don't know all this, right? People simply say that I know JavaScript, but I don't know this. And then what JavaScript you know? Variables and data types are, right? So that means the point is these are the key concepts that you use regularly actually. So that you use regularly, right? So that is the reason. So here we need to define these advanced options. We have to define these advanced options, especially when you are configuring. So when you are configuring and defining the elements in React. So, and you need to know these differences also. Map itself is an iterator. It allows you to easily read the keys and values, both of them. And actually, map can get length. Map can get the length, and can restrict the length. That means how many keys are there. You can easily access that. It have an attribute called size. You don't have that. So generally, we don't have that in general technique of objects. So for objects, we don't have this. So we cannot have that. So that is the reason. That is the reason here when you are dealing with, technically when you are dealing with complex key and value like collections in future. So you can use, in future, you can use these contents. In future, you can use these maps, which we will use regularly. I hope you also learned how to use the maps, am I right? You have also learned how to use the maps and how do we configure the maps, right? So then that is good if you learned about how to deal with the maps, so which we will use regularly in our application, right? Anyhow, the first point is in future, if you want to deal with complex, then you deal with these maps instead of using these objects. Of course, object also allows for that we need an object library, which I will tell you. That is what you are going to learn in component. While discussing about the component, I will tell you how we can manage that. So that means components allows you to understand that approach. So that is another technique. So as of now, just we are configuring the elements and we are defining the elements, and we are learning that elements can be used in any style, right? Yeah. This note I will give you. If you already know, that's okay. If you don't know, these notes I will give you. This is just I'm explaining, right? This detailed difference between object and map I will give you when I am giving an example on it. Okay, now in components I will give you. No worry about that. As of now, I'm not giving any example. Just I'm explaining the point how we can configure that, right? This you will see. So how to manage? You will see how do we manage the type. So and the properties. So props and properties can contain all the properties like class name, what you want to define, and it can contain some children and some messages. So it can contain nested also, which we will see. Welcome to React someday. Yeah. So that is a simple example, just a syntactical example, right? Syntactical example. In the component, we will design that. This is a syntactical example to understand that elements can be defined in this. So the previous approach, what we done is we are using create element. We are configuring the create element and accessing it. Now, I'm explaining different approaches, how we can manage. Now, rendering element, actually, this is configuring the elements. This is all configuring the element. That means what you have learned is all about configuring the element. How you can configure the element. So all the techniques we have learned. Let me give a common heading for this. This is the configuring of elements. Yeah. So this is configuring of element. So yeah, up to here, the configuring of element. This is the heading I will give. I will give as configuring elements, React elements. Okay. And for that, whatever rules are there, I explained clearly how to configure the React elements. What are the various techniques of configuring the React elements? I hope up to this, everyone is clear. Next, after learning how to configure the elements, the next important you need to understand is rendering the elements. Actually, how we render the elements after configuring the element rendering. Already we are doing, but we have to learn some points. That means already we are rendering the elements. So how we are rendering the elements by using React DOM.render. So by using this render method, we are rendering the elements. But some technical points you need to understand. So how we can handle this detailedly, we will see that. Actually, so the key point you need to understand is after defining the element. So temporarily, I am configuring a simple element is equal to some element. We will keep a div, and in that we will put a class name. So as a container, so class name as container, and inside the div, I will keep a heading and say React.js. Yeah, React.js React.js elements. Okay, fine. That is just a sentence. We are configuring that, and that is done. So we are configuring an element and we are rendering that here. We are rendering that. Now the key point is for this we will put aligned. So align to center. Okay, I kept this alignment to center. Fine. Now after configuring the element, we need to render this element. Till now you learned the rules about configuring the element. Temporarily I showed you rendering the element, but detail I will explain what it is actually. How we can render the elements. So that means the elements configured for React are rendered. So rendered into virtual DOM, are rendered into virtual DOM. So the React method. So the React DOM method render is used to create a virtual DOM and render your element into the DOM. That is actually the meaning for that. That means all these days you have seen React DOM dot render method. You have seen React DOM dot render method. So that means you have seen React DOM dot render method. So that means what this React DOM dot render method is doing. So this render method, so it is actually, yeah. So it is rendering element into virtual DOM, virtual DOM. So sometimes in interviews, they may ask you a question like what is this render method? So is doing, what is the purpose of this render method? The purpose of render method is to render an element into the virtual DOM, render an element into the virtual DOM. Okay, that is accessible through the React DOM library, React DOM library. So through the React DOM library, it renders the element into the DOM. It is rendering into the DOM. That is what actually it does. That's what we are doing actually. So that's what we are doing here. React DOM.render. Which element to render and where to render, that we have to define. That means in the syntax, it should configure. So element name and target, target location, and target container. This is what we have to define. That means element name specifies which element to render. That means element name. So element name specifies the name. It is specifies the element to render, and the target container specifies, target container actually specifies the id of element, specifies the id of element where. So where the resulting markup, where the resulting markup must be rendered, where the resulting markup must be rendered, where the result should be rendered, that is decided by using this target. That is the actual meaning of this line, So here we are using get element by id. That means this is the syntax. I will give this example here, but various techniques also I will tell. This is an example. So here we are configuring an element and we are rendering that element into this location, Actually, there are so many techniques of doing this. There are so many techniques of doing this, various techniques of doing this. So that means this is not only one option. There are various techniques of doing this. So what are those techniques? I will tell you. That means here we are accessing the element and we are defining the element. Now, by using an option called get element by ID, we are accessing the element and we are defining that. But usually several techniques are there. Generally in various programming approaches, you can use a query selector. You can use a query selector. You can use a query selector of JavaScript. To access the element by ID and use for rendering the React component, rendering the React element into virtual DOM. You can use a query selector of JavaScript to access the element by using the ID, and use for rendering the React element into the virtual DOM. That is the approach generally what you can do. That means how you can configure and how you can define. So that is the approach, how it is configured and defined. That means I will show you here. What we can do is, so suppose the root is the ID. That means in the index.html, root is the ID. This is where we want to render. Then usually what we can do here, so element is created. After this element is created, so we are creating another constant. And here I am defining target. And the target will get from document dot. We have a query selector. Query selector can access any element. So by using its ID, query selector can access by using the ID. So query selector can access by using the name or reference, another reference. I'm using ID, so that means hash root. That means target, so is going to refer to this root. There are several techniques I will tell you, right? So that means you will see different people following different approaches. Now the point is, which one is best for handling this? That completely depends on the situation. How you are defining depends on the situation. Actually, the key point here is, means syntactically, if I have to say, here we have to say element name and target. That means syntactically, you can write like, means you can configure like this. That means what you want to render and where you want to render. That is a simple thing. That means what you want to render. So that means you have to define that element, and where you want to render. That is the target you need to configure. That is the technical option here. That's what we are defining, that you can keep in any reference here. That means now what we have to do, we need to define. So we need to define simply. So React DOM. So React DOM dot render. React DOM dot render, and it should render element. Into which location? It has to render into the target location. That's how we define. That is how we configure. That means we can access and we can use and we can specify that. Suppose that means the query selector is accessing that and using it. Suppose here, so that means when I refresh here, that means here I said React.js elements, or I entered some text here. So say welcome to React.js. I'm changing that definition here and running this here. So here you can see welcome to React.js. That is fine. But this time we are rendering by using a different approach. So what we are doing is we are accessing the target, we are configuring the target, and we are rendering into based on that particular target location. So here, so that is one approach. That means that you are using a query selector here. We are using a query selector. So example, this is an example for the query selector. So the example in app.js, you do this modification. Your index.html is same, no change here. Now the point is why I need a query selector. So can I use the option like get element by ID? Get element by ID. I'm accessing the ID root. What is the ID? So the root, and we kept in a target. So I'm writing here something, changing the text hello React.js, and we are accessing by using the ID, and you say it is also working fine. Now the point is you can access that element, you can refer the element, and you can configure that element. So you can access by using any technique. Now the key point in introduce what the question is. So because you are tested mostly on your JavaScript knowledge also. So can you tell me what is the advantage, what is difference between get element by ID and query selector? Query selector. What is the advantage of query selector? Query selector. What is the advantage of query selector? What is the purpose of query selector? Right? What is difference between that ID and the query selector? Any idea? What do you say? You can access by using ID also. We can configure that by using the ID and use it. I'm giving another example here. So in app.js, so we can add by using the ID also, we can refer this. So what is the purpose of query selector method? Any idea? All right. No. Actually, the query selector advantage is so it can search for that particular element. So that means it is not only based on ID. So it is not only based on ID. So that means it can use searching based on any reference. So that means by using the class, by using the ID, by using the tag name, and it returns the first occurrence element out of all the matching. And if no matching elements are found, then it will return null actually. It will return null. Based on that, we can even identify. So why they use this? Because based on that, we can identify whether that particular element is there or not. If that element is there, we render that information. If the element is there, we render that information. If element is not there, we render some other information. That means if the element is not there, so that suppose you are configuring something like roots, something I defined a wrong one. If the element is not there, then you get an error here. So error is nothing but it says that the target container is not a DOM element. It says that the target container is not a DOM element. So that means it's not a DOM element. So that means what it is going to render, what it is going to refer. So it is not going to display that because it is unable to find this element. But I want to use an alternative thing if it is not found. I want to use an alternative thing. For example, actually here we are using document.query selector. By using the query selector, we are accessing root. And here we have an option. So that is suppose the target. That means it has to render something here. We have a condition here. So if target is equal to we have a condition like if target is equal to null. That means that particular element is not found because dynamically DOM elements can be added or removed. I hope you know that DOM elements can be added or removed. You can add the elements, you can replace the elements. Sometimes this issue will come regularly. In that case, if accidentally any element is removed, I will show you how it can be removed. I will tell you. If accidentally any element is removed and due to some interactions that element is removed and another content has to render into that element, then immediately it throws an error saying that it is not found. I will give you more clarity here because you need to have good knowledge of JavaScript to understand this situation. Why to use a query selector? I will show you first. See, I will give you a simple good example to understand this situation correctly. See, what I'm doing is I'm simply creating a document for you to make you understand the situation. Means why you need a query selector. So why we cannot directly use document get element by ID, why query selector is better. Okay, let's keep that here. Suppose see, now I'm using, so body section. So we have a div and we have a button delete. And below this we have another div and in that we have a heading. So we have heading. So ID is MSG. And into that I need to display a message when delete is clicked, on click. So delete click. Now we are writing a function. So function delete click. On delete click, so we need to display some value inside this message. I'm accessing document get element by ID by using MSG. MSG is referring to heading. Into that MSG, I'm adding here. I'm adding into that MSG. I'm using outer HTML. Outer HTML. I'm displaying a paragraph. I'm displaying a paragraph. In the paragraph, I'm displaying some content. So the content is nothing but record deleted. Deleted. That is the message. Record deleted. Okay. I have another button. I have another button. So on click is equal to insert click. Insert click. So insert is another option. So I will write a function. So insert click. I will simply put an option document get element by ID MSG dot inner HTML. I will say so a paragraph, and I said record inserted. This message I'm giving. And observe carefully. This is a technical approach you need to understand actually. Suppose observe carefully here. I'm using this. I click on insert button and it says record inserted. Good. I click on delete button. It says record deleted. That's also good. Again, I click on insert button. It's not working. I am wondering why it is not working. Why it is not working? Because this delete button click, what it is doing is that delete button click is using outer HTML. Do you know what is outer HTML? You know what is outer HTML? What is outer HTML? Outer HTML is going to generally replace. It is going to replace this heading MSG. It is going to replace that heading MSG with this paragraph. And one event is replacing it, removing it, and another event is trying to render into it. Another is rendering into it. That means it is unable to find that anymore because it is gone, it's deleted. Outer HTML deleted. I will show you practically here. See, refresh here. First, what happened? This is a div. In that we have a heading. Now, when I heading have an ID called MSG, when I click delete, what happened is outer HTML will not render information inside it. It will replace it. I click on delete, it will replace it. It will replace it. When it replaces, there is no MSG now in your DOM. And I click on insert. Insert is trying to insert in MSG. You can see insert is having the code. Insert is having the code MSG. But there is no MSG here. That is gone. I click on insert. Then it shows an error saying that insert cannot set. It is null. That means the DOM elements that you are configuring with an ID reference, So usually they can be deleted. They can be deleted. If you are accessing by using ID, and you are configuring by using the IDs, then one problem is it will be removed. It will be removed later. That is the reason if I use a query selector, if I configure any query selector and I use a query selector, then what is the advantage of query selector? So if the query selector is not matching with one reference, then it can use any another reference. That means what it can do is here you can put instead of that root. So that means instead of ID, you can put a class, you can put an ID. That means it will look for an alternative content to render your output if that particular element is not there. How you can verify that that element is not there? Because query selector will return null if that element is not found. Understood? So that means this is very important, and it is a regular question in interviews also. This tells how much in-depth knowledge you have about the rendering of elements using JavaScript, because this is the key point in DOM rendering of React also. That means how you are rendering the contents and how you are updating the contents into the DOM. That depends on this approach, how you are following, whether you are, which one you are using. Is it a query selector? Is it a get element by ID? Right? It depends on the requirement and the specifications. Right? You have to use that method. Generally, so when we define this, the query selector, and you can see that this is also working. I'm not using an ID. This is also working. I'm not using an ID because we are saying div. We are using div, and it will get the div. It will get the div. Even that ID is missing, it can access the div and render that information. Because sometimes IDs can be replaced, IDs can be removed, IDs can be configured with another element. So this you can manage by using query selector. That is the reason. So why we can go with the query selectors. So this is the first important option you need to understand. How we can configure and how we can render the contents, render the elements. That is one technique. So how to render the contents? So you can render the contents. So first by accessing the target location and defining the element into the target location by using render DOM, React DOM.render method, using that render method. There is another technique of rendering the contents. So which you will learn in the component based hierarchy, but I will show you. Another method of rendering is you can also use React component class. You can also use React component class to render any content. You can also use React component class to render any content. You can use that React component class also. You can also use React component class. By using the React component class, you can render any content. That is another approach. That means how you can add the content and define the content. So that means generally you can create any class that extends the React component class. React component class provides a render method which will return your element, and can use that element. For that, we need to learn component hierarchy. That means we need to first understand what is component, how components are created, and how components are defined. The components are configured, so and components are defined. Syntax I will tell you. For that, we will see the component syntax. That means what we can do is, so syntactically we can do in this way. We can create a class. And this class name is some demo. This class extends this class extends the React component base class. You can create a class that extends the React component base class. So when it is extending React component base class, in the React component, there will be a render method which you can implement here. You can use that render method here. This render method can render any content. It can render any content by using return. So you can render any element. So that means your content can be defined and you can specify where to render that. This is another technique actually. But this technique you will see in component-based hierarchy. In component-based hierarchy, how to use that, we will see. We will discuss that, how to use in a component-based hierarchy. Directly, it will not work. We will learn about components, how to manage them. This is another technique. That means in components, we will handle this and we will see this, how to work with it, right? Two important points. So one is how to configure the elements and how to render the elements. These are the two approaches you have to understand. Configuring the elements, rules and regulations. I given a full clarity. Rendering the elements, rules and various methods, and which one is the best practice. Now, once you know this, now we can start designing the custom components in React.js. That means how we can create our own components. What are the different types of components and use these. That we'll see in our next session. Tomorrow we'll see that, right? So tomorrow we can start working with the components, understanding about the React.js components. So React.js components. Yeah. So first, you need to understand what are components and what is the purpose of this component and how we can handle this. Technically speaking, components are the building blocks of any React application. They are the building blocks of any React application. So that means entire React application. So typically a React application is built with components. React application is built with components. So that means it is technically built with components. Whenever you see any React application, so it comprises of components. For example, suppose we open some twitter.com. So this is Twitter. In the Twitter, when you open Twitter is an official React application. Twitter is designed with React. So it is an official React application. So technically, when you open Twitter or log into Twitter, you can see here. So you have the screen. In the screen, you can see there is a login username and phone number for creating account, username, phone number, and date of birth. It is having some options. Actually, so this is a combination of components. So for example, let me take a screenshot for this. So you can see here when you are observing the screen, you can see on the screen, you can observe that. So this is the let me give that entire. That means this is entire header component. That is the header component, which contains a logo and some next option here. And this is the body component. This is the body component. And this is a date component. This is date component. So these components are reusable actually. For example, this is a registration form. Suppose you want a login form. In a login form, you want this header again. Then you don't need to design. You can use this component in login. In the login, you want some date, or somewhere you want again date. Then you don't need to design this again. You can use that in your application. You can reuse these components. An application is built with components. You can reuse the components. You can work with the components. You can reuse the components. So the main advantage is they enable reusability. They enable the reusability. Technically, a component comprises of typically components. Typically a React application. Yeah. Next important here is generally component is built with UI logic, UI and logic. You can say it is built with UI and logic as a template. Component is built with UI and logic as a template. So template means you can implement and you can customize. That means you can reuse the components in application. You can reuse the components in application. You can customize according to the requirements because they work as templates. You can reuse the component, you can customize according to the requirements. Actually React JS application can use predefined components and also allows to create custom components. This predefined components, I will tell you, React application can use predefined components and also allows to create custom components. It can use predefined components and also allows to design the custom components. Predefined components means, I will tell you, we will discuss about React materials. Generally, in real-time projects, everything we will not design. We will take help of third parties. We can implement them. So components, two types. You use the existing components provided by React or provided by third party, or you can create your own components. First, we will see how to create our own components. Then we will see how to use existing components. For example, suppose you see here, several third parties will be there. Suppose I will give you an example of a third party, Telerik. Telerik is a third party. Telerik, you may be hearing for the first time, but so they are very popular. You see, Telerik are the people. These people are customers of Telerik. NASA is customer of Telerik. Microsoft is customer of Telerik. Samsung is customer of Telerik. That means Telerik is very huge. They provide support for software support for so NASA like people, Microsoft like people. That means it's a very huge one. Actually, you see, they provide UI components for different technologies. Web components, desktop components, mobile components for different technologies. Suppose if I go to demos, but it is not free. You have to buy. I will go to demos. When I go to demos, you can see here, they will provide here. So React demos, you see, for Angular, they have components. For React, they have components. Let's go to React components. You can see that they are providing several components for React. So you can see so many components. But remember, these are all paid, not free. So these are all paid. You have to purchase them. Of course, your companies will purchase them. So if they need such kind of components, they will purchase them. These are all components. Suppose you see calendar. So that means you have a calendar component. You can see this is a calendar component. Designed in React.js. Now, if you want such a calendar in your project, then you cannot waste your time in designing all this. Obviously, in real world development. So you cannot say that I will start designing this. Why? Because that's time waste, right? In real world development process, so it is not like whatever you learned, you show the talent here. So in real world application development, it's business happening. They say that by this time you have to do it. How you done that, they don't care. Whether you've done it or not, that is important. So they will give you a chance of borrowing from the third parties, integrating. They have their own third parties integration. You have to use them. And you see, whatever the logic is required for this, they will provide you. You have to import that, you have to use it, and you have to design your application. So for that, whatever logic is required, they will provide. You have to use it. You can customize according to your requirements. So React.js application is built with components, and some components are borrowed from third parties, and some components we design according to our requirements. I will show you how we can use some third-party components also and integrate in our applications. But for that, first we need to learn how to create our own components. How do we define the components? How do we configure the components? That is important. So a complete React application is built with components. That is the first basic point. So predefined components, like say predefined components like we have, I will show you. So we have like React material. Material UI will be there actually. React material UI. So this is material UI. This is material UI. So this I will show you how to install this, how to use this material UI in our project. So that remember, some are free here. So some are free here. So you can download them and you can use them. Some are premium. So that means you have to purchase. Some are free here. So Telerik is completely premium, no free. That's the reason people have to use several third parties. I will show you. So different types of components, how to use them, how do we work with them. So such components, how to design and work with them, I will show you. That means we will see how to implement these third-party components and use them. So material UI, we will learn in our React.js so that you will get a clarity on how to make better presentation with ready-made, right? These are ready-made components. That means material UI will provide predefined components. So like material UI, like Telerik. Telerik provides you the third-party components like that. We can create our custom components. So custom components are designed. Custom components are designed by using JavaScript functions and classes. So that means you can create your own components by using JavaScript functions and classes. So technically, so a component in React.js can be JavaScript function, or JavaScript class. What is difference between a function and a class? We will see that. So function and class, what is difference? We will see that. That is the reason many times people say that functional components, class components, stateless components, stateful components. That is all because of these 2 points only. You will get to know about them. So that means, so if a component is designed by using function, then it is called functional component. It is designed by using function, then it is called functional component. If it is designed by using a class, then we call as class component. So technically, how the components are designed, how the components are configured and used, we will see that. How they are designed, how they are configured and used. Let's see that. So what we are doing here, that means, so components. So first I will give a heading here. So let's say functional components. The concept of functional components is very much clear, simple. That means the components, usually the components designed by using JavaScript functions. Functions are known as functional components. What are the advantages of functional components? What is a functional component and how we can configure the functional component? We will see that. So technically, the components that are designed by using JavaScript function are called functional components. Okay, let's see first how to create a functional component, how we can design the functional component and use the functional component. Okay, let's create one simple option here. How do we design components? Let's go into the design. This is our app.js, and all our code we will keep in this app.js. Presentation will be here. I'm just removing this additional things, or all keep it like right. This is a div, right? So I will remove. I will keep this, and I will remove this style and all. I will keep it simple, normal. So just we have an empty React.js application here. Empty React.js application configured here. Okay, now let's, that means the code is coming from this app.js. Let's go to app.js. Initially, this is empty, nothing is here. So you can see initially it is empty, nothing is here. Okay, now let's go to the app.js and let's create a component here. Generally, a component is configured. Functional components are defined so by using, that means designed by using JavaScript functions. And remember, every functional component is by default anonymous type, is default anonymous type in memory. Anonymous type in memory. Anonymous type in memory means every functional component is an anonymous type in memory. Anonymous type means syntactically we write like this. So we write like a function. So this function, anonymous means, without a name. It is an anonymous type. And this can have some functionality. So that means it can define some functionality. That means it can contain the content to render. What content to render? It can contain that inside that. So that means function contains that. So that means it contains the content to render. So what content to render? It is configured there, right? It is defined here, right? Technically, it is configuring that and it is defining that content to render here. Okay, but anonymous function without a name, we cannot access. It is loaded in the memory, we cannot access. That means it needs a reference name. Technically, we need a reference name. For this anonymous function, we need a reference name. So generally we need a reference name. That means anonymous function usually anonymous function requires a reference name to access So that means in order to access this, we need a reference name. That means syntactically. So now the functions are written like this. That means we use a constant, and f1, that is the function, is equal to function. That is how we configure the function. Functional components are defined by using function, and they contain some functionality to render what the functionality they want they can contain. But they are anonymous type. In order to access these components, they need a reference name. That means now these components are accessed by using that reference name. And very important is, if you want to use this, if you want to render this component, that means so you can render the functional component, into virtual DOM by using the reference name as element. So reference name as element means, so that means syntactically reference name as element means technically the reference name technically the reference name of this functional component is f1. Then how we define that is, we use that as an element. Element means you have to write like this, you have to write f1 and slash. That is how we use. That means we access that component as an element and we can render that. That means the component is accessed by using this name. You configure the function as a reference and we can access as an element and use it. That means any functional component, in order to render into virtual DOM, we have to render. Because so why we need like this? Because here the concept is very simple. Because a DOM can render only elements. Am I right? A DOM can render any elements. DOM cannot render any function directly. But you created a component which is a function, and this function need to be added into virtual DOM. Then it should be used as an element only. That means you have to refer this as an element and add this into element. That means DOM allows only an element. Hence the functional component is configured. The functional component is configured as element. That is important. So this is the technical way of creating the component and defining the component and adding into that. So let's see how we can manage this. So that means now here we are configuring. So we are defining the component in the code, right? Let's create a constant and hello. So, and in this I will just define hello is equal to a function which returns some functionality. That means I said heading. So welcome to React.js. So heading 2, that's how we defined. And you know why I am writing like this? Because this is the latest technique of writing the functions. Already you know that this is lambda expression. Am I right? Lambda expression. But it is not a string. I want this to handle. So I want this to handle. That means I want this to return this element to be returned. So that is what we have to configure. So that means now you know this syntax. Actually the syntax is, this is a function and the function returns this. It is a lambda expression. Already you might have learned in your JavaScript arrow functions. And this is a simple syntax for the arrow function. That means now what is the component name? So that means this is the component. For example, I given this as title. Title is the component name. I'm configuring title as a component. I'm defining the title as a component. Now we are configuring this. We are defining this and adding this. So that means here configuring this and adding this. So what we will do now, here I'm just adding this to be rendered. So that means I'm adding React DOM dot render, and it should render this component, title component. It should render the title component. If I have to render this title component, usually to render the title component, and you have to just use the component name, functional component name as an element, you have to refer title and slash. That is how we have to configure that. And we need to render this document.getElementById. We need to render this into the root. So into the root, that's how we need to configure. That means now you created a functional component, and this is a functional component. This functional component have this functionality to define. And this is the title. That is the title it is going to render. And it is going to use in that location. That means here it has to get that and display that here. Now, one more important point is here when you are configuring the component and rendering the component technically. So that means you need an index page with a root reference, and into the root we have to render this. So React DOM is rendering, so the title and this. But very important here, you know that. So when you are using this, conflict with the existing elements will happen regularly. We need to be careful in that, because whatever the components you are writing, they should not conflict with existing. So that means, so conflict with existing means here we don't have any error. But actually what happens is we don't have any error. In the body section, in the root, a title is rendered. A title is rendered because you are using a title here. A title is rendered. That means it is rendering it, but title is rendered into that. Title is rendered into this. That means because these are predefined component names, predefined elements actually. HTML have a title element, HTML have a head, HTML have a body, right? So that means if you are giving the elements, because remember every functional component is rendered as a DOM element, and already title is a DOM element, and you are using the same name for this. Suppose I am configuring this as suppose title text, and this is title text. That means we are rendering that title text. So that means that component will be rendered into that, and it should be displayed into the title text. And you see here certain issues here you can see, and observe carefully. So I given because just to make you understand about the ruling naming conventions. Observe carefully here. It's okay, the component is okay, but observe carefully here. The warning is given to you saying that casing is not correct for your that. Use Pascal case for React components, or lowercase for the HTML elements. This is the approach we need to follow. Whenever you are designing the components and giving the names, Pascal case means every word first letter should be caps. Every word first letter should be caps. Currently, it is in which case? Can you tell? Currently, it is in which case? Can you tell? It is in which case? The component names is in which case? Currently, it is in which case? It is in camel case. Good. I hope everyone knows that camel case, na? Right? It is in camel case. So as per the rules of the component, when you are rendering the component and configuring the component, certain important points you need to know. So let me give that note here. So first point, what you have to notice here is the component. That means the custom components. So must not collide. So must not collide. So with so HTML DOM elements. With HTML DOM elements must not collide with HTML DOM elements. That means the component name must not be the same as HTML DOM element name. DOM element must not be same as HTML DOM element. That is first one. Another one is every component must follow. So Pascal case or lowercase. Every component must follow Pascal case or lowercase. So must follow the case sensitive. So in naming, it must follow. Every component must follow the Pascal case. It must first follow the Pascal case or the lowercase. For example, suppose I defined this as title text. I'm configuring this as title text. So here we are writing as title text. We are defining as title text. And here you can see that is working fine. That means when you are configuring the components, when you are defining the components, the rules for defining the components, so you need to follow them and we need to handle them correctly. That means it should be in camel case, or I'm writing here title text, and I'm defining this title text here. That means it is defined in lowercase. And you can see here, when I defined in lowercase, you can observe here, again in the console, you have an option. Here you see title text tag. That means the title text tag unrecognized for this browser. So that means so title text tag is unrecognized for the browser. So why? Because here the key point, it allows lowercase, but it suggests that you can use lowercase, but actually it expects that the starts name with an uppercase letter. React components start with an uppercase letter. Now what is the key point here? Do I need to use the Pascal case or do I need to use the lowercase? Then why previously it suggested lowercase? Remember, it will generally suggest the lowercase. Here 2 points are there. Let me give that point also. So lowercase is suggested only for elements in browser. So while rendering into the virtual DOM, only for elements in browser, lowercase is suggested. But if you are designing a component, so Pascal case is suggested for components in React to render in virtual DOM. That means, so we have to use, especially when you are dealing with React components, lowercase will work only when you are defining the elements in the browser. But here our content is not an official element. It is a component converted into element. It is a component converted into element. That means you can see that. So it shows the message properly. In the elements, you can see that in the body section, when it is rendering that. So when it is rendering that element, you can see that it is configuring that element in a heading. And important here is generally, whenever you are defining the element names are configuring the element names. Element can be lowercase. So if it is have to only handled by the HTML, browser can understand lowercase. But React components, which are converted into elements, must be designed in Pascal case. That means browser supports lowercase is suggested only for elements in browser. So Pascal case is suggested for the components in React to render into virtual DOM. So that means React components are converted into HTML elements. In that case, always you have to prefer this Pascal case. Pascal case means every word first letter, or first letter should be capital letters. If you miss this, it is not going to handle. These rules are very much mandatory. Without that, it cannot work. So you have seen suggestion that it says that I am a browser, I cannot understand, so camel case. That means browser can understand lowercase. But components cannot directly render in lowercase. First, they have to come into Pascal case. From there, they will be converted into lowercase and provided to the browser. That is the reason always it is suggested to define everything in Pascal case. Pascal case, that means to make you good in understand is nothing but Pascal case. So that means every Pascal case means every word first letter must be caps, must be a capital letter. So every word first letter must be a capital letter. That is what the point is. So the example for this, that means how we can create the functional component. So an example for this is a simple example. Let's go to app.js. In app.js, we will add this. We will add this code in app.js. Okay. And index.html is same, no change. In index.html, so the presentation is same. Everything is same, no change. Just we have to add that. I'm giving you both the syntaxes here, how you can configure and define. And very important here, how to create a functional component, how you can define the functional component. And very important, all the rules of designing the component, all the rules for designing the component, you can follow in the same way. All the rules for designing the component, you can follow in the same way. That means, suppose I want to create a complex component like a navigation bar, like a login screen. Then how you can design that component? That means, so you want to create a complex component. Then what we can do here, just let's take here. Suppose I'm defining a constant. So login, and is equal to, it is a function. Later I will tell you functions can have properties, parameters, we will discuss them. Here I'm configuring the function. That means here we are defining the function. And in this, it has to return a multi-line presentation. It should return a multi-line presentation. That means I need to create a login screen for this now. Now I'm using a parenthesis again here. So in the parenthesis, so this is the parenthesis. In the parenthesis, I'm creating a div. I'm configuring a div. So in the div, so I'm defining a data list. In that data term, so say username and the data definition. So input type is equal to text. I'm designing some input type is equal to text. And here we have to keep and you cannot have void elements here. And data term password and data definition. So input type is equal to password and end here. So and below this, so we have a button. So we have a button, and button is like login. That is the button that is configured there. And you can see this is the basic login design. That means, so I hope you know why I am using this empty parenthesis. Am I right? Because already I explained that why I am using a parenthesis. Right? Because those all JSX rules we discussed already. What are the JSX rules we have discussed? So the basic JSX rules that we discussed is that if you want to span anything into multiple lines, you cannot directly write them. You have to enclose this in the parenthesis. And if you don't want this div to be generated, so then you can put it as an empty element. So that handles all this. All those basic rules will continue as usual. So we can configure all our JSX rules in the same way. Now we have to use here. So React DOM dot render. So React DOM dot render. It should render this login. And configure that. That means here I'm using login. It is rendering that login. And into document.get element by ID. So into the root, it has to render that and display. That means we designed a little bit complex component here. That means in this component, now we are adding some content like this. We are configuring some content like this. We are defining some content like this. Our intention is to render a login screen here. That means this is a login component. I can access this component. I can use this in any location. I can reuse. How we can reuse this, we will discuss. Those points we will learn here. So technically, we are creating some complex components now. Of course, these components can have some complex functionalities also. That means whatever JSX related basic rules you have learned that you have to implement here. Designing multi-line, so integrating, so any dynamic values into this, configuring the names, classes, definitions, everything. That means as you have learned, you have to configure everything in the same way. That means, for example, an empty, why we are giving, already, because we don't want anything else to be generated. In the final div, it has to generate this data list. The data list should contain all these details configured with. And when you are applying the styles, effects and styles and options for them, so you can use any third-party styles and effects. I will show you how to install Bootstrap and configure them. Initially, suppose I will keep this button, or the main div is there. Okay, so this is the div, and we are configuring a simple style here, and wherever the div is present, so we have margin, margin auto. We are saying margin auto. So justify content to center. So align items to center. And so padding is equal to 10 pixel. So and border as 2 pixels solid. So dark cyan. So just say border radius is equal to some 20 pixels. So and we are defining this presentation here to display the content there. Suppose I defined width for this as some 200 pixels, and it will get that, and it will display the content like this. So I will keep this width to 300 pixels. That means we are adding some styles into this. We are designing some content. In this, we can pass some dynamic data into it. Dynamic data, for example, suppose here, so we are creating a constant. And constant is title text. That is normal text here. Title text is equal to, so I defined some as user login. User login is the title text. And I want to embed that here. So I kept a heading here. In the heading, I want to embed that title text and configure the title text here. That means it should get that user login and display. So that is title text. That means I said, suppose align, that is the general attribute to center. It will keep that into center. So that is configuring the contents and defining the contents. Later, I will tell you how to use Bootstrap, how we can configure the Bootstrap, how we can use the Bootstrap, and how we can use Bootstrap in making the presentation more interactive. You designed a component, just presentation design. Later, we will add functionality. That means on button click, it should do some functionality. So it should fire up some functionality and handle that functionality. So we will see that. So this is a simple, complex design of a functional component. Remember, don't get confused with this. Login is a component. It is a functional component. And it is returning this. Generally, if I have to write this, usually how to write this syntax, I will tell you here. I will copy that. Generally, if I have to write this in a normal way, without the lambda expression, generally, how do we write? So login is equal to, we have to write like a function. Login is a function. And in that function, we have to return this. That means that function have to return. And that function have to return this particular functionality. That means you have to write all this. Instead of that, we are just using a lambda expression for configuring it, right? That is the best way, using the lambda and the arrow functions for configuring and defining. Currently, only design is there, but I told you that the properties and options we have to configure. Suppose we are using some Bootstrap. Currently, suppose our application don't have Bootstrap here. We are not using any Bootstrap here. Suppose we want to use Bootstrap. You know that Bootstrap, we can bring it from CDN. So let's do that. So let's say get bootstrap.com, and Bootstrap, let's go into the download, and it will give you the Bootstrap 5 version is there. So we don't want 5. 4.5. 5 is still in beta, not yet finalized. The previous version of Bootstrap is 4.5 only. This is the CDN for Bootstrap. Copy this CDN for Bootstrap and put that in your page. This is the Bootstrap CDN. And of course, if you keep Bootstrap, then your appearance will change a little bit now. And you can apply the Bootstrap related effects into this here. So that means now here, interestingly, your text box can as class name is equal to form control. So it can use form control. Password also can use a class name as form control. So that means it can use that form control. And this button can use the class name. And the class name is BTN, and BTN some primary, and the BTN block. So these are the classes that we defined. So from the Bootstrap, appearance will be in this way. Now we are using Bootstrap in our presentation. I just got the Bootstrap CDN and I'm using the Bootstrap effects to make the presentation more interactive. Later, I will show you how to permanently install Bootstrap into our project, and we can use in our presentations. We can design in our presentation. If you have Bootstrap, you can handle everything in this way. So designing the content, adding the contents according to your requirements, so class names, how we can configure them and access them. You are designing a complex component here. We are configuring a complex component. Effects you can write here. Suppose I said margin auto for the div. Suppose I say margin top as some 40 pixels for this. That means the margin top for that will be already I have auto now, right? I can change this. Yeah, the appearance we can adjust, so we can configure that. So that means so margin left as some 300 pixels, then it will get that and it will display. We can change all your CSS, whatever you know, you can configure that. This is a simple component that we have designed, and this in this component additionally we are using the Bootstrap. I'm just adding the Bootstrap, and in your component here they can use the class names. So these are actually referring to the Bootstrap class names, and we are designing it. Now we will make this more functional, more interactive, presentation interactions also. Currently you just learned how to design it. You designed it. Once we know how to design it, we will make this functional. That means in the functional components, you need to understand how do we pass parameters, how do we configure the parameters, properties, and so many things are there that we will see in our next. And how do we design the functional components? One simple example we learned. What is a functional component and how to design the functional component. And little bit of Bootstrap also we used in designing and working with this component. We created a simple login component, and we are using that login component. This is a simple login component that we created, right? So what is the purpose of component and how to use the components we are discussing. I hope up to this creating component, functional components using Bootstrap, so designing a component, I hope everyone practiced it, right? You done it. So you are able to create the components and design the components, implementing design, Bootstrap, everything done, right? Good. So no issues now, everything working fine. Everyone, is everything working fine? No issues, right? How to design the components, right? Yes. So now after understanding that, we learned how to design the components using functions. That means functional components. We learned about functional components. So this is we learned about how to create the functional components, design the functional components. And in the last example, I given you how to use Bootstrap in the functional components, right? Now, another important here is how we can create another way of creating component, and what is the advantage, what is difference between them. Then we will see properties and all other options. Actually, we have another way of designing component, So that is class components. We call as class components. So previously what we discussed was functional components. So that means how do we create functional components and how do we work with the functional components. Now the next one is class components. Then you can understand the difference between these two. So class components. Actually, the class components, technically, you can say that components can be designed. Components can be designed by using ES6 classes. Can be designed by using ES6 classes instead of functions. Previously, we designed a component with a function. You saw that our component was, you can see, our component that we designed was login, and it is a function. And that function is returning some presentation, which you are rendering into the DOM. We are rendering into the DOM. So technically, components can be designed by using classes also. So that means components designed with classes are known as class components. They are known as class components. The components that are designed with classes, those components are known as class components. We generally call them class components. So what is advantage here? What is difference between functional components and class components? When to use functional components and when to use class components? This is very important difference. which regularly comes in interview. So which one is best according to the situation and the requirement, how you decide which component to use. So let's see how we can create a class component. So just like how you created the components, very important is component is defined as a JavaScript class, as a JavaScript class, as a JavaScript class that extends React dot component base class, that extends React dot component base class. That means every component class, that means generally when I create a class, you know, in JavaScript we can create a class. So we can create a class by using class keyword. I can say login and it can have its members. This class is this class is not a component class, not a component class. It's an ordinary class. It is an ordinary class. How a class can have the behavior of component? How a class can have the behavior of component? A class can have the behavior of component. So if only when it extends, it extends React dot component base class. It extends React dot component base class. Now this is considered as component class. This is considered as a component class. And very important is when a class is extending React component class. Now React dot component base class provides render method. So which you have to implement in your component, class. That means React component is a base class. You know JavaScript classes and hierarchy. I hope everybody learned about JavaScript classes and the hierarchy of the classes. You might have learned the hierarchy of classes. So the point is, generally a class can extend another class. If a class is extending another class, so the base class contains a render method. That method should be implemented here. Base class members will be there. It contains a render method which you have to implement here. So that means the class that you create should implement a render method. So that means syntactically, so you should be like this. So class, and the class name is login. This class extends React dot component. It extends React component, and it should implement a method render. It should implement render method. This render method will tell what to render. It defines what to render. It configures what to render. That is how generally we define the class. So we are configuring the class. Technically, so what is difference between the functional components and class components? They are generally designed by using this. What are the features? So and how they are handled. So differences also we will see. We will discuss about them. Means difference between these two components. How do we use them? Initially, let's convert our content into the class now. Let's convert that into the class. Change this into the class. That means this design is same. I will remove the design, and I will remove this login, means function. I will keep the design in a separate location, and I will delete this. Now this time, so we are configuring class. So generally, how you define the class component is just by changing this into a class. So let's write here class. So class is login. This class extends React dot component. It extends React dot component. Actually, class components have to implement this React dot component, and usually this React component class is the member. Technically, it is the member. React component class is technically the member of. It is usually the member of this React development.js. It is the member of React development of JS. That means this React development of JS contains it. Usually, so it contains that. So for example, this is the JS. I opened that file for you. So it has so many configurations. So means it has a lot of functions, predefined functions. So a lot of configurations. So Actually, you see there is a component here, React component. So React component. So I will give you here. So React component. You can see this is the React component. So React component. So generally, so this is the React component. This is the base for our components. It is the base for our components. I just showed you in that file. That's not mandatory for you. Just I'm showing you that it is a member of that. Currently, content is empty. Nothing is there. Currently, so React component is the base. React component is the base. Now in that, we usually have a render method. We have to implement that render method, the render function. This render function have to return, it should return the markup. So whatever the markup you want, you have to return that markup. Generally, so it can return the markup, it can configure the markup. Usually, so if it is multi-line markup, you know that. So we are adding that multi-line markup like this. So the multi-line markup is defined in this way. We are configuring that multi-line markup and returning that multi-line markup here. That means if it is single line, you just try to return that line, end it. And if it is a multi-line markup, then it has to get that markup and display. Here, observe here. So that is rendering. Dynamically, how it can access the data, how it can use the data. I will show you. Means how it can present and configure here. You can see in the console, some important here is, so title text is not defined. So because you are trying to render something, so title text is not defined. So generally, this title text is a dynamic value. It is not defined. Let's keep it empty. Suppose user login. That text is not there, which we are dynamically rendering because we just created a class. And rest of work is done. Same, everything is working similar. Now here, so we have some important options to configure. Now this is okay, working fine. This is a class component. Now, basically in interviews, they ask the difference. What is the difference between functional component and class component? When to use functional component, when to use class component. Generally, and some more changes here. Usually, if you are rendering a single line, just return and you can mention. If you are rendering obviously multiple lines, you have to configure in this way. Configure this way. Now in the class, already you have this render and configuring and using that render. Class components are also accessed in the same way. That means accessing the component is in the same way. So that means, so class component is accessed and rendered as element into virtual DOM. Same, that means how we render that into virtual DOM syntactically. It is same, how we can render into virtual DOM syntactically same. That means just like this. This is the syntax I will give. That means it is rendered in the same way how you configured it. It is same, no change. Only the point is the way that you design this component is different. The way that design the component is different. That means here you have to use the render method, which should return. So JSX. Your JSX syntax is all the syntax that you learned. Single line, multi-line, how you design your JSX. So whatever you can configure here. Now here the key point is suppose. So this is example. So the same example, we made some changes in app.js. This time we have used a class and we designed that class. Okay, copy that. So this is the change we have done in this. And index.html same. So no change in index.html. Only our component changed. I will keep that index.html as it is. So that is no change. Index.html is same. Here this is changed. This is changed. Now here the key point is, suppose I want to get some dynamic data. I want to get some dynamic data and use some dynamic data here. If I want to get and use the dynamic data here, now suppose this user login, just previously like previous, we want to access from a reference. Now we want to access that user login from a reference. Currently that is not there. We want to bring it from a reference. Now the first point, I hope majority of you have learned. Can we declare a variable in a class? What do you say? Can we declare a variable in a class? I hope you learned, majority of you people learned OOP concepts. Can we declare a variable in a class? OOP of JavaScript you have learned now. Can we declare a variable in a class? No. So then in a class where data is stored, 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 property, good, very good. So in a class you cannot declare variable. Can I declare a variable? Can I declare a variable outside the class in a module? Yes. So you cannot declare a variable inside the class. So then what is difference between variable and property? I hope you know this. So variables are mutable. So property immutable, variables are immutable, properties are mutable. Am I right? Am I right? Right. So these things you might have already learned in your JavaScript. Yeah. So here, suppose in a class, you want to store some here title, or I will say that, so heading is equal to heading is equal to, I'm just keeping some heading, say user login is the heading. Now I want to access this heading and use it inside this heading h3. Then I'm accessing here expression. How we can access the property and use it here? How we can access the property and use it here? That also I think you know how to access the property and use it here. Can I directly access that heading and use it here? What do you say? Can I access directly and use it here? How properties of a class are accessed inside a class? Properties of a class are accessed inside the class by using this keyword. I hope majority of you know this. Am I right? So this dot heading, am I right? We are using this dot heading. We are configuring that dot heading. Then it will get that value and use it here. Understood? This is not complex. It's very simple. If you are good in your JavaScript object-oriented programming, am I right? If you are good in your JavaScript, oops, these are very simple basics, right? In a class, you can define properties and you can access the properties and you can use the properties here. And in a class, how you can access the properties? Remember, in Angular, here in React, always the data binding is done with flower brace, curly braces, right? But when you are referring any expression into it, if it is a class member, class members are accessible within the class by using this keyword, and generally, suppose outside the class we can have a variable var heading is equal to, so admin login, something like this, admin login, and here I said head title, something like this, a different name I give it, head title. So I'm giving a different name here. So then here I'm trying to access that. So head title directly. The variable is accessed directly. And you can see here, it says admin login. That means the head title is accessed directly. And if you are accessing, so heading here, directly heading is accessed here. And you can see it's not working because it is a class member. Class member is accessed by using this keyword. We access by using this keyword. It can access and display, right? Suppose I'm adding something like here, some more titles or description, something is there here, then I can add that. The variables also can be there. Suppose I say copy, and here I'm using some copyright. So copyright, something like this, copyright 2020, like this. So 2021, something like this. I want to add that copyright. So below the div, and I keep a div. So align is equal to center, and it has an italic. So inside that we added, so copy. And usually it has to get that copyright and display. But I'm using a separate div because for all divs I used a common class. Let me keep this as P. Because for all divs I used a common effect. That is the reason. I just keep in a paragraph. It will come like this. That means this is coming from a property. This is coming from a variable. Obviously, I don't need to explain you how to access a variable, how to access a property. The variables are directly accessed here. So I will give reasonably copyright. So to reduce the complexity, copyright means confusion will be reduced. It will be easy here. So technically, the point is the data in a class is stored in properties, and the data outside the class is stored in variables. Usually we do that. So configuring, you can define in this way also. That means here you can add here note. A note is the data for component, class component. The data for class component can come from variable or property. Can come from variable or property. Actually, key things you need to know is variable is immutable. Variable is immutable. It is defined in module. Module means that JS file is called module. It is defined in module, right? So it is accessible directly by class name, directly by reference name. It is immutable means usually its state cannot be changed dynamically. That is a very common thing. Its state cannot be changed dynamically. So that is variable. Whereas when compared to this, so property is nothing but, property is mutable. mutable. It is defined, property is mutable, and it is defined, it is defined in class. It is defined in class, and it is accessible within the class by using it is accessible within the class by using this keyword, So how you define a variable and how you define a property and how we can access the variable and properties, that is the important approach you need to understand. So when you are creating class components, generally when you are creating function don't have properties. So a function can have only this. There are various ways of writing. You can utilize all your skills of object-oriented programming. For example, see here. Let me put this example. So where we made some changes in app.js, we have one variable and we have one property. Just for your understanding, so this is a variable and this is a property. I'm just commenting that. I will keep this and I will add this here. I am adding that into this. So that is a simple. So the copyright and configured here, and we are using it. Generally, when you are defining some content and displaying, so usually you can use all your JavaScript knowledge. That's what I said, right? What does that means actually? How it actually works is, see, suppose a class can have specific functionality. Rendering should be done by using render method. The rendering should be done by using render method. I will clean up this. Okay, I will clean up that here. So this is just a class. Okay, and we are accessing the class. Now another point is, means I am showing you various techniques of designing, because at higher level we have to use different techniques for different situations actually. So suppose, can a class have functions? What do you say? Can a class have function? Can you write a function inside a class? This also, you know, class cannot have function. Yeah, class can have only methods. Am I right? Good, right? Can have only method. Yes. So here what I'm doing is I'm creating a function template. Template is a function. This template function is returning, the template function is returning heading. So welcome to, or say React JS class component. A heading is closed. This is a function, and this is a class component is having a render method. This render method is returning that template function. This return is returning the template function. It is returning the template function. There is another technique here, another option here. That means now here your class is clean. So your class is having just a render method that renders what to render, and a function defines what to render here. That means function template will return this, and that return value is being used by this render method. Usually that have to render that content here. That is rendering. Okay, fine. But here the point is, this return is returning that string actually. It is returning the string. So it's not returning the heading. It is just returning the string. Because this is just a string. That means it is a function that is returning the string. It is a function that returning the string. The function returning a string. Now suppose here you defined return. In the return, I am adding heading. That means it should return heading, render heading. And this render heading have to return. So that template, that means whatever the template function is there, it has to return. Means directly you can configure this and you can use it. Or we can also use the expressions, combination of expression. That means you can use the expression and the combination of expression. Through that expression, you can access that return and use it. But as of now, I will tell you how to render the elements and all. Observe the concept here. Previously, we were directly rendering here. But not now. What we are doing is we are having a function that returns something. And this returning, this return is used here, a template. That means here it is going to return that content and display the content. Now the question here is, so that means here the frequently asked question is, can a class component have function? Can a class component have function? Can a class component have function? What do you say? What is your answer? Can a class component have function? What do you say? Can a class component have function? Currently in this example, we are having a function. What do you say? Can a class component have a function? Huh? No. Class component cannot have a function. It can have a function call. Understood? Huh? Class component cannot have a function. It can have a function call. Right? These are such questions, so which will confuse you in interviews. You need to be careful in understanding the question correctly. Right? So generally, people think that functional components means they are designed with function. Now, can a functional component have a class? Can a functional component have a class? Actually, in a functional component cannot have a class, but we can use class. Am I right? We cannot configure the class, but we can use class. That means we can create an object for the class. We can access the members of the class. Right? Similarly, class component cannot have a function, but it can have a function call. Remember, this entire JS file is a component. Is entire JS file is a component? Is entire JS file is a component? Entire JS file is not a component. It is a module. Am I right? Good. So that tells how much you in depth know about this JavaScript, right? So it is not technically a component. It is a module. In the module, you are having a component. Right? Later hierarchies you will learn, complex components and all. We will learn about that. Here generally, so we are trying to configure and access the functions. Anything dynamically you want to present, you need to present in this way. That means it should return and it should present anything. Suppose you want to present this in a JSX style, then usually what you do is you just put a heading. In the heading, you just put a parenthesis. And here, so you access that function return value. That is template is the method. You are accessing the template method, which is returning inside it. That means the template method is returning, then it will return in a heading style. It returns in a heading style. So I said align is equal to center, and it is returning that in center. That means we are rendering that function return value into this. This is a JSX, right? So that is how we can configure. So what is the advantage here is generally, so we can cleanly separate every functionality. And we can access and use that in rendering as a component. That means heading, it comes from one function. The body comes from another function. You can design in such a way, and you can bring the content and display the content. So that is technically how we have to add, how you need to use them. So how we can create a functional component and how we can create a class component. How do we define the members into it and how do we access the members from that? So that means here, so answer here is, so no, but it can have a function call. It can have a function call. So class component cannot have function, but can have a function call. So similarly, the above point also same. That means it cannot have a variable, but it can access the variable and use the variable. So this is an example. So app.js, in this example, this is the option. So this is the option. So we configured that and we displayed it here. So this is generally how you are configuring the components, two ways, functional components and class components. Now we created both type of components and we have seen. Then we need to understand the differences. So differences between the functional components and class components, basically. Later properties and all you will learn. That means functional component versus, so you have to know the class component. We need to know the difference between the functional component and the class component. The difference between the functional and the class component. What is the difference between functional and class component? So because both looks same in output, then what is difference between them? So how do we choose them? So technically, how you configure the functional components you have seen. Generally, you have to know the difference, like functional components. Usually the functional components are referred as functional components are referred as stateless components. Are referred as stateless, or technically sometimes people call them as dumb components or presentational components, dumb or presentational components. So that means functional components are referred as stateless, dumb or presentational components. So because actually why they are called functional, because functional because because they are designed using a JavaScript function. They are designed by using a JavaScript function. They are functional because they are designed by using a JavaScript function. And very important, they are stateless. Stateless because they do not hold or manage state. They do not hold or manage state actually. What is meant by state? Why a component have to handle a state? So functional component are stateless components. This is having stateless and stateful is very important in web development, especially. What is a state? A basic example I will tell you. So I will tell you a simple option. For example, suppose you are using HTTP server. HTTP server is web server, and you are using HTTP protocol. Actually, majority of times you might have learned that HTTP is a stateless protocol. Being stateless protocol is good and also bad at certain occasions. What is stateless protocol? For example, from the client. So a request comes from the client. From the client, a request will come. A request comes from the client. So according to the request, what happens is, so it from the repository, that means from the repository. So it will load. So suppose here we say that a page, it will load a page. This is page 1. And we have page 2. Okay. Now what happened is, when client requests first page, client is requesting page 1. Then what happens is, this page 1 is requested by client. So it is loaded. After loading page 1, so it is processed and this is sent to the client as a response. That means that is sent as a response to the client. Okay. Actually, now what happens is, after it is sent to the client as a response, whatever information is maintained for this page 1 will be deleted from the server. What server will do is, after sending page 1 to client, it will clean up the memory. Now, when page 2 comes, what happens is, a memory is newly allocated for this. And page 2 cannot use the memory of page 1, the previous page. So why? Because the server has removed it. It cleaned up. So now, if page 2 have to access anything of page 1 and use it, that means from page 1, we want to send some information. And that we have to collect and use in page 2. Then, so it is difficult for transporting data from one page to another. Why? Because server is cleaning up after every page. HTTP is a stateless protocol. It will automatically clean up everything related to the page after sending the page as response. Being a stateless protocol is a good nature because it saves the memory, it manages the memory. But if it is not having continuous memory, then that is problem. Transporting data from one page to another page, accessing data of one page to another page is difficult. It's not impossible, but it is difficult. Various techniques need to be maintained. For example, imagine, suppose you open Gmail. After opening Gmail, so you logged in and you got inbox. Okay. So in inbox, 10 mails are present. Now after showing it, to show you inbox, it asked you login. After showing you the inbox, your login credentials are removed from memory. And you want to check all the 10 mails and you click on mail 1 and your previous credentials are gone. Then it will ask login again. That means, imagine, for every mail I have to log in. What do you say? Is it good? That means for every mail I have to log in. That means after showing me every mail, it is disconnecting because it cannot maintain the state. Understood? Right? But it looks a little bit good because sometimes you see some bank credentials, your transactions going on. For every kind of settings and operations you are doing in that, it will ask every time, please one more time provide your password. Am I right? That means that's also important. At a certain level, security level, at certain occasions it is good, but certain occasions it is not good. Am I right? That means being stateless is good. So our functional components are stateless components. Functional components are stateless components. What does that mean? Whatever the memory allocated from whatever memory allocated for function, it is cleaned up every time. then transporting data. So that means it is difficult for transporting data from one component to another. So it uses lot of round trips. It will be slow. It will be slow in access. If every time round trip is required, then it will be slow in access. But it is more secured. So it manages the memory well. It manages the memory. It is more secure. Am I right? Depending on the situation, we need that. So we need that, right? And that is all about what is the point about functional. That means about the functional. So functional component. What is about functional component? And what is the key about the class component? Usually class component. So it is stateful. So it is referred. Yeah, it is referred as stateful. It is referred as stateful. So generally, so it is a class. So it is a class of ES6. It is a class of ES6. That's why it is called class. So it comprises of logic and data. It comprises of both logic and data. So it can hold and manage memory. It is good for transporting data across components. So it can have local state, which you will see in complex things. You will see that. So that means it is not just a class. It is not just a class, but a container. So with container with so constructor, properties, methods, accessors, everything. So that you know that. And very important is these class components. So they are easily maintainable, testable, performance wise. That means easily extendable. So they are loosely coupled. Actually, these are tightly coupled. These are tightly coupled. So not easy to extend. But classes are loosely coupled, easy to extend. They are tightly coupled. These are loosely coupled, easy to extend. So maintainability and testability. They support maintainability and testability. You know classes related abilities. In JavaScript OOP you might have learned. So that is the difference. Now which one you have to choose? I told you the situation. That means if you need to maintain the state, then go with class components. If you don't want to maintain the state, just you want to render something with some processing, then use the functional components. You decide whether you use the functional components or class components, whether you want the state or not the state. That is how generally we define the components and configure the components. I hope everyone understood the differences, class components and functional components, right? The basic differences between them and when to use them. When you are looking for extensibility, maintainability, testability, and managing state, so then better you go with class component. Otherwise, so one-time rendering, you don't want regular extensibility, then you can go with stateless components, that is functional components. And the class components and the functional components, after understanding, so you need to know about how they handle the properties in components. What are props, what are the properties, and how properties are used in the components. Functional, class components, how they define the properties, how they configure the properties, how to use the properties. We need to see the properties of React, how we can use the properties and work with them in the components. That we will see in our next session, right? Tomorrow we'll continue. So that is functional components and the class components. What is the difference between them? And what are the various techniques of configuring the components and using them? Some examples I given you, and the differences also we discussed detailedly about them. So what is difference between functional component and class components? So can you, if you remember, can you tell me, so when we can use functional components? Remembered any points, when we can use functional components, when the functional components are suitable? When the functional components are suitable? So you remembered yesterday's point, na? When functional components are suitable, difference you understood between the functional and class components. When the functional components are suitable, technically how you can answer. No need to explain much. Just one word, in one word, how you can say. What do you say? Understood my question? Any answer from your side? No one? Yeah. Technically, when we need a functional components and when we need a class components. So when we need the class components and when we need the functional components. Actually, to technically answer that, so the best option is you can say stateless and stateful. Understood? The best answer is stateless and stateful. That means when you are design, when you want a stateless behavior, then you can use functional components. When you want a stateful behavior, then you can go with the functional class components. That is the main technical point actually. Yesterday given you so many points. You don't need to explain all these points every time. So if in interview anybody asks what is difference, then in one word, stateless and stateful. So that tells a lot of things about the components actually. And if you can explain all these points, that's good. But technically that word stateless and stateful is enough, right? Right, how you can define. Next important. So after understanding the components in React, we need to know about the properties in components. Properties in components. So usually React calls them as props, React props. I will give in a separate line. So we call this as a React props. Actually, components, so components can accept properties. Components can accept properties. That means a component can accept properties. Can accept properties. So what is the intention of accepting the properties? So that component can customize the content that it is going to return. That means it can modify the behavior. It allows the component to change the behavior. So that is what actually the intention of the component is. Simple. In general also I will tell you. Suppose we have a function. So this function is like some print. This function is printing. So for where I is equal to 0, I less than 10, so I plus plus, and it is printing the value of I. That means console.log, it is printing the value of I. Now, when I call the print function, it is printing this 10 numbers every time. You call print function 100 times, it will be 100 times 10 numbers only. But I want this print function to print different numbers. That means starting with 5 to 20, starting with 10 to 20, starting with 11 to 40, like that. If you want the same function to modify its functionality, according to the situation, then we can pass parameters into it. Function can have parameters. That means start and end. These function parameters will be used in the function. So start and less than end. So what is advantage now? Whenever we access the print function, we can pass the start value 10 and value 20. Next time I can use start value 1 and value as 6. Next time I can use start value 100, 1001 and 2000. That means the same function can work for different situations. So that means you understood now what is the purpose of parameters. Generally, if anybody asks like why a function needs parameters, usually functions needs parameters and function use parameters in order to modify the functionality according to the situation and the state. According to the situation, according to the state. So we need to dynamically modify. Components also should be same. If I design a component with some content, every time it is behaving in the same way, but not like that. In different situations, the component should behave in different ways. That means the same component, same type of functionality, but different behaviors should change according to the situation, according to the state. That means, so you need properties to define behavior for component, to define behavior for component, which can change according to situation, according to the situation and the state, according to the situation and state, according to the state and situation, depending on the situation, that component can work in a different way. So that means properties allows, actually props allows allows to customize so the functionality of component, allows to customize the functionality of component. That means they provide a way for passing the values, and by using those values they can handle the functionality. Actually, so many points are there how to define the properties. I will tell you. Technically, whenever you are dealing with the properties and the configurations here, very important is all properties of React. So React components, all properties of React components are read only. They are read only. That means component must never modify the properties to be passed into it. So that means properties are read only, but properties can have different types of values according to the situation and state. That means the properties cannot be changed. Their value can change. The value can change. It doesn't mean that properties are read only means you cannot edit them. That means the property cannot be edited, cannot be modified, but its value can be modified. That means here property cannot be modified. That means its name structure cannot be changed. Property cannot be modified. Its name structure cannot be modified, but its value can change. Its value can change according to the situation and the state. That is what actually the concept. That is what actually the intention of the properties. So how the properties are used and how the properties are defined in the functions. Let's see. Generally, in functional properties, in functional components, how you define the properties in functional components. So just what we do is we define the properties, configuring the properties. Suppose functional components are defined. Functional components are defined with properties as parameters. They are defined as parameters. That means syntactically, functional components are defined with properties as parameters. That means syntactically, they are written like this. So that means we are configuring a function, const some hello. So hello is a function. It will have the properties, props. It will have the properties, and it will define the functionality into that. It is a function. It will handle the functionality. It will configure the functionality. So the properties, and those properties will be used. They will be rendered. They are configured and they are rendered. So the properties are defined. And they are configured. Now, very important is that means hello is a function which is expecting some property. That means it is defined with some property. This property can be, remember that property can be any type. Props can be any type. Any type means it may be a string, it may be a number, it may be a boolean, it may be an object, it may be an array, it can be any type. Property, because function parameter can be any type. It can handle any type of value. Function parameter can handle any type of value. It can configure any type of value. We can define any type of value. Functions and properties, actually. The parameters can be defined with any type. So usually, how we can access the parameters and use them? This is how we declare. Suppose we are defining through a lambda expression, that means usually what we have to do, so this function have to return. That means it should render and it should return that value. So how we can return and access these components? That means the properties, props of functional components are accessed by using attribute reference. That means the meaning is simple here. Syntactically, how we can access them and how we can use them, how we can access and use them. So usually, we can access and use them in this way. So that means we use hello. Hello is the element you can access like that, hello. And this hello is expecting a property. That property is defined here as an attribute. That means the property. So the property is defined as an attribute here, and we can supply some value into it, So that means whenever your component is designed with property, the properties are passed. Property. So the property is passed. The property is passed in the element as an attribute, just like an attribute we pass that. That means whenever we access the component and render the component, we pass it like an attribute, So that means the element attributes. The element have its attributes. We pass like an attribute and configure like an attribute. That is technically how we do that, how we can design, how we can configure. That means an argument is passed into the functional component. And generally, we have to define the property name. This is the property name. And we have to define the property value. Here we have to define the property value. What value you want to pass into the property, we need to configure that. So that means, dynamic values are so defined in this way. They are configured in this way. So let's see one simple example, how we can handle this. One simple example, we will see how we can define the properties. Let's take the example here. So properties allows you to customize. So according to your requirements. So your specific, according to the state and situation, they can change. So here we can configure this. Yes, of course, right? So we learned functional components, right? So that means in the functional components, what is that functional components? The function name is the component name, right? That is what we learned about the functional components, right? Yeah. So now here, yeah, function name is that, yes. Now see here, I'm designing a simple functional. Let's take it functional. That means how we can configure the functional and define the functional component. Already configuring the functional components, we know that. So just we are creating a constant and hello. And it is expecting, it's a functional component function. Generally, so we write the function here and configure the function, but I told you lambda. In lambda, I think you know that in lambda, how we write the functions, parameters. We simply write parameter implies whatever it has to return. If there are multiple parameters, we use parameter 1 and parameter 2, and what it should return. We will define what it has to return. That's how generally we configure the parameters, whatever the content they have to return. So I think, in lambda expressions, so if you are defining an empty parenthesis, that means it indicates a function without parameters. Now we can have a parameter, one parameter, you don't need parenthesis. Multiple parameters, you can keep the parenthesis here. All right. Now, specifically here, so I'm designing a function. I'm configuring a function with the parameter. So that means here it is expecting the parameter, the property. So I'm just writing the property. That means suppose username is the property. Okay, and implies. So it should render some content. It should render the content. You want to render the single line, multi-line, whatever you want to render here. Suppose I'm rendering here, so a heading, and here I will say hello, and through the binding expression, I'm printing that username there. That means through the binding expression, just binding expression, I'm printing that username here. This is the React binding expression. We are binding here. Technically, so once you can see that, you can see here. So when you are configuring this heading, that means earlier, without this parameter, if you define something, then it prints the same message every time. But this time, hello is expecting some name. And this we want to print here. That means now this we have to render hello. Hello is the name of the component. And this hello component is expecting a name. It is configuring and it is expecting a name, a parameter. And we are not defining the parameter. If it is not defining the parameter, we are not configuring the parameter. We are just rendering this. So hello. But actually hello component is expecting some parameter. Let's run this and see. Hello is expecting some parameter and we are not presenting it. Now you can see that in the console. So in the console errors, you can see that. So in the console error, it shows an error here. It says that, so hello is unrecognized. So hello is unrecognized. So because the component as per the standards, it should start with an uppercase letter. So that means it should start with an uppercase letter. We defined that hello is uppercase letter. It is using it. And you can see that now you have a problem. And the problem is objects are not valid. Right? It is saying some objects are not valid. And it is saying that there is a problem in rendering this H2 heading. So it is having some problem in the object. That means why object is not valid. That means what is the point here? That means whatever the component, so and the parameter that you defined here. So generally the parameters that you have defined here. Actually in the parameter you can see, so every parameter you learned in JavaScript now. So every parameter by default is mandatory. By default, every parameter is mandatory. And one more technical point you need to understand here, which I will tell you. Actually, a function will allow any parameter, any type of parameter. Now, currently this hello is expecting some username to be passed. Suppose I am passing here username. Username is equal to some username as some John. I passed some username into this. That means we are configuring that username and displaying. So here you see still the problem is there. So the problem is very simple. It is easy to understand actually. Generally, a function can allow any parameter. That means a property can be any type. I given you that here. That means property can be any type, string, number, boolean, object, array, any type of properties you can configure. But very important here is when you are configuring the properties and you have to use the properties as attributes, configure the properties and we have to use the properties and attributes. Generally, every argument that you pass, remember, it can handle any type. This can handle any type. But the arguments that we pass into it, so that means this is what we are passing into it. It is actually like a key and value collection. It is like a key and value collection. That means it is expecting a key and value collection. Key and value collection means what? So it is indicating that. So there must be a property which can accept a key and it can use a value. Key and value. In that key and value, you can use any type. That means here, this username. So username is an object actually. The properties are considered as objects. And in that, suppose user I'm giving, user is an object. User is an object. In that user is an object. That means it is considered as an object. And this user object can have any type of properties. It can have any type of properties. So that means keys, the attributes are defined as keys. That means user dot, we have name. Name is a property. User dot name is a property. And this property is used as the key. And the value that you defined is stored inside that particular. Now, when you are defining the value and the key for that user name, that means user is an object and that's property is name. And here you can see it is displaying that value, hello John. It is accessing that and it is displaying that value and showing it. That means here, whenever you are configuring, so technically, actually this name, we are passing some data into it as a binding expression. Here I can pass some David, something like this I have passed into it. So through a binding expression, it will get that and display. That is the standard way. So it can have any type, but some important points I will tell you here. That means you can configure any type, but important is every property passed into a component, every property passed into a component have to handle key and value, So key refers to the property name, and value refers to the value to store under specific property name. So that means key and value. That is the reason the properties, the props that you define can handle any type of data, but in an object form. That means in an object format. So that means every property need to be designed as an object. It has to be configured as an object form. I hope everyone understood that, right? It must be configured and defined in an object form. It has to be handled in an object form. You have to configure in an object form. That means syntactically how you define this. That means now syntactically how you configure this. So suppose const, and hello, and here we are defining, so object, obj. I'll just give obj, equal to, obj implies, and here we need to use it and we need to define it. Suppose I am printing some heading, some content here, and here I am printing the obj dot property name. We have to define that obj dot property name, and we need to enclose that. Now, how we can access this? We can access this by using hello, and here we have to define the property name is equal to what value you want into the property. We need to define the value into the property. Here, the property value, we have to define the value. So value, whatever the value you want to configure into it, that value you need to define. This is how generally we have to configure the values. That means, not key, right? So that entire object is a collection of key and value. Object is a collection of key and value. Object itself is a collection of key and value. Understood? The property that you pass must be object type. Understood? The property that you pass must be an object type. And it can have different properties. It can configure with the different properties. Actually, so can we configure multiple properties? Can we define multiple properties and use multiple properties? For example, see here, let's take a technical example. Already I have some shoe image. Okay, so here I'm creating a component. I'm designing a component. Let's keep that component and the design also. In the design, already we have a Bootstrap, right? Yeah, already we have Bootstrap, and I will not use this div all these options. Just keep the style empty. Okay, now here I am designing a component. I am designing a component. So the component is const product. Product is a component. Product component. This product component, the product component is accepting an object obj. This obj is going to return some content. It is going to return some content inside it. That means it is going to return a div. It is going to return a div, and this div is having the class name as card. I'm using a card, and inside this I'm designing another div. So class name. This is card header. In this card header, I am keeping a heading. So, and I defined here obj dot name. I'm defining that obj name. That means the property is defined as name. So simply I'm configuring the name, right? So now inside this div, and here I have configured. So another class name. So as card body. In that I'm designing an image. So width is equal to some 100, and height is also equal to 100. Width and height 100. And I'm configuring src. I'm defining src. So obj dot photo. So that means we are adding photo. The property is photo. So we have name and photo, and we have another div here, and this is a class as a card footer. Class name as card footer. And here I am defining a heading 3, heading 4, and here we will define obj dot price. Some options are configured here. Now this is the card function. This is a product. So the product is an object. So, and we have to access that product here. That means we need to access that product here, and we need to define the product here. We are using little bit Bootstrap effects for designing it. And now the product is a component. The product component is expecting 3 properties: the name, the photo, and price. So the 3 properties need to be defined here, and I'm accessing them here and displaying. Currently, you can see here, this is the design. And suppose the card that we defined, it is having some width and height. So width is 200, so or say 100%. So height is some 300, something like this. So this is the design we are having. That is the design. So it depends on how you are configuring and defining it. Now the details need to be passed into it are the name, the photo, and price. So whenever you are accessing this component, you want to render this component, then we can just add this component into this. So that means I'm adding the component here, the product component. So we are defining with name property. Name is equal to, so I'm adding here some name as a string. Suppose Nike casuals, that is the name property we define. And the name property comes in the header, and it will display in the header. That is the name property it is defining. And suppose I want another property to pass here. Suppose I'm defining, so that is photo is another property. And photo property is expecting some Nike, say some shoe.jpg. That means it is expecting some specification of this. It has to get that image and display. That means this photo is passed, this value is passed into this src. So if I define this as some 50% of width, then it is going to display in this way. And the price also is expected for that. That means we are defining the price here. So price is equal to, and the price is some value. Suppose I say for 4,500 something, the value I configured here. Now, actually the value that I defined is a number. The value I defined in it is a number. Into that we are passing that number, and it displays that number. It can use any type of value. It can configure any type of value. That means we are rendering that particular component. We are rendering that particular into that and defining it. So that means this is a component designed which can accept. Now what is advantage here? So wherever you want to use this product component, you can pass different details into it. So that means it is going to present in the same format. Later you will learn how to present multiple components, how we can add, render multiple things. So iterations and all, so many things are there, we will discuss. Initially, what is advantage of creating a component with property, so that this component can work for any type of values now. That means I can use this product component to print any type of product details, to define any type of product details. So this, there can be nested also. I will show you in the next situation, we will discuss about that. That means now we have a component. So if you want, you can use this for various. Suppose another product I want to print, I can define its name, its photo, and its price. For every component, it have a different. So that means for every component, so the presentation is same, but the content will be changing. Now the point here is, can we add any property which is not defined there? We cannot add any property which is not defined there. It is not defined. That means you cannot add any property that is not defined. So the properties you cannot add additionally. You cannot add additionally. And whatever the properties you defined at the top, so obj.name. So here I am writing as product name. Can I change its name? Can I change its name and can I present that? It is not possible. If you defined as name, that is accessible only as name. That means the property cannot be changed, but its value can be changed. Am I right? The property cannot be changed, but its value can be changed. So that is the reason. So technically, remember this point. So that means every property in React component is pure. So this is pure type. That means in many interviews they ask, do you know anything about pure properties? Pure properties means the properties that cannot change according to the state and situation. Properties cannot change according to state and situation, but their value can change. So properties are pure. Properties can be impure also. Impure properties and pure properties. So that means pure property cannot change. It's a structure. Cannot change its structure. So but can change its value. That is important. That means what are pure properties? In many interviews they ask this question. So what are pure properties? In React? Properties in React. What are the pure properties in React? That means, so the properties of components. Components are often known as pure properties. The properties of component are often known as pure properties. So that means pure properties, they are known as pure properties because they cannot change the state and situation, because they cannot change according to state and situation dynamically. That is why they are called as pure. And this is a simple example of how we can define the component and configure the component. So in app.js, some changes we have done, and this is the change that dynamically we are rendering the content and displaying. So that means I created a design. This design is to accept the parameter, and as an object, it has to render the values and use them. We need to pass the values into that dynamically in this way whenever we are configuring the component. And in index.html, so everything is same. Just we are using some Bootstrap to display in a card style. To display the content in a card style, we are using a little bit Bootstrap there, right? So that means we are using this Bootstrap CSS. So and that is the reason I am using these classes called card name, card style. These are used for that, right? So this is one important how we can manage the properties in functions. So this is an example how you can manage the properties in functional components. Similarly, how you can manage the properties in class components. So the properties in class components. How you can manage the properties in the class components. Actually, so in class components, process is similar. Only the point is properties are not passed as an argument into class. So that means the attribute is accessed. By using this keyword. The attribute is accessed by using the this keyword, this, and by using this we can refer the configuration and use it. So that means in the class components, what is the additional thing you will see here is properties. Class will not accept props. It will not accept props. So props are not passed as an argument. So into the class. It's not passed as into the class. We will not do that actually. It is not passed. Now what we do is, so we access, that means properties are configured and accessed. Properties are configured and accessed by using this keyword. That's what we have to do that for configuring the class components and defining. That means you have to create a dynamic object using this keyword. So with properties, you need to create a dynamic object. That means syntactically, what you have to do is you have to define. So technically, you need to configure So options like this. That means you have to use the parameter name. Accessing is same. You have to use this dot object dot the property name. That's how you define the properties. Configuring the properties and accessing the properties are same. Configuring and accessing the properties are same. So that's what you have to define. That means that is same. Now you can easily configure them and define them. The rest of options will be same. Only the change is this. So that means we can directly define the options and configure the options. So let's see here how we can manage and how we can use that. So generally, so let's change this now. Means in the design. Let's copy this code. Presentation is same now. Presentation is same. Little change will come. So I will copy the presentation. I will clean up this. Now how to create a class component already we know. To create a class component, usually what we have to do is we have to create a class. So class is product, and that product class, the product class extends React component. So it extends React component. And you know that it has to implement a render method. So render method. This render method have to return the presentation. This render method have to return the presentation. So what the presentation it should return? The presentation we need to configure here. It should return that presentation here. It should return the presentation here. It should define that. Some change here, yeah. That means it should return this presentation and configure this presentation. Just like already we know how to create a class component, how to design the class components already we learned. Just it should use the function which can return that and use it, which can configure and return and use it. That means it should return this. We have to configure and return this. Some problem in the design. Yeah, class is entered. Okay, and render is also entered. Okay, and class is entered. Okay, render. Achha, I given one more parenthesis. Huh? Okay, let's remove this. Fine. That's how we configure. That's how it has to end the content. Okay. So that means you know this presentation is same. Only the point is we designed through a class component, through the class component. But remember, the class component cannot have directly. So it cannot have directly this object defined here. So class cannot have, because so this render is a function which will render this presentation. It will render the presentation. But remember, this will not handle any parameters. It will not handle any parameters. Then how do we define the parameters? So it will not handle any parameters. Then how we configure these parameters? OBJ, you cannot access because these are class members now. Class related, any property is accessible by using the keyword this. For example, here you see you have name and we have photo and we have price. And we have to pass the details. We are passing the details, name, photo, and price. With an object reference, we are passing them. We are passing them. In the presentation, you can see in the presentation, you will get error. A problem is there here. And the error is reasonable. In the console, you can see it says that OBJ is not defined. OBJ is not defined. You haven't mentioned that OBJ. That means that object is not defined. You have to tell that it is not directly an object. This reference, that means we have to configure that reference, this dot obj dot photo. So this dot obj dot this means current class related object, photo, name, and price. Those details need to be displayed. And we need to access the details and show the details here. Now you can see here, one more important is, so cannot read the property name of undefined. Now here we have one more important option, that is, it is saying that the name property is not defined. So name property is not defined. And obviously all the other options also, you can see here, it says name is not defined. And the product having a problem. That means the property is fine. So this is not defined. So we are not configuring and we are accessing it. Why? Because generally, so the class component is trying to render this one. That means it is trying to render this name and this photo and this price. Now the question is, are there any properties? So I will tell you different techniques, methods I will tell you. First, I will keep them empty. So to make it cleanly to understand, reasonably to understand. Now, suppose these are the properties, name, photo, and price are the properties. Name, photo, price are the properties. How to declare properties in a class? You already know. How to declare the properties in a class? We are declaring the property. One is name property. Another one is price property. Another one is photo property. Am I right? Am I right? Understood how we define the properties, right? This is how we define the properties in a class. Already in previous example also we learned. These are the properties of that. Now, how we can access this? How we can access this and how we can define. That means how we can access the property. Now here I am accessing the property, this dot name. Am I right? I'm accessing the property, this dot name. Name is a property, right? Name is a property. That means we are accessing that name and displaying the name. Now you can see here in the properties. So we have empty options now. That means what are the empty options here? So this is, so this dot photo. So this dot photo, and this is, so this dot price. We are accessing the name, photo, and price, and we are displaying them. And you can see that. So those options are configured here. That means now you have no problem. That means the properties are accessible and they are defined here. You can see those properties are configured and accessed here. But the properties are not supplied with any value. The properties are not supplied with any value. Generally, how we can define the properties and how we can configure the properties. The presentation is same. The presentation is same. That means configuring and presenting is same. So how you define the property? Suppose I'm writing here, I will remove all this. This is the component. It is expecting the properties and we are adding those properties. Now, the point is, can the properties can be defined with some constant values, default values. You are passing them here. That means name is a property. Into the name property, we are passing some Nike casuals, like some constant value we are passing into it. And you can see that the constant value when you pass it into it. So it is not showing any error. So that means there is no problem. But observe in the elements, in the header, heading is empty. That means that value is not passed into it. Why? Because one of the main problem here is these are the properties. These are the properties of a class. Generally, these are the properties of a class. And how do we implement value into the property of a class? Generally, how you implement the value of a property in a class? Tell me. How you do that? How you send value into the property of that particular class? Tell me. We need to send the value of that class property, na? How you will send that? How you configure that into that property? Understood my question? Huh? Understood the question? Huh? Right? The question is, in a class, you have some properties. Generally, in a class, if you have some properties, how you will pass value into those properties? How you will pass values into those properties? Understood my question, everyone? So we have to pass the properties. We need to create an object. What do you say? Correct? Eh? We need to create an object. That means there must be an object. There must be an object. There must be an object for that particular class. But we have to access these properties and define them here. Generally, traditionally, so name, suppose I'm configuring the name and defining the name. Usually the name that you are going to render, so is an object related property. That means this is the class. For that class, we have a property, but that property should be passed with an object reference here. It should be passed with an object reference here. So that means you directly pass this name, price, and photo. Suppose you are adding some value into this. Suppose here I'm not passing the value. I'm not defining the parameter. I'm not defining any parameter. Okay, and here I'm defining some option. Name is equal to Samsung TV, or so name is equal to some Nike casuals like that I have defined. And I'm accessing that name and I'm rendering that name here. You can see it is accepting the value. Understood? If directly some constant values are there, it can access that value and display that. So when you have a constant value, because it's a class property, and you are accessing directly the class property values and defining them. That means now here I am defining. So here I'm defining some price as a number, and photo as a string. That means some shoe.jpg. And those are defined and configured here. And you can see that. Then it is printing the details. It is working fine. But when you pass here some constant values, you define here some constant values, then usually those constant values are used by this. In that case, there is no use of parameters, because here in this case, so even you have the parameters, you have constant values. That means every time it will print the same. Na? We cannot use for different. Am I right? So we cannot use for different. It is same. That means it is same. We cannot render for different. It is same. Right? So that is the key point here. So that means how you can make it reusable. So parameters in a class component and defining the parameters as class component, you can configure as property. This is one situation. That means directly with the property name. I can access the property name. Means here I am saying that you can create a local property. Local property means property inside the class. You can create a local property in class and access by using this keyword. So and properties can be defined with the default values. Properties can be defined with the default values. Properties can be configured with the default values. So when properties are configured with default values, so we are defining the default values. So then how we can happen this. That means how we can access and use this. So that means syntactically example, I will tell you here. This is an example. In app.js, I'm adding a simple example. And in this, what we are doing here, simply, we are configuring this logic. Yeah, this is a class with a set of properties, and we have to use those properties, define the properties, right? Next, in the index, no change, index.html is same. So index.html is same, no change inside this. It is same, no change in this, fine. Now, the point is, this is not reusable in this situation. Why it is not reusable? Because it has some default values configured. Default values configured. If it has default values configured, then you cannot manage with different values. In that case, how we can use them, how we can configure them? That means reusability concerns. So I'm not defining this. Generally, one concept is like, so in the product, I can override those properties, like name is equal to. So name is equal to. Into that, I'm overriding some value. So into that, I'm passing here. Suppose some Nike. I'm overriding that property. Whatever the property is there, I'm overriding. It is not taking. It is not taking. That means it is unable to override. And here it is not showing any error also. That means it is not taking that name property, and it is not showing. So why you are trying to override that, but it is unable to take the value? Because whatever the default value you defined, those default values will be used into this. Now I have to pass these values as an object, because class can allow to modify the values into any particular property through an object reference only, until or unless if it is not, they are not static members. Am I right? What do you say? If the members are static members, you can access by using the class name, and directly you can modify that. But these are all non-static. Understood the point, everyone? That is why you need to have a good knowledge of OOP concepts in JavaScript. These are all non-static. There cannot be static members in a class, in JavaScript especially. These are all non-static members. So non-static members, you cannot directly access with the class reference. We cannot directly access with the class reference and use them. We cannot directly do that. Usually what they do is, so we use a properties reference. Through the properties reference, we are accessing the name, and we are defining the name, and we are adding some name into it. We are configuring some name into it. Now it is accepting it. Understood? That means we have to create a pseudo object. This is called as a pseudo object of this particular class. Understood? We have to create a pseudo object for that particular class. Through that, we can access it. That means for this, we have to define props. So that photo, and we have to define that props. So dot price. That means through the properties, this class have a predefined pseudo object called props. Through this props, we can configure a property, and we can define a property. Remember, props is a keyword. Understood? Don't think that it is a general object. It is a keyword. That means it is a built-in object used for the class properties. So class properties, through an object reference, we need to configure them, and we have to pass them here. That means I said photo. So photo is equal to. So that means I am configuring here the photo as some shoe.jpg. Shoe.jpg. That means it has to get that photo and display that photo. Similarly, we have the price here. So price is equal to. So we need to keep the price and display the price. Some price we are configuring here, and it should get that and display. So you cannot directly access the members of the class by using this keyword. We need a pseudo object called properties, which will hold the class related properties under one reference name. And you can access those properties and use the properties, because class properties cannot be directly accessed without an object reference. Here props is an object. This props object allows you to access the members and use the members of that particular class. So that means we have to use properties. That means in order to modify, so just that's what we have to define. So here another point. In order to modify the properties of class. So properties of class. So in order to modify the property value of class, you need to create. So you need to create a properties object, a props object. You need to create a props object. Create a props object for class. Through that class, we can access that. That is the main intention here. So, and the example is same. So app.js, just only this changed here. That means in app.js, now this time we are configuring the values in this way. That means we created a properties object. Through that object, we are accessing the details and we are using the details. And then it will allow you to configure this, because actually this is a class. Class will not allow to directly access its properties and use that. For that, we need to create a class object. Through that, we can access it. So this is the approach, how generally we create and configure the properties inside with the properties in components, functional components, how the properties are used, and class components, how the properties are used. One example we saw, working with the properties in both functional and class components. How do we define the components and use them? One simple example we designed for these two, class components and functional components and their properties. How do we define the properties? Let's start in server. I hope up to this you practiced and you have no doubts related to these components and all. Am I right? Right. So up to this you have practiced everything and you don't have any issues related to the components and option. So you're able to work with the designs and examples. So up to this point you don't have any issues now. Everyone is clear. So practically, and yesterday we discussed one more option that how to design default properties. That means properties with the default values. How do we add properties with the default values? So default values, already we discussed that the parameters that you define, the properties you define, they can have default values. So they can be defined with the default values. If they are defined with the default values, then you can directly access by using this keyword and you can use them. But if they are expecting the values dynamically, then you have to do that through an object reference. We have to create an object reference. Through that object reference, the props object. By using this props object, you have to configure the properties and we have to access them and use them. So this is one simple example we learned. Now, after understanding how the properties are defined, how the properties are configured technically, now another important concept you need to understand is generally, as I already told you, when we are dealing with properties, we call them as pure properties. So that means pure. So what is meant by pure? Remember that pointer? What is meant by pure? So why the properties are pure? Okay. So the properties are pure because, what is the point? They are pure because, yes, they are pure because their structure cannot be changed dynamically, right? Their structure cannot be changed dynamically. So that is the reason. So they are pure. They are configured as pure. Their structure cannot be changed dynamically. Now, technically, how we can reuse the components and how we can reuse the component with the different properties and configure them and display them. So that is another approach. So that means we learned how to design a component. This is one component, and this is called this is a div card, and this is a product component. We have the product component, and this product component is returning a card. We are returning a card. Now, for example, we want to reuse this product component. We want to reuse this product component. How you can reuse this product component? Because this is presenting the details of, so some Nike casuals, that means Nike. It is presenting the details of Nike. I have several products. All the products information must be displayed in this way. All the products information must be displayed in this way. That means, so here the concept is reusing the components with different values. So how you can reuse the components with the different values? Components with the different values passed into properties, into props. Different values passed into props. So that means here the concept is you can compose any component. You can compose any component with another component. You can compose a component with another component. So this allows to reuse reuse the existing components and present, or you can simply say and render in page. This allows to reuse the existing components and render in the page. So you can compose any component with other components, and you can use this component here. For example, how you can manage that, how you can handle that. So let's see once a simple option we are defining. So how you can reuse this product component I want to reuse. How you can reuse it, whether it may be functional or it is class based. How to reuse these components with the different values, how we can manage them. For that, I will keep this here. Product component is there. I will add some pictures. Here into the public folder. I will copy some images into the public folder. We will copy some images. Yeah. Here I will add some images into it. Okay. So in my computer, I have some images related to different products. So I will copy those images. Yep. So speaker, shirt, yes, and shoe, earpods. Okay, some images are there. I'm keeping these images. Fine. Jeans. Okay, already one shoe image is there. Some more images are copied here. Right. I have these images. Fine. Now let's go into the design. Now here I'm creating a component called product. The product component is having a card that defines the card header, card body, and card footer. That is one component. I am creating another component. That means class. I am creating a component, products. Products is another component. That products component extends. That extends. So React. So that extends the React component. That extends the React component. That React component. It extends the React component, and this products component will render. So will render. So this will render and return. It will render and return some output. So it will render and return some output. So same like this, it will render and return some output. So this products component is returning. So a div, it is returning a div. In this div, I'm giving the class. I'm giving the class as class name as card deck. I'm using card deck. That is the class card deck. In this card deck, I am accessing another component here. Observe here. So React DOM, in the React DOM, so I remove that product. We are designing products, another component. This products component is rendering this card deck, and it is now important is it is accessing this component here, accessing the component here. That means here in the card deck, I'm accessing the product component. I'm accessing the product component. So let's keep this product component self-ending. The product component is accessing. In the card deck, we are presenting this product component. Product component is this one. And this product component is having the value name. So, and we are passing here. So name as some name. Suppose I given the name as some Nike casuals. So, okay. And we are adding price. Price is, so some price. Okay. And it is expecting, so photo. And I'm adding here. So photo is equal to, so the photo comes from, so some shoe.jpg. That is one component. I'm accessing this component again. That means product name, and this time another one. I'm configuring another component here. This is another end, and here the name is some Lee Cooper, Lee Boots, something like this. That is the string. Okay, that is the component I define, and the price is some price. Okay, and photo here, photo is some photo. So that means like shoe1.jpg. That means we are reusing the existing component. Later, you will learn some dynamic logic which can perform iterations with a different data coming from a table like JSON type object. We can do that. We will see. First, initially, once you know the approach here. So I'm adding another product, and this product name so is some JBL speaker. Okay. Then we have price as some price, and photo. So we have photo, some photo. We are adding some photo. So that is a speaker.jpg. This is a combination of the component. It is a component. Products is a component which is using the existing components here, which is configured with existing component. And this component is rendered with different values. And you kept finally this in a card deck. Now, generally, the content that you are presenting here, that means you see here, image. I'm defining the image here. So image I will give as, suppose, so 200 pixels width and 200 pixel height, 200 pixel width and height. Okay. And you can give a lot of other options like, so this card, so header, so I will keep as text center. Along with that, this also text center. So that means we are arranging the content in text center. So this is also text center like this. We are configuring that. And important is now all the cards are accessed and used here, and they kept in a card deck. They are defined in a card deck. And this is rendered through this component called products. Our application, so will render that products component. It will render that products component. Into the root. We are rendering the products component into the root. Products component is composed with some other components. You can see that the products component is composed with several other components inside it. It is composed with several other components inside it. It is designed. Now you can see that. So that means it is going to display the components in this way. So that means products is the component which is having the collection of all these. That means in the presentation, it will look like this. That means we are reusing the component. We are reusing the component with different values and we are presenting it. So technically, so you can have a lot of things designed. You can have a lot of things designed and you can render that and you can keep that inside your application. That means what is the intention of creating this component? How you will reuse this component? So we will not directly reuse this in the page, HTML page. HTML page will render only one root. Into that root, we are rendering this component, which is composed with several other components inside it. Products component is composed with several other components. An application is built with such components. Usually applications are built with such complex components. So they are designed with those components, configured with the components. You can use all your Bootstrap for designing such components and configuring them. Initially, so you can observe this. That is the option here. Suppose this is a product component. I have another class called header component. So that means suppose header component that extends React component that extends the React component. And this header component will render. It will render and return. It will render and return some header. It will render and return some header. Suppose I'm using a header. In the header, I'm defining some content. Here. That means I defined some, like suppose heading 1 and say Amazon shopping. And here I'm defining like class name is equal to BG danger, background danger, and the text white, and the text center. This is a header component. We designed a header component which contains the header. Header component contains the header, and product component contains the product, and the products component contains collection of products. Then what we have to do here is collection of products, and we need to create. So header product products, and here we need to create another component. So here another component. So that means class the component. So name is main content is the component. So this extends React dot component. Main content is the component. This main content component render. And it should return. It should return. And what it have to return? So this main component have to return. So have to return an empty presentation I'm configuring here. An empty presentation I'm defining here means empty content. In this, it has to render the header. It has to render that header. Under that header, it should render. Under that header, it should render the products. It should render the products. The main content should contain header and products. And this main content will be rendered here. The main content will be rendered into the application, into the page. That means your application is designed. Your application is designed with complex components. That means now you have a header component. You have a product component. You have products component. The product component is individually printing the product, designing the product. Products component is collectively presenting all the products. Header component have the header, and the main content is having header and products. That means it has to render everything like this. It should render everything like this. So that is, now your application is built with several components. That means now currently whatever you are watching, it comprises of several components. That means here one header component, products component. In the products component, you have a product component, rendering everything into this. So generally your entire application is built with this. Combination of components. That's what I said you in the introduction, right? So everything is a component. So designed as a component. It is easy to extend your application. It is easy to make the application more asynchronous. So you don't need to worry about, is there any performance issue if I use a lot of components? Don't afraid of using a lot of components. It doesn't matter for React. It can use hundreds of components. Don't ever think about any performance issue will come if I use a lot of components. So as much as possible, you can classify your components and use in React. It doesn't matter for React. It will not affect any performance. It will not affect the performance. So the clean separation of every content should be defined by using this. That means now you design a page with a combination of all these components. So here the main concept is I'm using class. You can design the same with function also. There is no difference. You can design by using function also. So I designed by using the class. I can design by using function. And important is you can embed the component anywhere you want. Don't think that only separate components only I have to use. You can use this component along with other contents also. Components can be embedded along with other components. So other contents in the page, along with other contents in the page, you can put the components. You can design the components. That's what actually you can do. That means, for example, this is one option here. This is one option we designed here. That means the header component contains header, and the product contains the information about the product, and the products contains the collection of a card deck which presents all the products, and the main content comprises of the header and products. So the main content can have a lot of other things. You can keep this presentation anywhere you want. You can keep this presentation anywhere you want. It's not like you have to present at one specific location. For example, I'm designing here. Suppose, okay, this is products and product component. I hope up to this everyone understood, approach understood. There is no confusion now. That means we created multiple components and we are using a component inside another component. So we have a header component, we have a product component, we have products component, we have a main content component. And for example, after the header component, I'm designing a class as menu content. I'm designing menu content. This extends. So react.component. We are designing a menu content that extends the React component. Okay, so what we are doing here is, so this will render, and this will return a menu. That means let me create. So here in now, I will create a now, so navigation area. And in this now, let me create an unordered list. And in that we are creating a list item. So let's create a span. So class name is equal to FA. So suppose home, like this. You know FA comes from, this FA now? Everyone, I think in general web development, this FA comes from, FA is a class, comes from which location? Font awesome, am I right? Yeah, good. Right, it comes from font awesome, yeah. So that means you need a font awesome library. If you have the font awesome library, then you can use this font awesome here. That means just temporarily I will create here as home. And just we are designing here the content. Okay. So then we are designing same. Let me keep two more options here. Okay. So that is FATV. This is for I given some electronics, and FA, so shoe prints, and this is for fashion, something like this. Fashion. Okay, I just given this. So this is the now. Now important. So here we are defining some styles. You can configure the styles when you are configuring the effects. Styles we will give in the HTML. We need a font. This is the navigation. So we have a navigation, we have a header, we have a product, we have products. So a lot of things are there. Now our main content is designed in this way. It is designed with a div. So this div is having a class name as row. So the class name as row. And above this, I will keep header. Above this, we will keep a header component. And below that, we are designing a row. In the row, we are designing another div. So the class name, this is call 3. So, and another div here, and the class name, this is call 9. We are designing column 3 and column 9. In column 3, what we are doing is, so we are using here the component called, so what is the component? Menu content we are rendering here. That means menu content is the component which is rendered in the left column, and the products will be rendered in the right column. That means products component will be rendered in the right column. So along with the other contents we are defining here. And below this row, so you can have so we can have a footer. So footer, we can design a separate footer component. I'm just having the footer below that row. I'm adding the footer. So, and I'm keeping the content here. So I'm keeping the content here. So that is just I'm adding the content as some ampersand copy, and copyright. So 2020. So 21. That's like this. Yes, I'm using the option here. So class name as a text center. Okay. So this is the footer component we have designed, and this is the header component we designed. Okay, better keep this row and everything inside section. Inside section component, I will define all this. In the section, we are designing all this. In the section, we are configuring this, and we are rendering this. This main content is rendered. The main content is now designed with a header, and it has section. Inside the section, it is arranged with rows and columns, and we have a footer and the content displayed here. And you can see it will display in this way. That means left side, we have the menu. So we have the navigation, and right side, the content and footer at the bottom. So for example, so now we need some font awesome and some styles to configure. Actually, we need some font awesome and some styles to configure, styles to define and configure. So that means, so then what you do is, generally these are all components rendered. Later we will learn how to bring the styles from external and use them here temporarily. So in the style, I'm just giving section height. I defined as, suppose, 400 pixel. Section height is defined as 400 pixel, so it will adjust that. So suppose it is 500, 600 pixel, it will adjust that height. You can see that section height is there. And footer, so whatever the footer is there, so I'm setting the background color some maroon. Okay, the color maroon and color say white, and that's it. And you can see the footer comes at the bottom. And one more option is this menu items. That means wherever you have these menu items, that means we have unordered list items. First unordered list I defined as list style as none. So, and wherever the list item is there, so wherever the list item is configured, I will just give here as a, so border as, so 1 pixel solid, and a dark maroon only I will give, same I will give here. So okay, that is the color. Yeah, that is the color I am configuring for this. And here, so background color also, so maroon. Okay, that is the color defined. And text align to center, and padding I given as some 4 pixel. And okay, so, and we say margin top we will keep as 10 pixel, so margin top to 10 pixel. And border radius to some 5 pixel, border radius to 5 pixel or 10 pixel border radius we will define here. So this is the list items, and you can see that those list items are defined here. And I will just keep the width, so width is some 200 pixel, and text, so say we say color we will put as white, color white. And font size I said some 30 pixel. So that is the appearance for the content here. Now that is looking like this. So that is the menu. So that we have, that menu is coming from the navigation, this is coming from another location. So that means now here, so we have to achieve that font awesome. That means the font awesome library, how you configure that font awesome library. That means generally we have to go to font awesome, that is the official font awesome website. Font awesome, okay, that is the official font awesome website. And because everything we are using CDN in our current application, so in order to get that, start for free. And here the font awesome, so we can get it. So we have a download option here, and this is the font awesome. And you can see this is the font awesome library, and the font awesome CDN. So we will get the font awesome CDN directly, so that we can use that font awesome CDN in our page. So here the CDN, we don't need to download here, just get the CDN. In the start itself you will have that CDN, right? I will directly Google for that, right? Font awesome CDN. Yeah, this is the library, font awesome library CDNs. Yeah, this is the font awesome CDN. I will copy that. Okay, copy this CDN, and you have to link this into the page, and everything is same. So link relation is equal to style sheet, and link href is equal to that font awesome. And here better you use cross origin. You have to define that cross origin so that it is not blocked by the firewalls. So cross origin, okay, cross origin. So keep this as anonymous. It will get from any location and it will use that in your page, and it is working fine, right? So those options are defined here. So I will change this menu style. So this is the menu style. So text center, I defined that menu style text center. Okay, and the last one is this is in the menu. So for this we have to define for fashion. This is fashion. For fashion I have to say TV. T-shirt I think T-shirt is there. So the font awesome T-shirt. So get that and display shirt, FA shirt. So font awesome, I think we have a shirt icon or some icon is there. So fashion related some icons, you can search for the icons. T-shirt is there, and FA T-shirt. We are using that FA T-shirt as the font awesome for it. Okay. Some problem in the icon. T-shirt is already there. Why it is missing? Anything, a problem in the span? Nothing is there. That means the version of the font awesome that we downloaded from CDN may be different. That will cause an issue like that. Okay, so let's go here, or say some just temporarily. I'm just giving here as some basic one. We have like bell, something like this. Okay, is it available? That is also not available. Yeah, FAS, FA both are same, no problem. Actually, the base class is this is okay. Just roughly, I used some. FAS also is the base class. For font awesome, we use FAS also. Okay, so FA is the base class. Generally, several times you will see people using FAS as the font awesome. That is general. So that means font awesome symbol. Only the point is the CDN that we have designed. Suppose I said some bell, okay, and that bell icon will come. I selected it. So originally it's a name, the class name to use is FAS only. Originally it is FAS only. But FAS is derived from the FA base class. And once you verify the CDN that we captured, so the CDN, which version of CDN you have, and in that version CDN that those symbols are available or not, that also will cause an issue actually. Actually, this is Bootstrap CDN font awesome. I think it is 4 version, and currently font awesome. So this is 6 version is there. Now currently 5 and 6 versions are there. We downloaded we linked the CDN of 5 version. So the version compatibility issue will be there, right? Yeah, the version compatibility is there because the version. So in this version you have that. In this version you have that, right? So in this version you have like, suppose I'm using t-shirt, and that this is the current version actually 5.15 version. In 5.15 version you have that t-shirt symbol. We have that. But the version that we linked is some older version. That is the reason it is unable to get that and access and use it, right? It is unable to use it. So that is the reason. So you need to make sure that so you are using the correct versions. So you are configuring the correct versions and using them, right? Yeah. Anyhow, so this is the concept of how we can create a component with a combination of several components. Means a component with combination of several components. So this is a component with combination of several components. So here we have 3 components. Primarily, one is header component, another one navigation bar component. So another one, the card deck. The card deck is internally using another component. That is product. Card deck is products, and in that we have a product, and the product is able to handle this and design this. So this is a combination of components. So this is one simple example of how your application can be composed of so many components. Now, when you are designing such complex components, now one of the main point you need to understand is every component has its own data. That's okay. Every component is having its own data. But how data can be transported, data can be accessed from one component to another component. How data can be accessed and designed through one component to another component. So that means how we can configure the data binding, data transporting between the components. That is a challenging point here again. That means how you can create a component which can handle all this, So this is the general option we need to understand. That means different types of combinations. So we will see, because currently every component has its individual data. Sometimes what happens, you will create a login component. In the login component, you need to configure the data. Okay. After configuring the data, now you have to send that data, whatever user enters in the login, that username should be collected and used in another component. That means we are talking about transporting the data from one class to another. That means now you tell me, if there is a property in one class, how you can access in another class? What do you say? How you can access the data of one class in another class? What do you say? I'm just asking about classes. Don't think much. So you learned in OOP concepts. When you learned OOP concept, you learned how to access the members of one class in another class. 2 techniques are there by using aggregation and inheritance. Am I right? Aggregation. Have you learned about aggregation? Right? If you have learned OOP concepts, aggregation and inheritance. Am I right? Currently, you cannot use inheritance. Why? Because why you cannot use inheritance already? So your component have to extend this React component. Am I right? multiple inheritance is not supported now. Multiple inheritance is not supported, right? Then you can access to aggregation technique. Aggregation is called has a relation. Am I right? Aggregation is called has a relation. In OOP concepts we call has a relation. Object to object communication. Am I right? Through an object you can create and you can access the data and use it. So this is a very important concept, transporting data across the components and working with the components. So before that, so first we will design another example with a combination of multiple components. One example with combination of multiple components, a simple real world page, like a small project, like a small application, like we will build with the help of this, a small option with some data. So we will create a simple application like with the combination of multiple components. Okay now, so we will see one simple example for that. First I will give you this, so example what we designed today. That means example, in this example app.js has a lot of logic now. So in this app.js we created so many components, and finally we are accessing at one place. So the component we designed and we are accessing at one place. And finally, which component is rendered? Main component is rendered, which contains a header, which contains section, which contains footers and all. And index.html, we made some additions related to font awesome and all. We are adding this, yeah, and we are accessing this. This is in the index.html page. We are using the CDN of all the Bootstrap and all, and we are adding that into our application. This is a simple combination of application. Now, what you have to do is, I will give a task for you. You try to do that. So I will give a task. The task for you is design the above example. So with the functional components. Can you try that? Can you try that? You have to design this same example with functional components, and you submit me in the classroom. In the classroom, submit that example that you have done with the screenshot and code, so that I can see what you are able to do, whether you achieved this or not. That means the same example design with functional components. Now after this, now we will see one simple example. That means a sample application with components combination. So nested components and components combination. We will design a small example. Then we can go into the next concept. We will discuss about the data transporting and handling. Okay, that we will see in our next session. Components and working with them, a hierarchy of components. I asked you to try the same one with the functional components. Anyone tried it? Have you tried? The same thing I asked you to try by using functional components. Anyone able to do it? Right? Okay, good. Have you submitted that in the classroom? Yes, I will once check that. I will verify that, right? Yes. Good. So what about others? Anyone else? Anyone else tried that? Only 2 people. Others, anyone else have tried this? You are able to achieve this? Have you seen the output? Everything fine, working fine? Right. Yeah. So yeah, that is the example I asked you to try. Yeah. So designing the components means how we can create nested components and use them. And the components can be complex. Whatever the components that you define, the components can be complex. So usually complex means nested. A component can be inside another component, because yesterday we designed this. So you need to be very strong in your HTML, CSS, Bootstrap to design all these components and contents. Yesterday we were able to design this. Yeah. So now the key point is generally when you are dealing with the nested components, data also plays the key role. In this lot of components hierarchy is there. We have a header component, we have a menu component, so we have a product component, we have products component, and we are using them and rendering in the main component. So we designed in a multi-level hierarchy, and we are rendering that main component here. We can create a lot of things here. So you can use all your knowledge of Bootstrap and design effective components. I will give you a sample project. So means a sample screen template design. Up to what you have learned, you can put that, and you can create one complex thing, right? So one sample project like example. Now in that you have to know how we can implement all the jQuery contents also nested. So JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap related components, everything how to handle. Let's take one example. Means a little bit complex components design we will see now today. So then we will develop one application. So in that application, we will add all the data and functionality also. So let's create one application and handle that. So I will clean all this in the app.js because already this is given to you in the code. Okay. Okay. So render the main component. Main content is the just option here we are having. So how we can design and use the complex components and interact with them. For that first step, generally in the component, let's create a dynamic navigation bar and see how we can handle that navigation bar with the jQuery functions also. A small project like we will create here. So I'm creating a constant. So that is now, and it is a function. Yesterday we saw classes. Today we will see some function so that you will get a clarity on all of them. So this is a function. And here it should return some design. That means I want to create a navigation bar like here. I want to create a navigation bar. That means this nav should return, it should return a navigation bar, a dynamic navigation bar, the content we are designing. Okay. Usually, if you know Bootstrap, Bootstrap navigation bars are there. We are going to design such thing here now. What I will do here, generally, you know, Bootstrap have two types of navigation bars. One is a general static navigation, static nav bar, and we have a dynamic nav bar. I hope majority of you people know that. We will create. I'm creating a small application now. We are designing a small application. Step by step, we will develop it. With all the contents also, we will integrate into this. Now, data, how we can get the data, use the data, all we will see here. Now, this is a nav function. This nav will have a class name. And the class name is suppose nav bar. So we have nav bar. You know the nav bar, and we will keep this nav bar as fixed at the top. Okay, and we will keep this nav bar expand large. We will keep it, and we give as a nav bar. Let's keep it a theme as dark. Okay, the dark theme for the navigation bar I'm giving here. Fine. So this is the navigation bar. So we have in that navigation bar. So we are adding the class name, a div. Class name is container. We are adding a container. And usually, you know that nav bar contains a toggler button will be there. Nav bar toggler button will be there. So it contains a nav bar toggler button. So let's keep a nav bar toggler button here. So that means we will keep a button. So we will keep a button here. So button. Okay. And this button will have the class name as nav bar toggler. And you know that it will have some attributes now. What are the button attributes? Usually the button attributes, like so many attributes are there. Let's keep those attributes like this. In multiple lines I will add just for your understanding sake. So multiple buttons combination we will add. Yeah. So one is the button related properties I'm giving here. Class name is toggler. And here I will add, so type is equal to button. And we will add data toggle. Data toggle, you know data toggle, right? So data toggle, it will use a collapse. We haven't designed the collapse, we will create the collapse. And it will have data target. Data target is equal to, so hash, we will give as some nav menu. So nav menu is the target. Okay, fine. Now we haven't designed those two, we have to create them. Okay. So this is the button. This is the button related properties. Button related properties we define. And now we need a toggler icon for nav bar. So span. So we will put a span. And here we need a toggler icon. Class name. You know that nav bar toggler button will have a nav bar toggler icon. Nav bar toggler button will have a nav bar toggler icon. So this is the button we are having. Now under this button, inside this nav bar, under the button, so we usually have, so a collapse. Div class name is equal to, we are using collapse. collapse. These are all Bootstrap things. And we will give the class as a navbar collapse. Navbar collapse. It's a style. And ID for this will be hash. ID will be nav menu. Nav menu is the ID. Here we need to design the menu. So that means here we have to create the navbar. So let's create a div. This will use a class name. So it will use a class name. This is navbar navigation. Navbar navigation. So that is the navbar navigation. In that we are creating ordered list items. We can keep the options and define them. That means here we are adding an unordered list. So this class name for unordered list, here we will keep as a nav. Now, this is the navigation, the class name as nav. And in that it will have options list item. So, and it is defined as class name as nav item. It will be nav item actually. And this nav item will have an anchor here. So this class name will be like nav link. Nav link. We are designing a nav link. So the nav link and href is equal to currently empty. Nothing is defined. And just here we are configuring as home, something like this. Similarly, we have another nav item and a nav link. So here we have like electronics. And here we have like some footwear. So footwear like this. And usually, so this is the navigation. So the navigation bar options. Generally, navbar will also have, technically it will also have a collapse also. Navbar will also have a collapse that already we defined. And some items are configured here. Usually, navbar also have a nav brand. This is navbar toggler. So it can have a navbar brand also. Suppose you know Bootstrap, all these are having those options. Navbar brand is nothing but just title. If you want to keep some title in the navbar, you can use that navbar brand. So the title will be configured there. Let's create a navbar brand here. So the basic navbar brand I'm defining here. Let's create. So that means generally in the we can add a div. In the div, so we can use the brand. Brand is nothing but I will show you a dynamic navigation bar here. So get bootstrap.com, and you see this is a dynamic, or suppose Amazon, some website you have. Yeah, you see this is the navigation style here, dynamic navigation style. In this right side you have this advertisement, or suppose a company logo is present. So if you put anything right side and company logo or some message, that is actually technically treated as a navbar brand. Actually, we call that as navbar brand. So this can keep the appearance for items in such a way that usually it will allow you to dynamically open and close. It will allow you to dynamically open and close. So that we will achieve. This brand is defining some text, or you can put a logo also there. Text or logo, you can keep anything there. Okay, let's create a logo. Yeah, the company brand or whatever you can say that, right? Yeah, I hope you might have already learned now in Bootstrap. If you know Bootstrap, you already know this, right? In already Bootstrap, so you might have learned all this. So how to design and configure that and all. Yeah. Right. Yeah, if you know this, that's very good. That's, you can easily handle that. Yeah, actually we use, for example, that is the button and the toggler. Usually after the button toggler, so we use a link. This link will have an href. So, and for this we use the class name as a navbar brand actually. And we usually define some name for this as, so Amazon shopping, something like this. Amazon shopping like this, right? So that is generally, so how you want to keep it. So now your navigation bar is ready. Make sure that, so data toggle is correctly mentioned. Data toggle should use collapse. Data target should use this nav menu. So nav menu, it should use the nav menu. And you can use your traditional icons and all beside that. So nav items, links, wherever you are configuring, you can use them. So now what we will do is, so we will go and attach this. But remember, for this, you need a lot of library. You need a lot of library to design and handle so these situations. So that means I will put this into the main content. So nav is ready. This nav is ready. After you designed the nav area, so the configuration of the nav is finishing. Now what you can create anyway, classes, whatever you know, you can use class or you can use function. Now I need to render this into the main content. We have to render into the main content. That means suppose I designed the class here. So the class, so the main content is the class. which extends. So the React component. So React component. So which extends the React component. And once it is extending the React component, and it should render. It should render and return. It should render and return. So this content actually, the main content has to return. I keep a header. So or just I will keep an empty one. So an empty content here. And here we are adding. So the nav. We are adding the nav. That means the nav is added into that location. That means we created the navigation bar and rendering into the main content. The main content is rendered into the body. That is the design we have created. This is the nav component we created. And now component is using a lot of Bootstrap and all. It is designing this. Now in this, you can already have so many things. Initially, we are just designing this nav. Now let's run this and see here. And you can see the design will come like this. Home, electronics, footwear. It doesn't look much sense because you know that dynamic navigation bars so will not work until or unless you use jQuery, because here a lot of dynamic things are to be kept here. So we need Bootstrap. This is Bootstrap, and Bootstrap CSS is there. Now you know that these dynamic navigation bars, in order to handle them and in order to work with them, so they need jQuery Bootstrap related components also, CDN. So let's go to the Bootstrap CDN. So Bootstrap, get bootstrap.com, and in the Bootstrap CDN, so let's go download here. In the Bootstrap CDN, you have to go into this. Our version is 4x version, because the very latest version of Bootstrap is 5, right? Very latest. So recently released, just 1 month. It is still in alpha release. So it's a stable release, will happen in few days. So that is the Bootstrap 5, right? In this, you need these two Bootstrap jQuery bundles. One is, let's check. This is jQuery. Okay, good. Bootstrap jQuery bundle. These two scripts are required. Bundles are required. This is very important because Bootstrap completely depends on these two. Let's copy that and go here and add those two also here. So these are the Bootstrap jQuery resources we need. These are the Bootstrap jQuery resources we need. So we need this jQuery, and this is Bootstrap bundle.min.js. These are the things we need here. And the design for this now. So some more. What else is missing here? Anything is missing? Let's check. The order for the jQuery is also important here. Design is working fine. Some class names, what we used. Okay, navbar is there. Navbar brand is also there. So background have issue something. Already we have Bootstrap CSS, no problem. Huh? We already have Bootstrap CSS. This styles, I think we have ready-made some ordered list, unordered list styles designed. Huh? Predefined styles we are using, some styles we are using. So in this app.js, in the navbar, and let's create fixed doc file. So it is okay, navbar. The options are here. So BG dark, I'll keep that. That's fine. Okay, the color have a problem right here. The color is having the problem. And this is the navigation bar we are having. The navigation bar, the background color is missing, right? So we have defined this. Okay, this is the navigation bar we designed. Okay. Everything you design multiple components. We created a nav component. We designed multiple components. So after designing the components, so finally only one component is rendered here. One component is rendered here. So one component is rendered here. You will see some more approaches also, different types of approaches also you will learn, right? Because there can be nested components, multiple components, because we are developing a single page application environment. Usually in single page application environment, we expect to start with only one component, and the same should work for others. That means user should stay on one component, must get access to everything on that We don't want multiple to happen dynamically directly, right? So that's fine. So here, so you see now, I'm designing this and I'm creating this. Now I expand this. You see this nav bar will come. This nav bar button will come. Nav bar button will come. And on the button click, it has to open this nav items. And I click that, then it will get that and display this. And how you want to display them, that's your wish. How you want to display nav bar navigation, nav items, how we can configure that, that's your wish. That means, for example, so suppose, so this is, I kept in a container. So that is the reason container makes a fixed one. Better, I will keep, I will remove this container that I used for this. So in the navigation bar, whatever the container we have given, I removed that container in the navigation because container will not have a flexible display. Because container fluid will have a flexible display, container will not have a flexible display. Okay, I used this container here, so that makes this okay appearance. Now in this, you see, this is the, when I change, you see, this is the cons. When I change this browser and I adjust the width of that, so automatically for mobile-like environments, it will give us navigation bar like this. So in that, when you are displaying the nav items, you can display in different ways. So this is the collapse. In the collapse, so we are displaying nav bar navigation. What better you do is you keep that nav bar navigation nav items. So this is the class. So don't use this class here directly. You can try another option is directly use the nav bar into this. That means what we will do is we will remove this div also. I will clean up that div also. Okay, and what better we can do is here directly we can apply the class as a nav bar. So nav bar nav. That is nav bar navigation. That makes good sense actually. Nav bar navigation, in that nav items, nav links will be there. Then usually you can see, so when I zoom here, you see the nav bar brand will come right side, this will be left side, it will open the items in this way. The home, electronics and footwear. And you click on that, then it will get that and display this. And when I am zooming this, when you are zooming this, so you can see that you reduce the zoom size, the icons will come, home, electronics, footwear, these options will come. And you increase the zoom level, that means, so you flip to device. For example, let's go to the debugger. In the debugger, you can see now I go into this device. So that means I will change this toggle device. And you can see that this is the device screen. For different device screen, its appearance will be displayed in this way. You can switch between that. So you can see, so this is the menu, it opens and display. And when you are changing the zoom level, automatically it will fit the menu items into it. It can fit the menu items into it. So this is a simple Bootstrap navigation like technique you have designed and added into your React application. This is navbar component. That means this is a dynamic navbar component. You can add several components in this way. You can configure several components in this way and define them. For example, suppose I am giving an option here, like in the components. Suppose I am designing some component like, let's create here one more list item. So one more list item. So, and for this, we are configuring the class name as nav. So class name as nav item and anchor. So anchor and class name as nav link. Okay. And initially, we will not use any href here. So we will put an option as login. Now, the key point here, href is initially just empty. Now, the option here is when user clicks on that login, login is there. When I select the login, I want a login component to pop up. That means I want a login screen to pop up so that user can log in. That means user clicks on the login. I want a login to pop up. So I want to add such an multiple components into this. That means into this navigation bar, you can add so many things. For example, I want to add into this navigation bar. Again, I'm saying that into this navigation bar, we can add several things. For example, suppose I want to add a search component into this navigation bar, So for that, what we are doing here is we are creating another component. This is nav component. Okay, let's create another component. So constant, create another component as a search box. And this is a function. This is a function which returns a search box. Generally, I want to design something like a search box and keep that there. So a search box like component, I want to keep it there. So usually how you can design, this is again a component here. Now how we can design such things. I hope you might have learned that in Bootstrap, you have input groups. You know this, right? Input groups. So we can use input group. You can design an input group. So forms, input groups we can use. And through the input group, we can design the content. For example, suppose here I'm using, so class name. We are giving as a input group. And here we are giving a input type is equal to text, and input type is equal to text. And here we define class name is a form control. Form control is the class name. That is the input group, input text. Okay. And here we are defining, so a button. So we are configuring a button. So this button, so we'll have, so a span, and we are giving as a class name as FA and FA search. FA and FA search. We are using FA and FA search. So we are using that FA and FA search option we have defined. Okay. Now, once you design this, so search, right? Now, usually what happens now is in this, this button should be added as a suffix for that. That means we can use this. So we can keep this button. We can keep this button in a div. And in this button, so I'm just giving here as, so class name as BTN. So BTN. So, and here I'm adding the class name as, you know, that input group have an append option. Input group append. That means we can append that. I designed this search component. This is a search box. We designed a search box here. So we can create button groups. So we can create, so several components. You can utilize all your HTML, CSS. So to become a professional React developer, you need to be very strong in your jQuery, Bootstrap, all the libraries. Because here the key point is in the real world projects, all the presentations. So because you are using React for making rich UI. So rich interactions from the UI. For making the rich UI, you are mainly concentrating on the UI here, right? You are mainly concentrating on the UI. So in that case, you need to be very strong in all aspects that leads to effective UI. So that leads to the effective UI. That's very important. So you need to know about them, right? So initially, so I given this one, so BTN search. Now I want this button. So this button to be, means this search box to be added to the navigation bar. That means into the nav bar, we want to add that button. So we need to add that button into the nav bar. So then generally where you want to add that, this is search box component. Search box component. So search box component is ready. Where you will add this search box component. Generally what I will do is, so let's go to the navigation bar now. This is nav bar. In the nav bar, suppose after the sign in or before the login option is there. Login or option is there. Here as a list item I am defining. This will be used as a class name. Class name is equal to nav item. Nav item. And in this nav item, I am adding the search component. So I'm adding the search component. So I am adding the search component. That means, so this is the component we have, search box. So we are adding that search box component here. So that means let's keep this as a search box component. Okay. And we need to keep that search box component here, search box component here. We need to add that search box component here. That means we are using an existing component here and defining that component. The search box component is ready now. That means inside the navigation, in the search box here. For that button, you can add some options like, so in the search box component, for the button, I'm using some BTN danger, so also BTN warning. So BTN warning. So that is the button class I have defined there. You can see that button will be there. This is a search component. Remember, there is a separate component embedded into this your navigation bar. So I just want to keep this. So wherever you want, suppose I want to keep this search component. So after this login screen, towards the end, after that login, I want to keep that. It will keep that in the here. So you can add the contents. So that means a combination of several components are designed. A combination of several contents are designed and defined here. Contents are defined here. Of course, you can keep the alignment. So alignments, indentation according to your requirement. So suppose, so whatever the contents list items we are having, suppose I have here, so now justified. That means now justified is a option used for justifying the spaces between them. So, or you can also use, that is justifying the spaces between them. And we can also use options like, so justify content between. So justified is an option, justify content between. So you can use these effects, and you can handle them, right? So that completely depends on how you are handling this, right? Now, technically, you know that you can keep it in a separate location also. Now, when I zoom this, you can see now the search box will be displayed here inside this. And because I given the justified content, actually now justified alignments will be like that. I will not use this. I will keep it as a normal one here. That means it will be like this. And there is a search box here. There is a search box here displayed there. In that, you can even add the dynamic drop downs, which are regularly asked. So that means directly when you change the zoom level, so this search box will be here. And when you are increasing the zoom or you are watching on a mobile like devices, then when the screen shrinks, then it will be in this way. It will get you that and display here. So that means now you are designing a combination, so, and you are integrating several components. What is advantage here is already we discussed it. How you what is the main content advantage of designing such things, so that we can reuse this component anywhere. We can reuse the component. We can handle the component. Now, here the key point is linking between the components, handling, transporting data from one component to another component, managing events for these components like button click, what should happen. Because jQuery Bootstrap can manage by using attributes. By using attributes, they can manage. jQuery Bootstrap can manage by using attributes. But important is we need to use certain things. So especially, so what problems we have to face, I will show you here. Suppose I want to create a login screen. I want to create a login screen. I want to create a login screen. Then observe carefully here, I'm creating a login screen. So let's create a constant. Let's create a constant again here, const. And login, so is equal to, so it is a function, it is a component. Let's create a login screen. So to create a login screen, I hope you already know. So in Bootstrap, I can use the options like Bootstrap models. We can use Bootstrap model. That means here I'm using a class name. I'm using a class name as model. So that is the model. And this model is having an ID as login. This model is having an ID login. And model is having an option like fade. Fade is an effect given for the model. So this is model, that is the model we have designed. And you know that this is created by using, so a class name. I'm configuring the class name. So, and I'm adding here, so that is a model dialog. So we have a model dialog. And model dialog usually have another, so class name here. So class name here, you will have a model content. In this model content, we have a div. So this is, so the class name, this is like model. So model header. And here I define just a heading. So user login. And below this, we have another div, that is the class name. So class name, and this is a model body. And in this, we are defining a simple data list with a data term, some username, and some text box. Input type is equal to text, something like this. So, and you know all the rules of designing components here. So means controls here. So, and I said class name as a form control. Okay. And this is another data term password. And the data definition, I'm designing a login screen. Input type is equal to password. And so let's use a self-ending every type. So class name is equal to form control. Okay. And let's keep here. So this is the model. And in the model, after the model body, so we clear here class name as a model footer. And here we defined a button, say login. And class name is equal to btn and btn primary. Okay. That is the class name. And we have a button. And this class name is equal to btn and btn danger, and we say cancel. So we define that cancel. Okay. Now this is what we have designed, we created. So for that, okay. Now important is actually you know that the models requires a toggling of options, and model will not display directly. They need toggling like options. They will not display directly. Actually, this is another component that you have designed, login component, and this login component is added into the main component, into the main content. So after the navigation, we are adding login component also. Login component is also added into the main content in the navigation bar. But you see here, this login component is not displayed there. Obviously, it is not displayed there because you designed that component, but it is there. So, but it is not displayed there. It is there. So you can see in the inspect here, you can see the elements in the body. You can observe in the div, you see login model is there. Login is there. Along with the navigation bar, this model is also designed. But you know that model needs to pop up. So on login click, that means here what should happen in the navigation bar. So this is the navigation bar. Here we have login, and this login should use the attributes. So it should use the attributes. How to use the attributes? I told you. So these are the attributes: data toggle, data target. These are the attributes. That means this login should use the attributes like data toggle. So data toggle. They have to work for model. They have to data toggle model. And we have to define, so data target is equal to hash login. So that is the ID for that. That is the ID. So remember, this is present in another component. So this navigation related attributes, data toggle and data target. So here we are defining data toggle and data target. Suppose you are configuring to a link. So when you are defining and configuring to a link, so you know that when you are configuring to a link, usually what happens, So the link click, it will access that. That means here href will add as href will as work as data target. That means this href should use so login, it should use login. You know that how we can write for buttons. So how you can write for buttons and how you can write for links. I hope you might have learned that, right? I hope everyone know that. That means for links we use usually for links. So we use href as a target. You define it. For links we use href as target, and for buttons you have to use. So for buttons usually we have to just use the data toggle options. That means data toggle, data target, both options we have to define for that. Href indicates the target where it has to access. That is what actually we do. Now on link click, we are defining it. Data toggle is equal to model and href is equal to login. That is the option we designed. That is actually the concept design, and a login will open a login screen here and it pops up. This is another component. From another component, you are accessing this component and using it. So that is working fine. That is working fine because here you are just defining this login and configuring it. And observe carefully. So both are integrated into the same container. That means finally both are rendered into the same container. Here there is no transporting of data. Here just UI. Both are belonging to the same UI, user interface. Both are belonging to the same user interface. That means both are integrated into the same body section. Then all together work in a similar way. There is no special. All will work in a similar way. But the problem will come, especially when you have to carry the data. Here there is no data, just events. That means all are integrated into one page. And you see on login is in another component. Login is in another component. But this is able to invoke your model component called login. This is link. Login link is in another component. Login is a different component. It is able to pop up and it is able to link that. That means it is able to invoke this component, and it is able to display that component. Of course, you know how to close this. That means how you can close this. We have to use data dismiss. Data dismiss is equal to model. So data dismiss is equal to model. That means cancel have to dismiss. Now you see, I click on login and login will come. I click on cancel, it will cancel. So this is a combination of complex components that you are designing and handling. So this is the complexity in the components. But here the point is data, how you have to manage the data, working with the data driven inside the components. That is the key concept you need to handle perfectly. This UI, finally, it comes and renders everything into one page. That is the reason we have a navigation bar, we have a login. Inside the navigation bar, there is a search box. Search component is separate. You can access and use the search component any number of times, anywhere, wherever you want. You can use this login component wherever you want, right? These are finally rendered into this main content. That is the reason finally your page looks as normal single page only. That means you see it is composed of several components, but everything looks as a simple one area. That means you have a navigation inside and you have a login. But login will pop up and display only when it is requested, So it is a collection of several components. And inside this again you are having, so another component. Inside this again you are having component that is a search component. You are having another search component, which is coming from an input group and displaying that content here. So nested components, multiple components. That's how we design the components combination. So for React, so it's all about designing your UI perfectly with these components. As many as components you can use, it doesn't matter for us, right? So I hope you understood today's what I have used, but it will be like so very complex if you don't know anything Bootstrap. Understood? Here I used everything Bootstrap in the presentation, right? If you don't know the Bootstrap attributes, you will be very confused about what is this nav bar, nav, and all these things we have used. But if you know CSS Bootstrap, then you know how to design your components in a better way. Now, so in this, we will also understand how we can use data driven, and we will develop these kind of applications now. That means how data is transported, data is handled, how data is managed for the components. That we will see in our next session. Tomorrow we will see that. So just we saw one simple example of creating a class, managing the data through properties, extending the classes, data is extended, and we are using that in our application. And we are presenting that in the application. So that is the one simple example we saw, how we can present and configure the data. Now, we need to understand how we generally deal with collection, how you configure the collection, how you manage the collection and present the collections. So if there are multiple records, how we can manage them and how we can handle them. A simple approach we need to follow for that. So let's see how we can handle it, how we can configure and present it. So previously, object and properties, I told you that we can use data coming from any location. It can be object or it can be properties, and configuring it. Now, if you are dealing with a collection, presenting data from a collection is important. Managing the data from a collection is important. For example, see, let's keep this. Yesterday, our data was this. We were accessing the data and using, and this is the data we are presenting. So with some extended properties and all. Now let's create one collection here. Let's go to this JS. I will clean up all these details here. Okay, all these details, and the class is also empty. Let's create everything newly. Okay, the main content is used, rest of everything is empty. Okay, let's keep this also empty. Now we are configuring a collection, and we need to deal with a collection, accessing and using the collection. So let's create a constant. So we are creating a constant, and that is products, and it is an array. So it is an array of objects. That's how generally we use JSON type data. We generally use the JSON type data, and in this we have a name, and the name is just like here, some JBL speaker, and price, some price, and here some value, some photo. You can have a lot of details. So that is some speaker.jpg. That is the option. And if there are many options here, we are having data here. And this is one. Another record we are configuring here. We have a name, and this is some Nike casual. And here we have price, and price something. And photo like some shoe.jpg. Okay, let's keep 2-3 records enough. So name, and here suppose I said shirt, and here price and some price, and here we say photo, and we say some shirt.jpg. Okay, this is the data we are having. Now this is just a collection. We are configuring the collection, and we want to access this and use in our application. So here we are designing a content. So that is, let's create a class product. This product class extends React component. So React component, and this should able to access all the products. So whatever the products information is there, that means here this is the products collection. Now I'm using different techniques here. Suppose various techniques. This has to render, and it should return the data. Render and return the data. And here for returning the data and presenting the data, actually first we need to collect the data that we already have. So we need to first collect the data we are having here. This is products, and we need to access the data here and present it. Generally we are creating a property. We are configuring a property here. So for example, the property is products. That is the property products, and is equal to whatever the products we have already. That means this is a products collection. There is an array. So this is an array. That means the products data. Okay, products data, and products data is having these products, and you see it is a constant. It is a constant products, and it is an array type. It is an array, and now this is also a product property. So this is also an array type. This is an array. That means we are accessing the data, and we are configuring the data into this products data. So products data is a collection. Products data is a collection. Now I need to present this collection. We need to present the collection, define the collection, and configure the collection. That means we have to define. So return, we are returning, and we have to return the data. And for that, what we are doing is, I am creating a presentation. Presentation is we are creating a div. Here in the div, we are defining the class name. So we are defining the class name is equal to, so we are defining the class name as card deck. So I'm adding a card deck. Now in the card deck, I need to return a card for every product present inside this collection. For every product present inside this collection. And remember, it is an array. Products data is an array. This data need to be presented as a card. That means you know that card deck contains collection of cards. We need to deal every record, and we need to present every record here. Every record here. Usually, how the presentation happens, how we can configure the presentation and define the product presentation. Actually, So you need a callback function, and we need to define the callback function. This return is returning a card deck temporarily. First, we will see whether the card deck is properly designed or not. Temporarily, what I will do, I will write a div, and inside this, I will create a class name is equal to card. Okay, and here I am defining a div, and I am creating a class name as a card header. Okay. Now in this, we defined here temporarily a heading. This is name temporarily. Okay. This is the product, and this product must be rendered here. That means we are accessing that product. That product must be rendered here. In the main content, we are rendering that product information here. So that means here in the presentation, the product is working fine. That means you can see it is working fine, right? So that means the name, its presentation is working fine. This is returning the card. This is returning the card. So that means the presentation is working fine, but we need to bring the data dynamically. Now, actually, products data is an array. This card should be generated for every record inside that array. Usually, we have to think about iterations, looping statements, and various techniques of returning the data from an array. So generally, so in programming, you learned already JavaScript and jQuery, and you know how do we deal with arrays. I will give you here the approach. Data from a collection. So let me give that data from a collection. That means, yeah, let me give a simple header here. Yeah, that means we are reading data. So data presenting collection. So how we can present collection? Actually, data collection is defined in a JavaScript array. It is an array of objects. These objects are JSON objects, JavaScript object notation. Now, generally, to return the data, or you can simply say to return all elements from an array. So JavaScript provides array functions. To return all elements from an array, JavaScript provides array functions. I hope majority of you people know them. One is you have toString. Another you have join. We have filter, and you return elements from an array. Okay, and we have options like find, and we have an option like map. Now, I hope you people know the difference between toString, join, filter, find, and map, which are used for returning the data. What is toString? Array elements are returned by using toString. What is toString? It returns all elements. It returns all elements from the collection. Yes, all elements from the collection, separated with comma, representing in a string form. Am I right? I hope you know this, right? Separated with comma. Join returns all elements from a collection. Separated with a custom delimiter. Am I right? Custom delimiter means our own separator. Am I right? I hope you know this point also. Join. Filter will extract and return the details that are matching with the condition defined in a callback function. Am I right? It returns all the records that are matching with the condition. Am I right? Filter. Find, it will return only the first record that matches the condition. Am I right? And map is going to return all the records. And render into a presentation. That means join will use a custom delimiter, and filter and find also just can return a record, but map can return a presentation. That means map allows to read all the values from an array and return in a custom presentation, That is what the ability of map is. It can return that, the ability of map. So array, here what we are doing is, now in the card deck, I want to present a card. That card must be presented through an array. So what we are doing here, we are using a flower brace. So what is this flower brace? Inside presentation, what is this flower brace? inside the presentation, what is this flower brace? It is a expression, am I right? That flower brace is a binding expression, right? Yes. Okay. In this expression, I am accessing the array products data. Products data is an array. This dot products data, it is an array. And this dot products data is using a map function, a map function. It is using array have a map function. You know that map uses a callback function, am I right? Map uses a callback function. So JavaScript provides find, filter, map, find, filter, map, all these provides callback functions. So we have a callback function. And you know that callback functions can be written in several ways. You can use a lambda expression, or you can configure. Already in previous session, I told you. That means generally, in general syntax actually, so we have to write map, and it uses a callback function. And this callback function uses a parameter, Through the parameter, it can access the values. Through the parameter, it can access the values from that collection. That means, for example, your collection is products. This parameter can access, so that means this parameter is product. Then this parameter can access every product related name. It can access every product related price. It can access every product related photo like this. Am I right? I hope you know how to access the maps and configure the maps. So that means it is going to access the details and configure the details in this way. It is going to access and configure the details in this way. It is going to return this. Actually, map, find, filter functions are used with this technique. Now, how you can write this in a lambda style? So that means products.map, you can use a lambda expression. So that means here we can write, so in the lambda expression, what you can do is you can simply say product, and product implies, and it can return some presentation. It can return some presentation. In the presentation, whatever you want, you can configure. It can return the presentation. Now, this return value of this function will be used by your component, Actually, this map is expecting a callback function. So that means we are passing here product. So that is a parameter. Product is the parameter. So we are passing the product parameter, and implies, and it is going to return some presentation. It is going to return some presentation that will be actually a div. The presentation will be a div. The presentation will be a div, and this div will use a class name, that is card. It will use the class name card. And very important is every record from this array can be accessed through this product parameter, and those values can be defined with the help of this. And map is going to return every element individually. That means map is going to return every element individually. That means how many elements are there inside. It is going to return all the elements individually, step by step, one by one. It is going to return all the elements. Now here the key point is, so it is going to manage all the elements step by step and define the elements step by step. So, and this return value of this map function will be used as the return value for this component. That means an inner function return value will be used as the return value of outer function. Can you tell me technically what this concept is called as? That means if the return value of an inner function is being used as a return value of the outer function, this is called as a function closure. I hope you know this now, right? Good, very good. So it is called as a function closure. So now we are using a function closure which returns a value, which that return value will be used by this now. It is returning the card. And it is presenting that particular card. In the presentation here, we just designed the card. And we configured the card here. And suppose this card is having a div. And this is having the class name as a suppose card header. Is having a card header. Okay. And inside this, so we have a heading. For, and it uses a expression. Heading uses an expression, and the expression is nothing but here I want to display the product. Dot the property of the product is name. That means it can access the product name and display that product name here. That means it is returning the product name, and you can see all the product names are written here. Am I right? All the product names are written here. That means how many elements are present there. The map is going to return all these elements. And to make this in a better way in the presentation, I will keep this in a div. And this div will use a class name as a container fluid. It will use a container fluid. And you can see that it makes the presentation a little better. And I will keep a heading also here. We are having a heading here. So that heading 1 or heading 2 here. and here I define as a, so the product catalog, products catalog, and the products catalog is displaying here, and class name we will keep as a text center, and it gets that and display there, right? And now below this, we are presenting the other details. Here. So this will have a div. We are configuring a div, and this div is having the class name as card body. It will have the card body, and inside the card body, I am adding an image, and this image will have an src source is equal to. So the source comes from, so product dot photo. It comes from product photo, and let's keep the width is equal to. So the width is equal to some 200, and height is also 200. That is the photo, and we are displaying, and we have displayed a div, and in this div, so we are configuring the class name. Card footer, and we are presenting here, So the heading, and let's keep this heading as a product dot price. We are accessing the price and displaying the price here, and all the details. So class name, card body, and text center also here I will give for that. All this I say text center. I am giving text center, and you can see all the products information is displayed in this way. That means previously we have done the same concept, but if you remembered, we created one product component and we called that product component 3-4 times, and every time it was having the same data. I hope you remembered that earlier. Am I right? In the first level example, we designed a component, and we are accessing the component, and we were repeating that component 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and it was every time printing the same detail. But now the data comes, so data comes from a collection. And remember, map is one of the great advantage here is map is an iterator. Now it is using a function closure. Map is an iterator which is using a function closure. So that means map is a self-iterator. It is iterating. That means, remember, it is repeating this card for every product inside this collection. It is iterating the card for every product inside the collection. That is the reason it is able to present data in a collection, and it is repeating that element and configuring it. So I hope everyone understood this approach. What happened here? Understood this? So first we created a collection. And this collection is defined into a property, into the property of this component. And we are rendering a card deck. So for every item inside that particular card by using a map technique. That means this is going to repeat every product there. It is going to repeat every product, and it is going to return this presentation. Remember, so you can use map, you can use find, you can use filter. These are the 3 techniques we use to handle the situation. So map is a self-iterator. Filter and find also iterators only, but filter can return only the values that match the condition, and all values, and it returns an array. And find also returns the same, so but it returns only the first value, the first occurrence value. So map is a self-iterator, and it returns all the values with a specific presentation here. So this is, suppose that means that is the concept here. Suppose I am adding one more record into this. Later you will learn how to dynamically add or dynamically manage. I'm adding one more record into this. Name as suppose some so earpods. So and here I defined some price as some price, and we have photo. So some photo. So earpods.jpg, that is the photo we are configuring there. And you can see that record is also added here. It is updated into your data. Actually, in future, this data comes from an API. This data comes from a service, and service pulls the data from a database. And if you update the data in the database, it is going to handle this. So currently, we presentation your wish, how you are going to present, how we can manage the data. The presentation your wish. I'm just creating and presenting this in a card style. Suppose I want to present this in a table form. That means I need to present this in a tabular form. That means presentation depends on your skill of your HTML. How you want to present, that depends on your requirement. I'm just designing a card style here. You can design a table, you can create rows, we can make the rows appear. For example, I will show you that. So let's take this example here. So that means we are using map here in this example, presenting the collection. We have app.js. So in this app.js, so this is the logic. Let me copy this. And this is the logic in app.js, and index.html is no change. It is same every time here because we haven't added anything extra here. It is the same. So the logic here, the key point is first the collection, how you create the collection, you maintain the collection, get the collection and use as local properties, and through a closure technique, you present the data and configure the data. Okay, let's go to this app.js and here observe here. So means how we are presenting the content and returning the data and managing the data. Observe carefully here. So let's clean up this again. Just for your convenience sake, I'm cleaning up. So this is the product. So we already have the products collection. We are having the products collection. The product is currently empty. Product is currently empty. Now what we are doing, we are using a render method. We are configuring a render method. Okay, good. Now what we need to do in this render method, how we need to present content into this render method, right? So let's see, one second. Yeah, sorry for that. Yes. Now let's see. Presentation depends on your requirement, right? So it should render, should return. Okay. So what it should return? Actually, it should return a table. That means here we are returning a table. So it should return a table. Okay. And this table, we will use a class name as table. And we have table hover. We are defining the class table and table hover. Okay, good. So that is how we are managing the table and table hover. And next step here, after configuring this, the table and table hover, you know that table will have table header, table body, table footer. Suppose we are designing t head. Okay. And in this t head, we have tr and with the th. This is the name, and we have the price, and we have the preview. Preview is the photo. We are managing that. And here we are designing. So we are designing the table body. That means we are creating t body after t head. Yeah, after t head. So I want this t body. Okay, this t body, table body. This table body. You see, initially the table is ready. The table is ready. Now in the table body, I need to generate a row for every record inside the collection. That means here we are designing now an expression. We are designing an expression. In the expression, we have products data. So we haven't collected the products data. So here we have products data is equal to whatever the products we have collected. Products data is having the collection of all the products. So here in the expression, we are accessing products data, and we are accessing products data, this dot products data, and into that we are using a map function, and this function will access every product, and it is going to return. So a row. It is going to return a row for every product. And this row contains the first cell here. This row contains the first cell here. And that is nothing but it is going to have the details. This is going to have the details like product dot name. That is in the first cell. In the second cell, it is going to define product dot price. And in the third cell, it is going to have an image. And this image is going to have an src. So source is equal to, it is going to present the product photo, and some width is equal to 100, and the height is also equal to 100, and width and height is equal to 100, and configuring that. We are defining this width and height is equal to 100 and managing this. Now that is the option here. It's already here configured and defined. Now I will save this here. You can see, so these are all the records here. And it is presented in a tabular form. That means how you present the data, that depends on your requirement and your configuration. So that means the presentations are your own. Configuring the presentations, defining the presentations are your own. You can define in any way. So this is the basic presentation style and configuring the presentation style. And this time I used a tabular form for presenting the data. That means our main record contains the data, means the main component presents a table. That means outer render function is presenting a table and inner function is going to return the row. This row is going to repeat for every record. This row is going to repeat for every record. So based on the options you have configured, it can be anyway. How you are presenting the content depends on your presentation. You can use a data list, data terms, data definitions, configuring them and using them, right? So I will copy this now. Here, this is another example. That means the same concept, just the difference here is how you manage this. So app.js, and it is presenting in this format. It is presenting in this format. This time I'm using a tabular format for presenting the data. I'm using a tabular format for presenting the data. That means how you present the data depends on the requirement. Depends on the requirement. And there can be complex data also. Complex data means you can have an array in another array. You can have an array inside another array. So that means collection can be there inside the collection. Then for the inner collection, also you can use the maps. You can configure the maps and define the maps. So this is one approach how you handle this. How you handle this. Now, for example, so if there is a complex collection, I will give you one task. You try to do that. I hope this you understood. Everyone understood this approach. Understood this approach. That means in HTML, you can present everything. In HTML, you can present everything. Just you need to configure it correctly in your HTML. If the presentation is correctly configured, then its implementation is very simple and easy actually. You can put in a row or in a card, in a div or in a span, anywhere you can configure them. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So the point is how you manage the inner collection. For example, I will give you one task. You try to do that. So that means I will create here. So I will give you a simple task here. You try to do that. That means I will just give a collection here. You try to do that. That means you try and map inside another map. That means mapping the data inside the collection. So for example, I'm giving a task here. I'm giving a task here. So in the task, actually, we have this data. So we have this data. Okay. Actually, in every product here, this is the data. This is the data. And here we have a description. Description is an array. Description is an array. In this array, again, we have an object. In this array, again, we have an object. We have an object. And this object contains the options like MFD. So that is manufactured. Manufactured contains date. That means manufactured date. So that means some manufactured date like 2020 and some 10. So and 20, something like this. That is the manufactured date. And we have so features. We have another option is features. And this features so contains some information. That means some description. That means some information about the feature, some description it should contain. Like this, every product have a description. In the description, again, an array is present. Every product is having again a description and with some data. And it is having some data. Again, a description and it is having some data. Description and having some data. We have a description and having some data inside this, configuring and defining the data inside it. Now, what I want you to try here is, I want you to design a presentation. I want you to design a presentation like a card style. Okay. And I want a detail for every card. This is the product. This is the product name. And below that, you have a product photo. We have a product photo, and this is the photo. So we have the product photo. And below that, so we need a price. So that means the price. And under that, we need a table. And in that table, it should display the details like that is after the price, it should display the details like manufactured. And here it should display the features. In a tabular form, it has to display. That means in a card, in a table, that means this inner description must be generated in a table, and this table must be inside the card. And I want the presentation so to handle in this way. That means like this, for all the records, for every product, you need to create a card. For every product, we need to create a card and design the presentation in this way. That means its features and its information. A combination of what we have done, these two must be displayed in this way. This is your data, and this is the presentation. This is the presentation we need to handle. So what do you say? Can you try this? Can you try this? That means you have to write an iteration inside the iteration, and we have to present and we have to configure inside the iteration. That's how actually the complex data is handled in our presentations. Right? In React especially, the presentation is important, and we need to manage that by using this technique. I hope you will try this, right? If you can try this, that's great. Right, that's good. Now, if you can present this, then the next important, we need to understand how we can work with state in React.js, in React. What is state? How do we manage state, and how do we work with the state? So that we will see in our next session, right? So in the next session, we will discuss about the state and handling and working with the state. If you've done this exercise, then post this into the classroom. I will check. And I will post some more exercises for you. You try to achieve them, design them and try to achieve. I given you one exercise. Anyone tried that? I given you one exercise. I asked you to try that. Anyone attempted this? Anyone tried the exercise I given to you? Yeah, few people want to have seen uploaded into the classroom. Right. Whatever you tried first, you upload into the classroom so that I can see where you went wrong. Understood? So that I can check what you have done first. So if you can submit what you have done, then I can see and I can talk about it. Okay. First, I will see what you have done. You upload what you have done and what problem you are getting. I will check that. Right. What about others? No one else tried that exercise. Yeah. You need to practice it because so without attempting the examples and exercises, obviously you cannot design complex things in future. You cannot handle them if you don't practice regularly. Yeah? Try that. Right. Yeah. Good. Yes, few examples I already saw that, right? Few examples you submitted, I verified them. Right. Okay, so let's continue with the next concept. And I will verify others also. And if there are any problems, we will discuss about that. In the next session, we will check about that. Right. Now, one more important you need to understand in React is all about state. Technically, you need to understand about the state. So actually, web applications. So the web applications use web applications uses HTTP. Web application uses HTTP. So web application uses HTTP. So and important, HTTP is a stateless protocol. Is a stateless protocol. Have you ever heard about this point? HTTP is a stateless protocol. Have you ever heard about it? Because when you learn any web technology, you must know that the protocol that you are using, HTTP, is a stateless protocol. What is state and why it is a stateless protocol? What is the concept of state? This is important to understand. Why it is called stateless protocol? So the concept about stateless is it uses the mechanism go, get and forget. That is the mechanism it uses actually. So go, get and forget. What is the point behind this is that means go is nothing but, so go means it establishes connection. It establishes connection with server. Get is nothing but it gets a response for the request. And forget is nothing but, so it cleans up everything. That means it cleans up everything. It means nothing but it removes all traces of current request. It will remove all the traces of current request. Now, what is good and what is bad about this? So that means the point is it will establish connection with the server, get response from the server for that particular request and cleans up. It removes everything from the server. That means current request related, all the traces are removed. So stateless nature stateless nature of HTTP is an advantage for web application so as it manages the memory stateless nature of HTTP is an advantage for web application, but it is also having a drawback. Stateless nature so will be an issue will be an issue for web applications that need continuous connection that needs continuous connection. So application that needs continuous connection so stateless nature is an advantage as well as it is a drawback. What is good and what is bad? So what is good and bad about this stateless nature? Good is it manages the memory well. I will tell you in React concept. That means I will show you in React based example. Means how it actually works. Suppose, so actually we have the components. So because our React application is built with components, entire application is built with components. So we have components. Let me take the component like some A and B. These two components I am taking. So A and B. Now this is our server. This is the server. Yeah, and this is the client. From the client, so this is the client. And from the client, the request comes for a component. From the client, request comes for a component. That means, suppose client is requesting A. That means now what happens is the server will load this. A component into memory. It will load that A component into memory. It will process that component and it will send response to the client from that component. After sending response, that means the response will go from A. After sending the response, server will clean up this component from memory. It will clean up that component from the memory. That means it's gone. So it's no longer its traces are available. In the memory. It is cleaned up. That is good. That means the memory is well managed. So it will delete the unnecessary memory allocated for that component and it uses it. It is a continuous approach. So this is good. But what is bad is, for example, what happened in the component A, it should continue for component B also. Now, whenever the request for B comes and the B loads into server, it is not aware of what happened in A component because it's cleaned up. But sometimes we need to transport some information from A component to B component. But once A component is finished, it is cleaned up from memory. Then how B component can access the previous memory? That is a problem. Imagine, I will tell you in a simple, understandable format for you. Suppose you are using Gmail. When you are using Gmail, so first time you entered your user ID and password. It verifies user ID and password, and after that login success. After login success, it sent you inbox. In that inbox, you saw that there are 10 mails. After showing you the inbox, then it is disconnected. Now you have 10 mails, and you clicked on first mail because you want to see that mail in detail. Then for every mail, it says that you need to log in again. Because the previous credentials you mentioned, those are cleaned up from the memory after you went to second page. That means for every page, for every mail, if I have to log in and do that, for example, you are doing bank transaction. For generally bank transactions, if there are very important transactions happening, then obviously you might have observed that for every transaction, they will ask you to log in with your password again. Am I right? Have you observed that? For every important transaction going on, they will ask you to log in again. That means they will ask you to provide the password again. That is authentication. That means they are just verifying you again. But if you are not doing any transaction for 5-10 minutes, then automatically they disconnect you and they will say that your session expired. You need to relog in again. Am I right? Am I right? Many of you have seen that. That means the state, remember this point, the state allocated for you, the state allocated for you is maintained for a specific duration of time. Within the duration, you need to finish that task. Otherwise, that will be erased from the memory. You have to relog in again. Understood? Now, imagine if there is no state at all. If there is no state at all, what do you say? You have to log in for every page. That means for every email, to check every email. So you have to log in. To do every transaction, you have to log in. That's risky. Why we have to log in? Because currently we are using HTTP, and HTTP is a stateless protocol. Stateless. That is the reason it is very important to maintain state for application. It is very important to maintain state for application. So stateless nature is good, but it requires, so the problem here is stateless nature will be an issue for web application that need continuous connection. That means every time, that means, so sharing information between components will be difficult during runtime. Sharing information between components will be difficult during runtime. So this is the problem with all web technologies. Every web technology have to face this issue regularly. It has to face this issue. Actually, this is client side and server side communications and handling that point. Actually, that means technically, up to now, I hope you might have understood the concept that actually state is an object. State is an object that holds data, or you can say that holds some information, holds some information. So that is provided across multiple requests, across multiple requests. It is provided across multiple requests, and not only that, it is an object that holds information that may change over the lifetime of the component across multiple requests. With, we can better say that, so with information changing according to situation, according to the situation. One second, I will be back, right? Yeah, sorry for the delay, right? Let's continue. So technically, state is an object that handles your information to manage it across the requests. That is the key point here. Actually, uh, state uses two kinds of mechanisms. One is a single call and a singleton. These two are the mechanisms used by state actually. State uses these two mechanisms, single call and singleton. What is difference between single call and singleton mechanism? So I hope majority of you people heard about this singleton regularly. You might have heard about that singleton regularly. So, but yes, so you know that singleton. So single call, singleton mechanism, it uses that mechanism. So what does that actually means? So technically, what is single call and the singleton mechanism, how it usually works? So to understand that point, I'll just give you a simple concept here. So we have server and client mechanism. Suppose this is server, and here we have a component. And to handle this, to access that component and use the component, so client makes a request. When client makes the request, usually what happens is, so server will create an object. And through that object, it will provide access to that particular component. So suppose, and important is, now there are several clients. If there are several clients, then what happens is, this component should be accessed to all the clients. Then the same object is used for all the components, means for all the clients. The same object is used for all of them. This is actually called as singleton. Now tell me, when an object is created, technically when an object is created, so the object is created for the first request. Understood? The object is created for the first request. Understood? The object is created for the first request, and the same object is used across multiple requests. Am I right? The same object is used across multiple requests. This mechanism is called singleton. Singleton means only one object is used for several requests. Understood? That means only one object is created, and that same object is used across any number of requests. That is technically singleton. Whereas single call means an object is created for every request. An individual object is maintained, and through that object, that component is accessed and used. This mechanism is called as a single call. That means an individual object is maintained for every client. Then usually you call this as, technically we call this as single call. So single call is nothing but, actually, let me give you a definition here. Singleton means, singleton is nothing but object is created. Yeah, it is a design pattern. Yes, it is a design pattern. Object is created for the first request, and same object is used across multiple requests. The requests. That is what actually singleton is. Single call is nothing but single call. That means object is created. So object is created for the first. So for every request individually. For every request individually. So state so maintains object that contains information provided to component across requests. Everyone understood this point? Got a clarity now? What is the state? Right? State maintains an object that contains information provided to component across requests. Actually, component have to undergo several phases. That component cycle I will tell you in the next level. We will discuss about that. So it has to undergo several stages, and between the stages, it needs to hold the data and maintain the data. That's what actually the purpose of state. And important is in React.js, the components data is maintained in a state. Already I told you. So one important difference. That means many times people ask this concept. What is difference between a property and a state? What is difference between property and state? Because data is stored in a property also. So is stored in a property also. It contains information. It is same like state. But what is difference between a property and state? Property and state. You remember I told you that in React.js, functional components handle data. So handle data in properties. So they are stateless. They are stateless. Remember this pointer? Functional components handle data in properties and they are stateless. I hope everyone remembered, because these are very important interview questions. So you have to remember these points. So in React.js, functional components handle data in properties, and they are stateless. So and class components are stateful. Class components are stateful. They are stateful components. Actually, React.js component base class provides a state object that handles data for application. So that means state object is derived from the React.js component base class. That means component base class is nothing but React.js component base class is React component. React component is the component base class of React. So React component is the base class actually. State is an object of that particular base class that is derived from that particular base class actually. Now, how it is different between the properties and state? That means what is difference between props and the state? This is obviously a general question regularly. This is a general question that comes regularly in interview. What is difference between property and state? Because we use both of them. Already we discussed some points. Which already we know, right? Props are immutable. So that means, so once you define a property, prop, it cannot be changed. You can say that its structure cannot be changed. That's what actually the property is. So it cannot change. And state is immutable. So it can change according to the situation. That's what actually you need to understand. So properties and state, the major difference between these two is this. Now, how do we maintain the state? How do we configure the state? And how do we use the state? Actually, we have certain rules for state. Means while configuring the state, we have certain rules. So what are the basic rules? Rules for configuring state in React application, React.js application. Rules for configuring state in React.js application. What is the basic rule? So that means the important basic rule is state object must be defined with an initial value. That means you can simply say that state must be initialized. So it must be defined in initialization phase. It must be defined in initialization phase of component. And initialization in a class component is defined using constructor. Am I right? Initialization in a class component is defined using constructor. Am I right? That means state must have an initialization. So it should have an initial state. It must be configured with initialization. It must be defined with initialization. All right. That is what actually configuration, initialization. And it must have an initial value. Without initialization, it cannot be there. That is the reason. Hence, state is possible only in class component, not in functional component. Understood? Because sometimes in interviews they may ask you this question: why state is not possible in a functional component? Why functional component cannot have a state? If anybody asks you the question, why functional component cannot have a state, what you will say? What will be your answer? Why functional component will not have a state? What will be your answer? What will be your answer? Functional component cannot have a state because functional component, you should not say that. You should not say that it's state. The question is they are asking why it is stateless. Because state needs initialization and functional components cannot have an initialization. Understood? State needs an initialization, right? And functional components cannot have an initialization. Understood? Functional component cannot have an initialization. That is important. So that is the reason the state is possible only through a class component. Is possible only through a class component. State can be defined only to a class component. Another important concept you need to know is state cannot be changed explicitly. State cannot be changed explicitly. That means the point is state can change. It's a structure. It's a structure implicitly. Change can change its structure implicitly. It can change the structure implicitly, but cannot be modified explicitly. That means internally it will change. Internally it will change, but explicitly externally you cannot change it. So that means it can change by itself according to situation. You don't try to change it explicitly. Understood? That means it is defined implicitly. You don't try to change it explicitly. So it cannot be changed explicitly. That's what actually the concept of state is. State, how we configure the state, means what are the basic rules for defining the state? What are the basic rules for defining the state and managing the state? These are the important options. So technically, why you need a state and why you need to maintain a state for application. And mostly it is required in every web application to maintain the state. Actually, when you learn about server-side technologies and all, you will learn both server-side, client-side state managements. There will be a concept called state management. You will learn how to manage the state, how do we handle the state, and how do we work with the state. Client-side information actually can be handled in the state. That means now the point is, so React.js is client-side. Now the question is, in a experience level interviews, they may ask you the question in this way. They may ask like where the state object is maintained. Where the state object is maintained for React.js application. Where the state object is maintained in React.js application, because it is client-side. In client-side, where the state object is maintained for React.js application usually. So where the state object is configured, where it maintains the information. So there are two situations actually for that. So generally you may say that state object is maintained. There are different situations for web application. Actually, so we have persistent state object. We have a persistent state object, and we have an in-memory state object. Two types of state objects can be there at a high level in applications: persistent state object and in-memory state object. And what is difference between this persistent state object and in-memory state object? Persistent state object means it is stored permanently, and made it available. So that means it's stored permanently. So until you remove it, it's not there. In-memory state object is nothing but it is in a browser memory, and it will be automatically closed when the browser is closed. It is in browser memory. That means it is removed when browser is closed. It is removed when browser is closed. Now stored permanently, where it is stored permanently in a location called cookie. Have you ever heard about that pointer cookie? Have you heard about that cookies, right? So cookies, that means information. The state object maintains its information and it is kept in the cookie level. These cookies you can create through your JavaScript, and you can maintain that state object permanently. Remember, this is a very high level question. You will not find these anywhere in any tutorials, even online when you are browsing. You will not find these points related to state. These are very expert level questions. That means anybody who is showing 5-7 years experience in development of web applications, those people are asked with this type of questions to check whether they have a genuine experience in web development or not, right? So why? Because in React.js based any questions answers also, you will not find these kind of questions regularly. You will not find these kind of questions anywhere in the websites also. But these are asked at a very expert level. That means they ask like here, they say that, so I want to maintain a state object. So permanently means I will close my computer, and next time when I open your website, I must be kept login. That means I must be kept login. I should not sign out. Even I close the computer, What do you say? You see this regularly happening in Gmail like applications. Am I right? Am I right? What do you say? You know this? That means you close your Gmail without sign out, and your information will be still available there. Will be available there. That means what you do is next time when you log in, automatically it picks your information. It picks your information, and usually so it gets that information and display that information and uses that information. This is very complex. That means you cannot imagine these type of questions asked even for a 3-4 years experienced person. So any person at more than 5-7 years experience, he's applying for jobs and he says he's a web developer with React like technologies, he may get this kind of questions. Then our answer is whatever the state object comes, we maintain the state object in a cookie. Actually in JavaScript, we have in JavaScript cookies. JavaScript can create a cookie by using document.cookie. There is a document cookie option. Through document cookie, we can store some value into that. We can store value into that. And the cookies can be persisted into the hard disk so that they are made available even for the next time when even after the browser is closed. So that is where we maintain the state to make it available continuously. That means for the next request also it should be made available. So this is at a higher level. Later, whenever the point comes, I will show you how we create a cookie and maintain the state object, right? So what is the state and why we need a state? These are the important things. Now we need to learn the key point is, so configuring state and configuring state for React.js component. That means how we configure state for React.js component, how we can maintain data and how we can access and use the data for a React.js component, that we need to understand. That we will see in tomorrow's session, right? Today, I hope only few people are there. Tomorrow we will continue. And tomorrow we will have a long session because we need to work on 2 examples to understand the complete state related concept. Overview on what is state and why we need a state. In React application, the concept of state, a complete overview I given to you. Some important questions, rules for configuring the state. Now, how do we define state and how do we work with the state? Let's see how we can configure the state and work with the state in our React application. We will see first defining it. Then we will implement in different examples. How do we use it? So the purpose why we need state and the process we discuss in detail. Let's see how we can configure it. So for that, first we need to know how the state is defined. Actually, state in React.js is an object derived from React component base class. It is derived from React component base class. So you can create a component. You can create a component that implements. You can create a component that implements React component. Obviously, every component implements React component. You can create a component that implements a React component and allows access to state by using this keyword. It gives access to the state by using this keyword. That means syntactically we have to access this dot state. So state is an object. In that object, it can contain the keys and values. You can configure the collection of keys and values. So we have to define that. We need to configure and define this. And so usually initialization also required. I will show you how we configure the initialization, how we can access and how you can configure it. Technically, this is the basic process. So what you have to do is we have to create a class and any name for the class. That means your component class, and this extends React component, and it uses a constructor, and the constructor will initialize the values. That means it configures the state. The constructor will configure the state. That means you have to define the state and you need to configure the render. That means you need to define the state object in the constructor. And obviously you have to render method. So you have to configure the render method. So a render method need to be used here. It need to be defined here. This is the basic thing. So generally we know already how we can work with them. So initially, why we need to configure in the constructor? Why we need to configure in the constructor? That already we know, because as per the rules, I told you that the state requires an initialization. So that is the reason we need to configure the constructor. But I hope majority of you people learned the OOP concepts in JavaScript. As per the rules of object-oriented programming in JavaScript. So the constructor of derived class must have a super call. Am I right? You remember this pointer, everyone? You might have learned this in JavaScript as per the rules of constructor. Am I right? As per the rules of constructor, you might have learned this. That means generally you people know that. So suppose, for example, so if you are aware of the OOP concepts here, I'll just give here some demo HTML. I'm just defining. Let's see here. See, I'm writing a script. As per the rules of the constructor, suppose we have a class. So class, some base class is having a constructor. So base class is having a constructor. Just we are having a constructor. Roughly, I configured here. And this base class constructor, and we have a class derived. Derived class is extending. It extends the base class constructor. Then in the derived class, we have a constructor. Derived class, we have a constructor. Is it valid? Is it valid? Can there be a derived class constructor? There be a derived class constructor? What do you say? This is valid? Base class and derived class constructor. Actually, in JavaScript, this is invalid. Why? Because the derived class constructor cannot be called without the base class constructor. So the derived class constructor must have a super call. It is mandatory. Am I right? I hope you might have learned this in JavaScript OOP concepts. So here in React component also, we have to follow the same. That means React component is extending. Means our component is extending React component. React component is also having a constructor, and your component is also having a constructor. So it is invalid directly. What you need to do is actually syntactically. So here in the constructor of the component, you must have a super call. Am I right? You must have a super call. This is asked in many interviews also, just to test how much good knowledge you are having in OOPs. They will ask, like, when you are defining a state in React application, why the constructor of your component will have a super call? Why the constructor of your component will have a super call? This is a regular question asked here. Now tell me the answer. Why the constructor of component class must have a super call? Why the constructor of your component class must have a super call? What will be your answer? So the question is, why the constructor? So why the class of component must have a super call? Because as per the rules of object-oriented programming, a derived class constructor cannot be called before the base class constructor. First, base class constructor must be called, then followed by derived class constructor. Understood? You cannot create an object for derived class directly. We have to call the constructor of base class. That is the general rule actually. That is general rule. So you need to follow this. You need to follow this every time. When you are configuring, when you are defining, we have to follow this technique. So that means now what we are doing is, so I will show here, means how do we create a state? How do we configure the state? And how do we run the state? So this is important, configuring, defining, and specifying the state. So let's see a simple option, how we manage that option. So technically, I will just go here into the app.js class. I will clean up all these things. Okay. And here we have a simple product class. It is extending. I will clean up this product class also. Everything is done. Okay. Now just we are using that products class here. There is no other content defined. So we have a main content. In the main content, we are rendering this. So this is an empty one. So we have a component. We have two components actually, the product component and the main component, right? Now here, the product component is extending the React component. It is extending the React component. Now we need to configure the state for the component. Then you need a constructor. You need a constructor. We are defining a constructor. But when you define a constructor, this is invalid actually. Why? Because a derived class constructor cannot execute without the base class constructor execution. So that means the derived class constructor must have a super call. And this constructor should use the properties. That means the constructor uses the properties, component related properties. It uses the properties, props. It uses the props. And these properties will be used by the super. So it uses those properties. So it just uses those props. So actually the IntelliSense itself will show you. For example, I am typing constructor. Just press tab. So the constructor will give you the code, the constructor code. So, and this constructor code will automatically add those properties for you. It will add everything for you. That is the basic rule for the constructor, especially when you are configuring inside the component. That means now actually the constructor by default, this constructor can configure the state. State must be defined within the constructor. So by using this dot state, this dot state is an object. State is an object. In the state object, you can put any details. So suppose it's an object. So we have like name, and I defined some name, some JBL, some speaker, something like this. And we are adding some price. So like this. We are configuring the state. We are defining the state. So state is an object. That state object is maintained and it is configured. So now the object contains the data. This data is kept in the memory so that we can access and we can use across. So technically, remember this point, so many points are there. Passing these properties into the constructor is not mandatory. It is optional. We need to pass in different situations if necessary, but currently it's not required. So that means we have a simple empty constructor, and it is mandatory that the constructor must have a super call because it is a derived class constructor. And these are the options configured with this. And we need to render this data, whatever data is stored in the state. We need to render this data. We need to render that data. And usually to render the data, generally we can simply use the render method. So where we can present it. That means we are just using the render method. And render method will return. So will return whatever the data you want. It can render that and display. That means we want to present that. So we want to return this. Product should return that content. That means just I will keep here. So that means the render will return. So will return some data. And I will just keep a data list here and a data term name and data definition. So here we will get the name and display. Now how we access the value from a state object? We have to access the value from a state object by using this dot state dot and name. That's how we access the data. There can be some complex data also. So I'm just using data terms, another some price, and the data definition, this dot state dot and the price. We are accessing that here. The state object maintains your data for this particular component so that you can and use across. You can access and use across. So that is the key point about the state. There are various other methods that we use. I will tell you. So generally, first, once we configure this, and this product is rendered here, we are rendering that product information here. Now let's run this index.html and see here. So we are accessing that index.html. So which is presenting some products data here. The data coming from, so name and price. This is the data coming from state object. We are accessing the data and we are displaying the data from state object. You can examine the state where the data is stored actually. For example, you have a debugger. So inspect in the debugger here. And let's open the network category. In the network category, once I refresh this one more time, you can see the data comes here. And it is showing some content loaded here. And you can see that in this content, this is all the script loaded here. Whatever the script is configured, it is loaded here. All these are coming from index.html page. These are all the scripts here. And app.js So this is the component that we have. There is the component and it is having some information. Means this is also just a script file. And the key point here is these are the scripts that are available currently configured. Okay, these are the scripts defined there. You go to generally, do you know where cookies are seen? I told you that the data is stored temporarily in cookies. Do you, and all these are seen. Actually, you can go to application category here. So in the application category, you will find here. So the cookies concept, cookies option will be there. Cookies option will be there, and you can see that by default. So there is an option called local storage. So when we go to this local storage, you can see it shows key values. Is there any local storage? If the local storage is not having any key and value, go to the session storage. In the session storage, you can see that. So there is some session created here. So this is not related to your application. This is related to the server. Currently live server is running. It is related to that. Cookies also, these cookies are also related to live server. That means this is related to Bootstrap. This is related to Bootstrap. You can see it is related to Bootstrap. This cookie is related to Bootstrap. So it is accessing the data from Bootstrap and it is using it. So, and you can see here, cache storage is empty. Application cache is also empty. Generally sessions, local storages, cookies, all these you can see here. But usually means they are seen in this application category. But React application is just, it is not yet adding the session into your browsers. We have to explicitly manage that. I will tell you how to add the session into the browser so we can use this across multiple requests also. We cannot see that here initially. We generally cannot see that here initially. But because this is not yet added into browser state, it is not yet added into browser state. So we can add into browser state later, right? So here you can see cookies and other options, session storage and all related to current browser server. This is current server, not to your application, because these browsers cannot understand your application. They cannot understand your application yet, because Angular, React applications, browsers cannot understand them to identify what components they are having, what services they are having. We need some special tools to install for browser so that it can recognize your application and track your application. HTML, JavaScript based directly, it can handle and it can show in that location. So what generally we can do is we have to download some special development tools. So those development tools allows us to debug, identify the sessions, identify the components, their performance and everything. Actually, you can go to extensions category. You see in my browser, we have extensions category. You can go to this extensions category. This is Edge extensions. So you can select here. These are already, if any extensions are there, some extensions. You can click here, get extensions from Microsoft Edge. So this is the Microsoft Edge online store. So on this online store, what you can do is, so you can search for React development tools. This is React development tools. So this React development tools, it is available from Facebook officially. So you install this React development tools on your browser. It is available. This React development tool is available everywhere. That means it is available in your Chrome or Firefox or in your Edge. It is available. You install this React development tools, get and add extension. That means I'm adding React development tool extension for our project. So the extension is ready. Right? So that means React added and extension is ready. Okay. That means this extension is added into our project, means into our browser. By using this React extensions, so once we have these extensions, actually you can find from the settings. In the extensions, you can see now React development tools is there. You can disable, you can remove whenever you want, you can download and you can get the extensions. Now, what is the advantage of this React extensions? That means what is the advantage of this React extensions? The key point about the React extensions is, so when you install this React extensions, these React extensions will allow you to monitor the actions performed in your application. Monitor means your React application related tracking, you can easily handle here. That means you can observe what is being performed. So in your application, you see there is an icon at the top, React development tools. So you click on that React development tools, right? That means some problem in this React development tools, allow access. We need to get this. That means this is maybe blocked. I will allow that in the settings, because in extensions it should allow. It is blocked. Let's go to the extensions. So allow access to file URLs. These are the options we need to add. because some are blocked here. So we need to add that. Yeah, once it is done, so once I will refresh this. Okay, now once I allow that, you can see in my browser right side, you can observe React development tools. You click on that React development tools here. So this is the React development tools, and this is not suitable for production build. One more extension I need to add. Actually, we are just including these bundles minified files which are related to production. That is the problem we are having. So that means the files are related to production. Actually, we need the files related to development. So the files that we have added, React files that we have added, they are related to the production. And currently, because we are using these links now, so we are using these links. So these links are related to production, not related to development. So these are the React. So yeah, here we are having React development only, no problem. Yes, React development is only. Some issue here, I will just once check that. Production. Once let me check that. It's developer tools. Some access restrictions. Or let me check in another browser, right? Already it is added here. More settings. the profiler, where it is available. Okay, some problem in this production build, because we are just including inside this general HTML page. Some libraries are not related to development. So this is development, and Babel is not related to development. It is a minified one. That will be one problem. And jQuery is not required. Okay, that's fine. This Babel have the, okay. That means the library that we are using is not related to that development. I will do one thing. Let's go to that. It is not mandatory just initially. So React application. And in this React application, we have this source app.js. Let's run this here. I'm just starting this application, right? So just I can show you the build. Okay, so this is there. Development build, production build for deployment. So again, the same issue. I will copy that here. So once I will terminate this, npm run build. So we will do that for the production build. And completed successfully. Let's check this production. Is still not there. We will download production library. Where components added? The development tools. No, actually, components and profiles. Now our library is using a development library. We have to use that production one actually. These components and profiler are added. Now these are added, but actually we need this to directly show it, right? Directly we need to show that. So that means on the click of this, it should directly show that profiler set options. That's what I'm checking. So here the components and filters, these are okay. Directly this should work. I will check that library again later. I will check that library. That means we will create a production library and we will use the production library so that that production will directly show you the debugger in a simplified way, okay? In a simplified way, it will display. Actually, what you can do now is temporarily, you try this way. Temporarily, what you will do is you run your application here, index.html page, you run this, open with the live server. And once you started this on the live server, yeah, actually, you see there is a React button is there, right side, React Developer Tools. When you click on that, directly it should open the profilers and all. I will check where it is blocking it. Otherwise, you can try this. So means temporarily you can try this. What you have to do is you go to the inspect. That means your debugger. In the debugger, currently the React application is working. And here you can see, so these options, so network performance options will be there. And along with those options, you will find component and profiler. Components and profiler option will be displayed. But actually this should open immediately when I click on that button, right? They should have an integrated one. So it's okay. Temporarily try this. So later that I will check where it is blocking it, okay? Right. Now, when you select the component, now it will show the component here. And you can see the component is the main component. And the main component is using another component called product. And the main component has no properties. Currently it is empty. And the product component is having a state. And this state comprises of two values. One is name, another one price. These are the keys. And these are the values for that particular state. That means it is maintaining the state and it is handling those values. These should directly open actually. When I click on this button, it should directly open. I will change that production mode later. I will show you that. Temporarily, you try this. This is enough. That means you can see that for our component, a state is generated. For our component, a state is generated. And in the state, it is going to handle these values and display the values. Now, what is the intention of maintaining this state? Maintaining this state. So later we can add this state into our browser. So into our browser. So then you can observe that. That means in the form of a cookie or a session, we can add that. For that, we need to understand a little bit server-side integration that I will show you in the concept of services. We will discuss about that. Concept of services I will show you initially. So once it is added into your local memory means if it is added into the local memory, that means it is available inside here application. In the application, in this session storage, you can get those values displayed there. Currently, it is not adding into this. It is not adding into this session. We can later add into this session, So, and you can even add into the cookies and we can store into the cookies. We can configure and store into the cookies. So this is just to observe. So how we can configure and get the values and use. If the values are not stored in the state, that means, for example, in this app.js component, we are not maintaining a state. We are not configuring a state. Suppose I am not initializing the state, configuring any state. So suppose it is created in a general property. That means this is created in a general property. That is a product is a property, and in the product is a general property object type, and it has the details like name, so like say mobile, and it has the details like price, and it has some price, so mobile and price, some details are configured here. That means we have some properties defined, so by the name product, and we are trying to access. I'm not using them anywhere. We can use them by using this keyword. We can access and use them. Let's go to the inspect element and go to the components here. In the components, you can see here the product component. The product component is having related values defined, but it is not having any property related options defined. That means whatever the values you configured as a general property, it is not available. So it is not available. So that because it is, but it can be rendered. Suppose I want to render that. That means another data term. Suppose I say mobile. So mobile. So here I say another say product, right? Here I will give as suppose LG mobile, something like this. And here I defined mobile, and I'm using a data term. And here we have to access this dot. And in that we have a product dot name. We are accessing that product name and displaying. And you can see that here. So that product is being displayed. The value is being displayed, but the properties cannot store their values. It cannot contain their values. It is nowhere storing those values. That means later, if I want to use the values for another component across the request, then it is not available. Only the content which is defined inside this state is available. Only the content that is defined if the state is available. Anything else is used here. That means you can see, you can store some data, you can access the data, and you can use the data. That means here I am defining, so the data term price. So, and the data definition here. So we are configuring this dot product dot price. But these details will come and display here, but they are not stored in any location. They are not stored anywhere in your browser. So if you want to access those and use them again, then they are not available to use again. So this is what actually, that means across the requests, we cannot handle them. We cannot use them. This is the problem. This is the problem that you need to face with general properties. If you want some values to be accessed across the components and to transport across the request, then we need to maintain in state. And you can see that they are maintained in the state so that we can access them and we can use across the requests also. How it is accessed across the request, that means we have to learn how to handle by using an event, generally configuring and using events. We need to understand that. So currently you just try this. So profilers are not required here. Profilers are not nothing but you click on the record button and you start refreshing and you start doing the activities. So it will record those activities. And it will display the activities related information that you will able to do in the later stages when you are dynamically handling the interactions. Currently you just use these components. So components, just to understand what components are present and what is the state and what are the properties configured inside it. So what is the purpose of state and how do we configure the state? So general basic thing, how do we declare the state and how do we access the state and what is the difference between a general state and a property? Now we will create one example by using the state. That means how do we take the data from a form, store the data from the form, coming from the form, and use the data and display in some other location. How we can transport data from one component to another component. This process we will understand. That we'll see in our next session, right? Tomorrow we will continue with this, right? In tomorrow's session, we will see a complete end-to-end example on this state. How do we work with the state, right? So this is one simple example. And what are the basic rules for configuring a state and defining the state? So the purpose state is to make the data available so that it can be handled across the request actually. Now, technically, we need to understand how do we use this state for managing the data and handling the data across the application. So according to the requirement. So for example, so that means how we can handle this. So first, as I showed you in the previous session, how to configure the state and the rules for configuring the state and rendering the data from the state. Let's take yesterday's example. Yeah. So in this example, yesterday we created a simple component called product, and the product component is having two details. One is in the property and another is defined in the state. Now the difference I showed you that the values you defined in the state are made available in the memory so that they can be accessed and used later. The properties are not available in the memory of the component. They are just used for that particular situation. So they are configured and used for that situation. So now technically how you define the data, how you configure the data, and how you use the data of state. So that is what we will see now. So we can use this for displaying the details. Means I will show you one simple example how we can manage the data, how we can configure and work with the data using state. Then we will learn how to dynamically add the data, how we can dynamically adding data. So through the user inputs, we can manage the data. So what we are going to see first, this example I will give you as the general example. This example I will give you just how we configured the data. So app.js. So this is a basic example that I given you yesterday. So this is the example yesterday we created for the state. So now configuring the state and defining the state. Let's see. So steps, how do we configure and work with the state? So let's see one simple example for that. So this example we will extend with dynamically handling the data. So first point, how we can add state to the component. So we need to add state to the component. So first we need to add the state into the component. So we have to add the state by using, as we already discussed, this dot state. We need to configure the state, and to the method we have to add the state to the component. Let's create an example here. So this is the product component. I will just put that product component. Yeah. So this is the product component, and I want to add and maintain state for this component. So to configure the state for the component, so we need to define a constructor. So the constructor should accept the constructor should accept the parameters properties. So it should accept the props. That means component related properties. It is configured with the component properties. And this is a derived class constructor. Derived class constructor must have a super call. So super call. So by using the super, and this super call, the properties of the current component must be used as the component properties. Then these properties need to be passed into the super constructor. These properties need to be passed into the super constructor. So that means the super class constructor. It is need to be passed into the super class constructor. So the properties of the current product component. So they can be accessed by using these props. They can be accessed by using these props. So that means actually the super constructor can access and use the properties that you configured here. So we are passing the properties into it, right? That means now what happens is, generally, if I don't do that, so then one problem you will face is the superclass constructor is expecting some properties to be used as component properties. So to configure the properties as component properties, now the constructor of the derived class must send the properties into the derived superclass. It should send those properties to the class. I will show you in a general point actually. General point I will show you. So this may look a little bit confusion for a general people who don't know about the parameters and OOP concepts. You see, base class constructor is having actually properties. Base class constructor is having properties. So which are used as these are component properties actually. Component properties. These are component properties. Now the derived class is extending base class, and the derived class constructor is calling the base class constructor, and base class constructor is expecting these properties. That means now those properties need to be passed here. That means the derived class constructor properties will be passed into the base class constructor. So into the base class constructor. So now these properties are considered as the component properties. These are considered as component properties. So why you are passing these properties into the superclass constructor? Because superclass constructor is expecting properties, and the base class constructor properties are passed into the base superclass constructor because it is expecting properties. We need to pass them. That means in the background, our React component base class is derived in this way. It is configured in this way. That is the reason whenever you call the superclass, into that we need to pass the properties. But already I told you that properties is an optional one. That means this is an optional property. This is an optional property. That means it's not mandatory to use. This is optional. So if you don't pass them, then there is another technique of accessing them. So it's not mandatory to pass the properties, but if you are configuring the properties, you need to define them. So why our constructor is having a super with the properties? So these properties are used as these component related properties. They are used as component related properties, and we need to configure a state here. So then we have to define this dot state. This dot state. It is used to configure the state of our component, and the state is an object. The state object can contain collection of data, several types of data. The state object can contain collection of data. Now, important is how you maintain the data. That means it is a collection. State is an object with properties and values. And properties and values, they can be any type. That means a complex type data also. The data can be complex type. Data can be complex type. That means here we are defining, suppose, we are configuring data. And this data is an array, That means, so we have a state. State object contains data property, which is an array type property. This array contains, again, collection of some objects. That means it can contain collection of objects like a name, and name is some JBL speaker. So like this, we configure. So suppose price is some price. We defined some price, and we have photo. Photo is defined as some photo. So that means some speaker.jpg like this. We are configuring the data here. Now the state contains an array. State contains an array called data. So remember, state is an object. In that object, we have a property called data. The data property is a collection. That means it is an array of objects. It is an array of objects. So we are collecting the data. We are configuring the data, and we are collecting the data. There can be multiple records. How we can manage the multiple records, adding multiple records, I will show you. And later, I will show you how we can add this data dynamically also. That means we can ask the user to enter name, enter price, select photo, and update. And these details are inserted and they are displayed. Dynamically handling also. We will maintain the data in a state so that it can make the data available for the next request also. So initially, we created a state, and that state contains the data. So we are configuring the data in this way. We are defining and configuring the data in this way. Now, after configuring the data, that means the data is defined. Data is defined in a state. So this is the basic example. First, I will give here adding state to the component. So adding state to the component. So this is the basic example for how we can add the state to the component. So syntax, I'm first giving syntax. So this is the syntax. And in this syntax, some important points you need to understand. That is constructor. Constructor is required to initialize the state. Initialize the state. Constructor is required to initialize the state. And constructor requires properties, props. Constructor requires props as arguments. So arguments to pass into super class constructor. That is the props need. So actually the props are used as constructor properties. They are used as component properties, right? They're used as component properties. So technically we configured some state, and in the state we have some data. Now we need to render this data. After adding the state to the component, we have to render the data. So that means we need to render data. So and render data from state. We have to render the data from the state. After configuring the data, we have to render the data from the state. And to render the data, so we generally use the basic render method for rendering the data. So we generally use the render method for rendering the data. There are different ways of configuring it. There are different ways of configuring that. Actually, what we can do is, so we can define. So rendering the data can be defined in several ways. Yesterday I showed you this data we directly rendered. So this data we are directly rendering. We are not using anything else. We are directly rendering the data. So the data is directly rendered. Previously, the data is directly rendered. For that, I used a render method, and through the render method, we are returning the presentation. That was the previous example. But to render this data, so this is a constructor which is initializing the data. So after the constructor configuring the data, now, so to render the data, we can collect the data from the state, and we can use the data. So then for that, what we are doing is, I'm creating a constant. And constant, let's create a constant. Suppose I'm creating a constant like, suppose this is presented as card. So I'm creating a card. So constant card. And we have to define some properties into that. So we have to configure the properties. So that means, so here the constructor is defined and the constructor is configured. And we need a constant for defining the card. And this constant contains the properties which we need to add them and we need to use them. That means we need to configure this in a function. So how we can configure this into the function? So first what we will do is, this component have to render the data into a card style. So then generally what we do, so we are technically configuring this. So this is the class. In a class, there can be several properties. That means you can create a property. So, and into the property, we can collect the data and we can use the data. Directly, we can configure that. So two situations I will show you. One, directly using this state and storing that in another reference and using it. Suppose what I'm doing is, I'm creating here a simple property called card. So card. And this card property is using, so the props is using the props of our component, and it has to return those properties. It should return those properties and present them, and it should return and present those properties. I'm creating a div, and in a div, that means what this is accessing the properties. It is the accessing the properties, and this property is a parameter. It should return those presentation. We are just creating a property called card. So we are creating a property called card. This card property is returning some presentation. So you can create anything. You can create a function. So you can return that function in directly render method also you can do that. So, or you can configure it directly. We can configure this directly. That means you can use this for presentation. Let's see how we can use this for presentation. That means I'm creating a presentation. This is like a class name and class name. I defined the class name as, suppose, let me give this class name as card. So this is the card. So, and we have another div, and this is having the class name. So class name, and this is like card header. And in the card header, we are displaying the message. We have to display the message, some dynamic value we need to access. We need to get that from the properties. So from the properties. So we have to access from the properties. That means we are using properties. So not this dot properties, the return, so props dot. Through the properties, we can access the data. We can configure and access the data. So whatever the data is present, so we are accessing the data and we have to use the data. For example, the data that we are accessing is related to name. Remember, the data is in the state. Generally, if I have to directly access the state and present the state, what we do? I am creating a card like this. After creating the card, I have to render the card. Generally, in previous approach, how we are presenting this, I will show you that point also. That means side by side, I will show you both techniques, how we can manage them. Previously, how we are doing, so we have to render this directly. To render this directly, what we have to do, let me keep that point first, right? To render that directly. Then I will show you this technique. So we have to use a render method, and this render method have to return, and it should return. So it should return a card. So that means a div, and this div should use the class name. So class name is card. And in this div, we are having a div. So class name as card header. So, and in this, here we have to display this name. From the state, we have to access this data and use the data. Now, tell me how we can access this data from the state and use that reference, how we can access and use it. Because this state is containing, a proper data, which is an array. So array of objects. I want to access this. General JavaScript. I want to access this and display that here. We need to access and display that here. Then how do we handle the data here? So I will show you the preview here. Yeah, this is the data. Now tell me, how do we access and render the data here? I want to render the name. How we can do that? This dot. So we have the option state. So we are accessing the state. In the state, we are having a property called data. And data is an object. So it is an array. Data is an array. Now in that, I need to access the object. So that means here I am accessing dot name. Is it valid? What do you say? Is it valid? Because data is an array type, no? Data is an array type. Am I right? What do you say? Is it valid? Is it valid? So how you can configure that then? Generally, the array, it is an array, na? So this data is an array. That means I'm using this dot state dot. So data. So data, so you can see data is an array. So into the array, can I use 0 dot name? Can I do like this? What do you say? Right? So it is an array, na? Right? It is an array. We are configuring the array, configuring the array value. So we are accessing the array value and we are defining the array value, configuring and accessing the array value, and we are using it. So this is the card header. So the card header, and we are presenting that card here into the product here. So here, let's run this index.html here. That means we are presenting that card. We will see different techniques of presenting that. So we will see different techniques of presenting that. Means how the state data is presented and accessed and used here. And here you can see that JBL speaker is displayed as a card header. It is displayed as a card header. So we are using the array reference because it is an array type. We are configuring this. Now suppose I am configuring here div. So, and in this, I will keep here, so container fluid, and put here a heading, products catalog. Okay. And here it is presenting the products catalog. Okay, JBL speaker. And here we want to define the class name. So class name is equal to card body. And here we are defining an image. So, and let's keep the image source is, so this dot state dot data of 0. So dot, so we say photo, that is the photo path. And width is equal to some 200, and height also is equal to 200. That is the image we are defining. And here we will put a div, and we have the class name as card footer. And here we are defining the price. So the price. So this dot state dot data of 0 dot price. We are accessing and displaying the price here. And this is the details of the card displayed there. And we are accessing and displaying. And this is actually coming from the card. Means this is actually coming from the state. The data is in the state. And we are accessing from the state, and we are displaying from the state. That means in the component, you can see here. So in the component, so we have this state, and observe here the state. So the state is having the data, and the data is having these properties. That means it is having an object. So object with subset of. So now this we are using here, and we are configuring. So we are accessing the data from the state. Now in the later examples, you will see how to maintain this data for later use. That means how we can transport the data, how we can maintain the data for the later use. So this we will understand. That's what the important point, why we are learning this concept, right? Why we are handling this. Now, technically, see, if I have multiple records, that means this is one option. That means we are presenting the data. We are configuring the data. I will copy this now and rendering data from the state. So an example for this. So an example for this, I'm just defining. So this is the general example for that. That means we are configuring the data and we are rendering the data. And we are defining just by using the index number. we are defining by using the index number. That means we are accessing and we are defining by using the index number. Now, this is not great every time when we are having a collection of data, when we are having the collection of data. That means if the state contains a lot of records, if the state contains a lot of records. So for example, you see here, I'm defining multiple. I'm defining multiple, another one name. And this is suppose Nike casuals. And here I defined some price. And this is some price. So price and a photo. And the photo is some shoe.jpg. Okay. Now I need to present all these records. I need to present all these records in a card style. In a call style, I need to present all these records in a card style. That means we need to render all these records. Now, can you tell me how I can do that? Can you tell me how I can do this? How we can render all these? How we can render all this? Not a single card, how I can render all these details. What do you say? How we can render all these? Already we learned how we can this dot state dot data dot map. Good. So we can use the map function for returning all the data. In the previous example, we discussed that how we can render this. So then how do you suggest this to happen now? So in the return, I will clean up this here. I need to present a div. So here we are using class name as card deck. I'm using card deck. And here we have to present the data. That means the card deck, so it should return a card deck. The card deck should contain the collection of data. That means we are using an expression here. And it state dot data dot, we have a map function. Now, how do we use this map function? So map is expecting. So how do we configure the map function? Tell me, how do we define the map function? How we configure the map function? I need to bring every data present inside that. It uses a callback function, right? Map uses a callback function. Map internally uses a callback function. I told you. So I told you that we will use a function closure technique. Am I right? We use a function closure technique. Right? So function closure technique. So can you give me the syntax? How we can define the function closure technique? I will give you time. Write the syntax and send me. The function closure technique. That means every record from the data need to be accessed. Every data from the record need to be accessed and it should be presented. Already we learned in our previous examples. Anyone can give that syntax? Already you done the exercise, na? Many people have done that exercise. And in the exercise, you submitted that. Yes. So in the exercise, you submitted all those details, right? Yeah. So if you are having multiple records, then how we can add those multiple records? That is the option. Generally, the map technique we have to follow here, right? So on the data we have to implement, state is an object. State is an object that contains the data, right? How you can use that? Map. Already we learned that, right? If you remembered, we learned that. So this map have to access the product. Good. We need to create the product. Yes. So what we have to do is this map have to access every product from the data. That means it is expecting a parameter. Map is expecting a parameter. Parameter is product. Product is a parameter. And what it should do is it should render some result and return some result. So this presentation already be done. That means from the state, the data, so through the map, we are accessing it. And we need to return it. It is a closure. So it should return. The inner function should return. Am I right? Inner function should return a presentation. I hope everyone remember this, right? Inner function should return a presentation. So this will be used. Inner function will be returning a presentation. This will be used by our outer function. This is what I told you, that function closure. So we use this function closure technique for presenting the data. That means we are accessing the data. We are using a map and we are configuring this. So that means now, so the class name is, suppose this is the card, and we are presenting a card in the div, and in the div, so we are defining the class name. This is the card header, card header, and in the card header, we are displaying the product dot, we have name property. We can access that name property. This is the data coming from a state, and we are managing the data and displaying the data. So this is rendering a card. This is rendering a card and displaying the card. Rendering and displaying the card. That means you can see both cards information will be displayed here. Now the same way, you have to render the other details also. That means we have to define a div, and so we need to add a div, right? And this div is using the class name. It is using the class name. This is the card body, and we are displaying an image. So width is equal to some 200. So and height is also is equal to 200, and the image source. So we'll get the value from the product dot photo. We are using the map for handling the filtering the data, and we have another div, and this is the class name as card footer, and here we are displaying the price. So that is the product dot price. We are accessing the product price and displaying. Now this is displaying multiple products. That means data collecting from the multiple areas and displaying from the multiple areas. So the state is configured in this way. So that means now you have the state, and inspect here. The state contains the data, and the component. So the component contains the data, and the data. So the product data, you can see the product contains the data, and it is multiple records at 0 at 1 index. And whatever there at 0 and 1 index, we are accessing all of them. And displaying them by using map. We are presenting all of them by using the map. Now, so important is now we have the data configured inside the state. We have configured the data inside the state. It is having some values. We must now able to add records into this. We must able to modify the records from this. That means we need to do some manipulations dynamically. That means how we can input a new value. That means we need to design a form and ask the user to enter the details, and we need to collect the details, and we need to push that into state. Generally, how state can set a new value. So how state can configure with a new value, how we can dynamically add data into the state. So that means dynamically adding data into state is important. So remember, there are several techniques here. This is one technique. What we are doing is directly, we have the state, and the state related data is maintained. We are rendering the data and presenting the data. There is another technique. What generally people do is they can create multiple components. They can create another component. So for card, and into that they can pass that state data. They can use the data and handle the data. I will show you that example also with how we can dynamically manage the data, managing the data. That means how we can add form data to the state. This is very important point. So this is one example first. So this is another example. This is multiple records in state, So here we are adding this same. Our index HTML doesn't change. App.js only changes. And here we are using the same map technique for presenting the state. Instead of map technique, you can individually access also. Now the point here is how you can handle input of values, how you can configure the input of values. That means how you can add new details into the state. The configuring of new details into state, add new details into the state. Actually, it is an array, how you can add something new into it. So generally into the array, if you want to add any value dynamically, for example, see, so this is the data, state data, and we want to add some data dynamically. So generally in the class, constructor is initialized with the state and the values are configured. If you want to add some more values into this, actually we can use this dot. So this dot state dot, we have data. Into the data, we can use push. By using push, we can add a new record into it. So that means we are adding a new record into this. That means we have a data. So we are adding some new record into it. That means we are pushing this. Now push is expecting, so record, that means it is expecting item. So a record with the name. So name as suppose what image I'm having. Okay, name as suppose shirt, and it is expecting so price. So price as some price number. And it is expecting photo as some string, some shirt dot jpg. That means this is an array, means pushing the value into an array, That means we are adding a new value into array. You can see it pushed the new value into array. That means you know how do we handle the manipulations with the array. Now what we have to do is we have to collect these details from a form. We need to create a form and allow the user to input these details from the form and collect the details and push these details into the state. That means how we can handle user input, how we can manage user input and deal with the user input in the state. So for that we need to understand input and output operation. Output already presentation is done. How we can handle the user input in React. how we can design the forms, how we can handle the events. For this, we need two important techniques to understand. So one is we need to know how we can handle events, because on click events like on click, on change, we have to perform some functionalities, and how we can use the form input. So form input and handle this. That means dynamically we need to control this now. Of course, you can see here push is adding a new record into it, but this should work dynamically through a form. So we need to design the form and manage the form. So you know all the options, how we can push, how we can remove any specific record. So if I want to remove, so this Nike casuals, I want to remove Nike casuals. Can you tell me how do I do that? To remove Nike casuals, can you tell me how I remove that? Currently, I am giving you a simple hard-coded message option, but later we will design a form. How we can remove any specific record from an array? Can you tell me what we have to use for that? How you can remove any specific record from an array? So we have to use the option. So this dot state dot data dot splice. We have to use splice, not pop, because pop is used to remove the last item. Am I right? And shift is used to remove the first item. Slice is not removing the item. Slice is extracting the item and showing the item based on index. It is not removing, right? So splice is used for removing any specific item. That means by using splice, at which index number? One index number, because shoe is present at one index. How many you want to remove? One we want to remove. That's it. This is how we configure. That means, so we have to slice that particular record from there and display. That means that record is removed now. So Nike casuals is removed. Only these two are there. We have to control them dynamically. We have to keep buttons. We have to keep options. We need to send event arguments. Then we need to manage them dynamically. So that means we are going to learn how the state can handle the data dynamically with the values. So these are general functions. And if you know these array functions, you can easily handle the interactions. This is another one. So add and remove array elements. Right? Add or remove array elements. From this, we can add this technique. This is the code. Just same code, just I'm adding those two functions here. This is push, a new item is added. This is splice, we are removing any specific item. We are removing it. This we need to do dynamically. That means we need to learn how to create a form and how we can handle the input from the form. So now in React.js, we need to handle a option. So is user input in React application, and how we can handle the manipulations. So usually input is managed by using form elements. That means we need to design a form, right? You can input, so edit, so view and modify the data dynamically by using forms. So we need to learn how to create the forms. How do we configure the events for the forms and manage the data for our application, right? So now React input activities, handling user input and dynamically managing that. How we can do that with the events, that we will see in our next session, right? Working with the state. How do we deal with the state and how we can manage data in the state. So one example I given you how we can manage the state, right? Means storing the data in the state and reusing the data, so that we have discussed. And to store and reuse the data, so we used the state object and configure that. This is our example for the state. Yeah, how you can handle that, right? And I showed you adding the records, manipulating them in the state, especially by using these array functions, which we can dynamically handle, so which we can dynamically manage. Now, while understanding about state and managing the data and reusing the data, dynamically how to handle this, we will see. For that, we need to understand about events, user interactions and events we need to understand. But for storing the data and managing the data in our React applications and making the data reusable in real world environment, so we need one more concept to understand, not just the state and the properties. We need to understand, we learned about properties and state, two options. We need to understand one more very important concept. Before user interaction, we will see one more point. So in real world, generally, so we need to know how we can handle the prop types. So how we can deal with React.js prop types. So we call as prop types, property types. So what are these property types and how we can deal with property types? Actually, the main intention is, this is very much required while working with React in real time. In real time environment, actually, in real time projects, we need to share our components, we need to share our components across applications, across application and teams. We need to do that actually. So technically, how we can reuse React components and its data. So how we can manage the React components and data. So that means how we can manage the data in the React components. So that means not just the basic property and the state. The main intention is when we are sharing these components across applications and teams, we need to make the data available for that component. For that, actually, we used, so we can use props, we can use state, we can use so lifecycle hooks. I will tell you lifecycle hooks in the next stage. We can use lifecycle hooks, we can use JSX, so we can use so many other options. So that means we can use the prop types, etc. So many others also we can use. So we can use all these. So previously you saw how we can maintain data for the component by using a state. Before state, we learned about properties. So we are using properties and state for our application. Generally, when you are interacting with APIs, services in the real-time environment, so we need to deal with the different types of data. So we need to handle different types of data. So that means when you are configuring a property, when you are defining a property, so when you are using any property, what type of component property it should be that we can manage by using prop types actually. That means what kind of data we need to deal with, that is defined by the prop types. Actually means, I will tell you simple, if data is coming, data for component is coming from APIs. So that means coming from services, so external services and APIs. So then it is very important. So for if data for component is coming from API services, that means then the component must understand and restrict the type. Then the component must understand and restrict the type of data. It must understand and restrict the type of data. So this is very important. So actually, React.js uses prop types. React.js uses prop types. So prop types is an object. It uses prop types object. So that handles different types of data. And also can restrict the data. So this is very important for that. That is the reason actually using prop types to understand what type of data is coming, to restrict the type of data we are dealing with. So for that, we need specific types. We need a prop types. To overcome this issue in the latest generation, in the recent technologies, people are using. That means alternatively. So alternative for prop types. Prop types is to use a language. So that can restrict the type. So that means JavaScript cannot restrict the type. Then alternatively for prop types is to use a language. So use a language that can restrict the type. That is the reason you might have seen people are using and learning even React.js with the TypeScript. Have you heard about this? You heard about people learning React.js with the TypeScript. Have you heard about that? So TypeScript. So we are using React.js with JavaScript. So you heard about people using React.js with the TypeScript, right? So TypeScript. So you might have seen so many times that so you can configure. So that means you can see recently in many occasions people are learning React with TypeScript. I will show you at the end React with TypeScript also, one simple glance. Because for that you have to learn a TypeScript, and learning TypeScript is not a big concept. You can easily learn it. So if so already we know that. So because TypeScript is strictly typed, TypeScript is strongly typed, TypeScript can overcome all the issues that already JavaScript is having. For example, suppose, so why we need these prop types? Why we need the prop types and why we need to manage these prop types? Suppose you are dealing with data. Here we are having name, price, and photo. So here instead of photo, I given as preview. And it doesn't makes any error in the data structure. Am I right? It doesn't makes any error in the data structure. Am I right? What do you say? Right? That cannot happen. That means now, so one record is having name, price, and photo. The next one, that means you need a specific contract. TypeScript supports all the features of OOPS, object-oriented programming. It supports interfaces. It allows you to define the contracts so that the data can be designed with only a specific structure. For example, suppose I defined here photo as a property, and in this photo property, I'm entering some number. Is it valid? Is it valid to define a number into that photo? Currently in JavaScript, it is valid. That's it. In JavaScript, it is valid. So that means now restricting the types is always an important point to handle here. Restricting the types is always important to handle. That is what prop types can do. That means when you are designing data for your component, sharing the data across the applications, then handling the data with the types, restricting the data to a specific type. So this all is very much important. Otherwise, a lot of issues will come. That is the reason. So now people are using languages which can overcome all these issues. That means JavaScript is instead of JavaScript. Yes, you can use, that means instead of JavaScript, you know already that Angular is using TypeScript. React also can use TypeScript. All the client-side technologies, even .NET is also using TypeScript. So all the technologies, client-side, anything, they can use TypeScript. Instead of JavaScript, they can go with TypeScript. So later at the end, I will give you an overview of how Angular is used with TypeScript. So what is the advantage of TypeScript? How do we configure the TypeScript? How do we define the TypeScript? Actually, when you are configuring the properties, when you are defining the properties, it is very important to restrict the property types. So otherwise you will face issues in various occasions while dealing with the data, especially if data is coming from other sources. Data need to be shared across applications or across projects. Then it is very important. You need to handle these property types. That means this is the situation related to data. So while you are dealing with the data with a state or property, that is the reason we need to understand this. And how we can use these prop types, and how we can define the property types. So let's see one simple example, how we can use the prop types. So technically, we need to, in order to use the prop types and different property types available in React. And all these prop types are derived from this prop types base. So prop types is an object. That supports all the property types, right? So generally, what are the various property types supported and how to use these property types? We will see that. Actually, the prop types are imported into React.js application to restrict the data type, And actually, the prop types separate library. We have to import that separate library. We have to import the prop types library. And so let's get that library. We can import that library. For that, I will just go into the Google. We will search for React.js prop types CDN. So this is the React.js prop types CDN. Currently, we are using CDN. Later in our application, we will try to implement the others. So you see in our index.html. So this is all the React related options here. And in order to use the prop types, you have to import the prop types library also. You have to import the prop type library. We need to configure the prop type library. So generally, the prop type library we have to get from this CDN. You can get the prop type library. This is the CDN here. We can get the prop type library and the version of the prop types available different. So the latest version, whatever available here, you can get it from here. So that means you can just copy this prop type library here, and you can keep that in your project. That means here React and React DOM, and here we will use the prop type. So here we are pasting that prop types here. So this is the property types, prop types.js. We are importing from this prop type.js. You can import from the same location. That means unpackage, right? Unpackage React.js prop types. So that means you can download directly from from this location. So from the prop types, you can get these prop types, React.js prop types. So the CDN, yeah, npm.js, yes, the CDN is available here. You can get from anywhere. So you can get from anywhere. You can get the prop types. You can import the prop types. So you can get the prop types script from any location and you can use them. Right? I just browsed from some other location. You can get, so CD and Cloudflare, I got that from that location. You can get from any another location. So this is the prop types. So now once you have these prop types, so once you have these prop types, that is the production version here. So you are using those prop types and defining the prop types. Now you can use these prop types in your application to restrict the data type that is coming from for any specific data. So that means when you are configuring the data, you can restrict the type. You can configure and restrict the types. So how do we use these prop types and how do we configure these prop types? And what are the basic prop types? We can see that. For example, I will show you. Suppose, let me keep everything in a simple way. Suppose this is a product. This is a product and it is rendering some data. Let's create, so another class that is category. I'm just creating another component just for our understanding sake. It extends React component. Okay. Now this category component should have some properties. Then what we can do is properties are imported in our index HTML page. And here we can define the properties. That means category. This category, that is the component dot. So we can use prop types. That means the component prop types, we can configure the prop types. Prop types is equal to, what are the prop types we need? We can configure the prop types. So that means the property types. So we need to define the prop types. That means for this particular component, you can see it says that this is a property. Category dot category, that is of any type, and it can have some data. Initially, just I'm defining. Later we will import in an example, right? Here we are defining, suppose the name, and name should be a string type. Then what we can do is we can use the prop types. So we can use the prop types. Through prop types. So through the prop types, we can define the data type, what type it should handle. That means it should handle a string. We can restrict the type in this way. That means we are configuring the properties and we are defining the property. That means suppose I'm showing in a simple way. Suppose I'm creating in the category some data. Here also I'm creating data. Data is an object. Now in that we have a name and we need to restrict this to a specific type. Then we use the prop type. So by using prop type, we can restrict its data type. We can configure in a string. Suppose I want to define, so price, and I want to restrict it to a number. Then we can define the prop type, and we can configure that into a number. So the data types that you are configuring, is very much important. Now, I hope everyone understood why we are discussing about this type. When you are working with state, when you are working with properties, when you are trying to store the data and share the data across applications, your data need to be strongly typed. Your data should not allow to handle contradictory values. It should restrict to only specific type. Am I right? Understood, everyone? It should restrict to that specific type. So that means prop types, yes, the prop types is similar to like TypeScript data types. Generally, if you know TypeScript have data types. I hope if anybody knows, even you don't know, don't worry. Generally in TypeScript, we declare a variable and a property, and we can define its type as string. We say price, we can define its type as number. Am I right? Right? So the same here, we are configuring the name with a prop type, and we are restricting it with a string, so that it will not allow any contradictory data. So using and restricting the data type for the data, especially when you are trying to store and deal the data, is important. And this prop type is not required if you are using directly TypeScript like language with your React. So that is important. So that means, so why people use React with the TypeScript? So because just to utilize all the features what TypeScript is having, like because JavaScript is not a completely object-oriented programming. It will support only certain features of OOPS, like you don't have any interfaces. It will not support any type of overloadings and all. So technically, TypeScript is used to handle all these kind of situation. That makes React easy and makes better than JavaScript. So that is the reason I will show you at the end how you can use React with the TypeScript. I will show you one overview. So if you know with the JavaScript, using with React with the TypeScript, because TypeScript is not understandable to application. TypeScript again need to translate into JavaScript only. Am I right? It needs to translate everything into JavaScript only. So you have to understand. So the types, how we configure for the data and how we can restrict the data to that particular type. So that when you are dealing with the data, so that means you initialize this type. And when you try to store some data into it, it will not allow any another type of data to handle. So that is what actually the purpose of prop type. Directly prop type will not work. For that, you have to import this prop types library. Once you import the prop types library, you can restrict your data with that specific property type. And what are the various property types? What are the various property types? We will see what are the property types. So React.js property types. So React.js prop types are categorized into following groups. They are categorized into following groups. So what are the various groups of categories, and how do we define that? I will just give you one simple example. So the basic types. So what are the basic types? So the basic types. So in the basic types, let's take in the basic types what have. I will just give you a table of the basic types. Yeah, the basic types we are having. Let me give a type with some details. Means a simple example I will give you. Yes. So and we have the type. Just put an example and some class. What is the class used for that actually? So that means what is the class used for defining the type, right? What is the class used for defining and configuring the type? So for string basic type, in the basic type string, and string, so string is just a string. So it is in a single quote or double quote, in a single quote or a double quote or in a backtick. String can be in single quote, double quote, and a backtick. I think strings can be defined in 3 ways in JavaScript, right? Yes. So and for this, the class we have to define as prop types dot string. That is the class. If you want to restrict to a string, you need to configure that. If you want to restrict a number means that. So number can be a signed number, it can be a signed number, it can be an unsigned number, it can be a floating point, it can be a double, so it can be decimal, all these are number types. And we have to configure that prop type, so the class is number. You have to define with the number. So we have Boolean. So Boolean types are defined with true or false. They are defined with true or false. Yeah, false, true or false. They are defined with true or false. And we have to define that as prop type as bool. So that is used for the Boolean types. So we have the types. So we have the types like symbol. So we have a symbol type. Symbol type actually it uses a symbol. So symbol as a method, and we use some data. So that is some literal. So that is used as a symbol. So we generally use like a symbol, and the symbols are defined by using prop types. Yeah. So we need to define prop types dot symbol. So prop types dot symbol. So we have an object type. This is a basic type, object type. And object type means we define here some name as some TV. That is an object type that is defined in the curly braces. And this is defined as prop types dot object. Object is the new type. And you can, if you don't define any prop type, generally the root type is defined as anything. So it is the root type. That means if you don't define any type, so it can handle any type. Usually for that, you can use the option. That means for any type. So we can use the option simply like this. Any type means it can be a string. So it can be a Boolean, it can be a number, it can be an object. Then usually we have prop types dot node, which is used for any type, which is used for configuring any type of value. So depending on how you are configuring the types, how you are defining the types. So generally, when you are creating some data, and we want to restrict the data, then we have to configure these types. Syntactically, how you define that? That means we define some product dot. So we say prop types is equal to, we need to define the fields and the properties and the values. Here I defined ID, and we have to write as a prop types dot number. Suppose we are configuring name, so we say prop types dot string. And similarly stock we defined like prop types dot bool. So that is how we need to configure the data. So it depends on what kind of data you are dealing with, If you are not sure about the type of data it is coming, that means suppose some description, then I can just put here prop types dot node. Node is for any type of data. This is any type of data. That means you are telling that it can handle any type of data. It can be a number or a string or anything. So it's very important to restrict the type of data that you are dealing with, which React is not having the ability by default because it is using JavaScript. Then React provides a library prop types. Through this library, you can restrict the types and you can create strongly typed data, which is good for sharing data across applications and all. These are the basic types: string, number, Boolean, symbol, object, anything is a string type. So we have collection types. Generally, there can be a collection. And what are the collection types supported? So let's see what are the collection types supported. Actually, so the type, I will give the type and example and the class. What are the collection types supported? How you configure the collection types? So generally, the collection types that are supported in React.js for the data, configuring the data. So we have the collection type that is array. Array is a collection type. You know that arrays are defined in the square brace, And the class we have to use prop types dot array. We have to use that array. And array related all manipulations can be handled by using this. Actually, if you want to restrict the array, generally JavaScript array can handle any type of value. Remember, this topic is a very high level topic for experienced people, very experienced people. If you are showing experience in React.js, then the questions on these prop types are very regularly asked. For a fresher, these prop types related questions are very rare, very rarely asked about these types. So, but for an experienced person, these questions are regularly asked. That's the reason we need to know this concept as a very in-depth the concept, because everywhere you will not find this concept. You will just understand one prop types how to configure and define, but you need to know all the consequences how to handle. In interviews, they may ask you like, can I create an array that can restrict only numbers, that can restrict only string? So how you can configure the arrays in such a way in React especially. So for example, I want to restrict array of numbers. I want to restrict array of numbers. So then that means it should allow only numerical values. It should allow only numerical values. Then how you can configure that here? Generally, for that, we have to use the class in this way. We have to use prop types dot array of. We have to use array of. And what type? You need to mention its data type here. Type you have to mention. So type means suppose you want to restrict, you have to restrict the number type. You have to restrict the number type. Then the type here you need to define as, you have to define as number. You have to define as number. That is the restricting the type, how you can restrict the type. So generally that is so one type here. You also have in special properties. In JavaScript, you don't have that. In JavaScript, you have only array, but in TypeScript and in these prop types, you have enums. You have enums. I think you might have heard of enums. Enum is a collection of constants. Enum is a collection of constants. So enums are also supported here. We can configure that. And enum uses suppose like not found. That is one property, a value. Another one like suppose bad request. So these are like enums. That means these are enum values. So later I will show you in some examples how we can handle them. Generally, enums are handled. Different types. That means if you want string type enum, if you want a number type enum, then we can use the option like prop types dot one of type. We have to use one of type, and we have to define what type of enum it should be. That means it is a number enum or a string enum. You have to configure that by using it. So that is how we can define the property types, how you can configure the property types. That means collection. So configuring the collection and defining the collection. These are collection types. So we need to define the collection type. If you want to create a collection and configure that it is an array, so that means array of objects, array of strings, then generally you can define the syntax in this way. That means you can configure in this way. So that means how you can manage. So the types, syntactically, you can write in this way. That means we are defining product dot prop types. And the prop types, we are configuring the property types here. And I defined here, suppose cities, and it is an array. Then we can simply define prop types dot, we can say array. That means it is restricting it to an array of different types of values. Suppose I am creating here, so products is another one. And here we are defining prop types dot array of, and we have to write prop types dot string. That means it is an array of string. That is how we define. That means here you are configuring number. So if you cannot directly write number because the prop types are defined with this property, that means we have to say prop types dot number. So prop types dot string. We have to use this prop types to restrict the type. That is how generally, so we configure the types. We define the types and use the types. So generally configuring the type and using the type and defining the types. These are basic types, how we define the data with basic types, how you define the data with the collection types, how you can define the data. So with the object type, so that we have object type data also. We have object types. Usually object type, already we saw an object here. So that means this is an object type here we defined. So this is an object. But in object type also, we have a restriction like, so can an object have a string and a number? It can be a number object. Can it be a string object? So what kind of object it can be? So we can define object types also. So what are the various object types available? So in React, what are the basic object types available? Let's see. So the type and example and the class. What are the object types available here? So generally basic, we have an object. And this basic object so is defined in this way. That means we have some name and it is a string TV, that is a string. This is any type of object. Then already we have that class, that we have the class. So the class, how you can configure for this, already in the previous we have seen that in the basic types if you are dealing. So then prop types, we have to just use prop types. So prop types dot object we have to define as object, that is already there. Suppose you want to deal with a number object, that means you want to deal with a number type of object. That means object that can have only numbers, it should not allow any another type of value. That means you can define here some price. So you can define some price and it should allow only a number, it should not allow any another type. Then we can just use the option like prop types dot, we can use object of, object of which type, we can define the type. That means if you want to restrict the number type, then we have to define as prop types dot number. That means this object property can handle only number, it can handle only number. That's how we define. Suppose a string object we have to restrict, so that means it can handle only a string, it cannot handle anything. Then we have to define prop types dot object of, then prop types dot string, we can restrict with a string. That is how we configure the property types. We define the property types and use the property types. So this is an object type, how we can define and use an object type. We also have, so syntactically same, syntax is same. So that means we say product dot, so details are prop types. In the prop types, so we are defining a property. So here we say details is an object. Then we have to define prop types dot object. Prop types of object, it can be any type of object, it can handle any type of object. And if I'm defining price and this is prop types dot object of, we have to define object of, then prop types dot number, we need to restrict it to that particular type. That is how we configure the object types, define the object types. Now in general, the data types, when you are configuring the data types, so we have another important is we generally call as react types. React types is nothing but actually, so it is used to define JSX type. So that means it is for configuring element type which contains the presentation and the logic. It is used for building the templates. You can define an element type also. The element type is very simple. That means we have element is written something like this. So product is an element, and we have to define the class as a prop types dot element. That is the type used for it. That means if you want an element to be presented, then you can use that element type. So that is configuring an element type, defining an element type. So we will see examples how we can configure and how do we work with them. So different types. So technically, these are all the property types. The property types are used for the elements. Some other important types we generally call as recurring types. Generally, recurring types is used to technically verify. Actually, you call them as validators. They are used to verify and specify a validation for that particular property. That means when you are defining a property and we are configuring the property, we can restrict that property by using recurring types. Recurring types, I will tell you a list in validations concept. I will tell you like option is like suppose actually. So recurring types are used. Recurring types are used for restricting the values, by handling. So various validations. So we can use different types of validations. This you will learn in validation concept, how to handle that. That means generally what you can do is a recurring type example I will tell you here. That means how you can handle the recurring types, how you can use the recurring types and deal with the recurring type. Actually, suppose I defined product. Means syntactically I am defining here. So we have a product. And product we have defined prop types. And in the prop types we are defining so the name. And the name is mandatory. You cannot leave it empty. Then we define prop types. So by using prop types, it is a string type and we define as is required. This indicates that, so it is mandatory. You cannot leave it empty. These are used in validations. Later you will understand how do we use the validations and configure the validations. But this is generally so used for dealing with the types, configuring with the types which are related to validations. So we can also have custom types. We can create your own types. That means actually custom types are nothing but, so you can create a function or class. You can create a function or class to configure a custom type. custom type. So you can use the custom type, custom type to restrict the values. You can create a custom type. So for example, so we can create our own types. For example, you know some options, like suppose you want to configure some properties. You can restrict the properties with your own types. You can configure with your own types. That means syntactically, generally, custom types means, for example, I will tell you, we created a property, product is an object, and this product object is having name, and this is prop types dot string, and it is having price, and this is having like prop types number. Now I am creating a TV, and I am creating a TV is an object. So TV is an object. That means we are creating a TV. It is configured as an object. So when you define a TV, that means suppose I will say another option, products. Okay, products dot prop types. And in this object, I am defining TV. This TV must be a custom type. This must be a custom type. Custom type means it should accept name and price. That means it should be product type. That means we need to configure that as a product type. That means actually we can configure this as a product type. This is a custom type. That means it can handle name and it can handle price. These are called custom types. How do we create custom types also? I will show you. Now the point here is, that means now when you define this as a custom type, it can handle only those types. So it can restrict you to handle those types. This is our own type. We can configure our own types. These are all the data types. And one more important is we have default types. By default type, actually default property is nothing but it is an object type. If anyone asks what is the default type, then the answer is the default type is simple. The default type is object. That means if you don't define the type, or you don't configure the type, and the default type is an object type, the default type is considered as an object type. So that is the basic. These are all very important for dealing with the data. Now we need to use these types and to restrict the data types, and use the data types for configuring data and sharing the data across applications. Especially if data has to be shared across application, you want to restrict the data to a specific type. These property types are very important to configure. Now we will see one example how we can use these types, and we can restrict the data to that particular type and work with these types. So I hope everyone that we will see in our next session. We will discuss one example on this, how to deal with this one complete example. I hope you understood why we need these prop types. Am I right? Everyone understood why we need these prop types and what is an alternative for these prop types, especially while dealing with these types. So better to use any language that supports the type, right? Now, how to use these different property types and create the data for our application and use the data, so that we will see in our next session. We discussed about one important concept, how we can restrict the data type for the values. So when you are storing the data, interacting with the data in application. For that, we discussed that React.js, because JavaScript is not a strongly typed language, React.js will use these prop types. We will see one example now, how to implement this. So first point, now actually, just an overview I will tell you. Tell me, what is the purpose of prop types? What you understood? What is the purpose of prop types? What you understood by this concept? What is the purpose of prop types? What is the purpose of prop types in React.js? Why we are using these prop types? Why we need to know these prop types? Good. So the main purpose of the prop type is we are using JavaScript as a language, and JavaScript is not strongly typed. So the problem is contradictory values are allowed. We need to restrict the type. Contradictory values are allowed. We need to restrict the type. We restrict the data type. What do you think? What do you say as an alternative for these prop types? Instead of using prop types, what is the alternative developers are using? Yes, good. So they are using TypeScript as a language, because the TypeScript is strongly typed. It can overcome all the issues, right? Yes, good. Right. Now we will see how we can handle this, how we can work with this. So let's create one example and see how to use these prop types. Yesterday I given how do we define the prop types? What are the various property types and how do we define the property types? I told you. So we will see one simple example to handle this, how we can configure the property types. One simple example I will show you. So let's create a simple component. Let's create a component. So const, I'm creating a product component. So let's create a product. It's a function. That function will use props, and that function will return. So let's return some details. Suppose it will return a data list. In that data term, we have name. And here we are defining data definition, and we need to define the properties. We are expecting props, so just props dot. So we are expecting name. Okay. So this is a this is a property. Name is a property, and we are displaying the name. So let's present this. So here we are rendering that component, product component. Here we are rendering the product component. So I will just keep a heading, say product details, and we will render that product component here. So we are rendering the product component here. Now the product component is expecting name, product name. We need to pass the product name. It is expecting the name property. We have to pass the name. So it is expecting an attribute. This is having a property now. So initially, let's run this and see. We are running this, and you can see. So here, so the name is just defined, and the name to be printed. That means now here we are configuring name is equal to so some name we are entering. That means we need to pass some dynamic value. So we are passing some 45,000. Name is equal to 45,000. So this is the dynamic value that we are passing into this property. So the name property has to get that value and display. So this is contradictory value. It is not objecting this. That means it is allowing to handle this value. It's not objecting this. It is not restricting this. So that means it is allowing, but name should allow only string. It should not allow a number. It is allowing a boolean. So that means true. I am defining some true. It is allowing a boolean. Of course, true is a boolean which requires value. Means on true, what should happen, on false, we need to configure. So that means here it is expecting a string, some TV. So it can handle the TV. It can handle a number. It can allow any type of value. So because by default it is any type, it can handle any type. But we need to restrict this only to string. So we should not allow number. That is the point here. How you will restrict the data type for this property? That means for this component, whatever data you are using, whatever the properties you are using, we need to restrict the property types. So how do we restrict the property types? So what we have to do is, so after defining the component, we need to tell the component property types. So that means currently the properties of component, they will allow any type of value. So but we need to restrict. Then we have to define here the component is product. To the product, we are using some properties which we want to restrict. Then we have to use the prop types. Property types. So prop types is an object. This prop types object will define. I already told you yesterday. So we have a prop types object. This prop types object will define what are the properties and what are the property data types. So we need to define the property and the property data types. By using prop types, you can define the property, and we can define the property types. Depending on what you want to have to do here. Prop types. What is the property? Name. Okay, for name property, what is the data type you want to restrict? So the data type we want to restrict is a prop type. So we have to use prop types. Prop types dot I want to restrict to a string. That means the prop types we are restricting to a string. That means the name property should not allow any another value. So it should allow string. So here we are passing a number into it. But now you restricted the component property types with the property name as string type. And here you can see when we are refreshing here, you see the value is displayed. So we will inspect here. And in the console, we need to configure that console, and we need to verify the types here. Some problem here, the prop types may not be included properly once we check that. That means in order to work with the prop types, so we need to make sure that the prop types library is included and it is working fine. The prop types library is working fine. Then we can use those property types and handle them. So let's go to this HTML file. Here, the prop types need to be included. So this is the prop types we are including. The script. Let's get that correct script here. We will check this. Yeah, prop types is not defined. That is fine. So it is showing the prop types is not defined. We will download the prop types library. React prop types CDN, right? Yeah. So the prop types CDN, prop types min. Its version is 15 only. In the official site, we will check this CDN prop types. Means just we need to copy the CDN available. React DOM, the CDNs are available. I think from here only we can get that. So prop type is imported. So let's check this in the component. Prop type is working from CDN Cloudflare. That's fine. It's working fine. But it should show us an warning for the different data types we are using. Let me check that also. So here we have prop types is recognized, right? Shall we import that prop types library because it is having a separate package. Let me include that prop types. So from prop types, that is the library actually for that. That is fine. Required, not defined. We are importing this. It is a module based here library. So allowing to import copied the development. Importing the module imported, it's enough actually. So that module importing is not supporting. I'm just using another importing technique here. No. some problem in the package. This is okay. That's fine. It's working fine. Previously, somewhere the refreshing this library, somewhere we mismatched that library. It's working fine. Okay, see, I just changed this library of minified. So because currently we are using in a development mode, and we have taken a minified library. I changed that minified library, and I'm using because we are in the development mode, we are using the normal library. That means not the minified library. So we are using the basic development library. Now, in this development library, so we have imported this property types, and here we are configuring the types. So what is the point is, so our name is defined with the property type as string, and but you are supplying some number into it. You can see that in the presentation it is showing, but the warning, it says that invalid property name. Actually, its a type is number supplied to property which is expected with a string. That means it shows an error, so which indicates that the value type that you passed into this is not correct, because it is expecting a string type. We need to configure the string type. So what we are doing now, so we are passing some string value into it, and you can see that it has to get that value and display, and there are no warnings or errors because the data type is matching. If you pass another data type, then it should restrict the value. So for example, similarly, suppose, so we are configuring here another property. So we are defining another property price, and the property price. So we want to print that props dot price. Price is the property. We want the price property as a number. We want to restrict to number. We don't want any another type of value to allow. In that case, generally here we can configure. So here we can configure the type for that. So this is the component product and its property type, and we need to define the type for price. We have to use prop types. And the prop types is number. Yesterday I given you list of data types. You have to be careful. You have to define the exact types that you want to allow. That means now here the product so is expecting price as a property, and the value we are expecting a number. So I defined some string. Into it. You can see it is displayed. But so here it shows failed for the property price, because price is of type so string supplied to product expected number. So that means we are expecting a number to be supplied into this. Then we have to pass a numeric value into that. Now it is valid. That means it allows you to handle that value. If you pass any contradictory values, the value that you are expecting and it is sent different, later we will send the value dynamically. Dynamically means through text box, through drop down, we will submit the data. And when data is submitted and they are entering wrong data, currently we are displaying the message in a log. We can directly display the message on the screen, so saying that this is invalid. So those that we handle invalidation. Initially, we are restricting the data type. So, and we are configuring the data type to a string or to a number. Sometimes, for example, so we are defining here a data term, product code. Here we are defining data definition. Here we need to present props.code. And this code can be a string or can be a number. It can be a string or number. That means we are expecting different types of values, multiple. Either it can be a string or a number. Then yesterday I given you some types how we configure. So that means this is a string, this is a number, this is a boolean, this is symbol, this is object, and anything. But anything will allow all types of values, but we want to restrict only two kinds of values. That is what generally we say. Generally we call that as union of types. If you want to restrict the union of types, then you can define another important option. That means we can use here one more option. Another question is how to define union of types. Union of types is nothing but, so a property must allow multiple types. So but not all types. It should allow multiple types, but restricted, but not all types. That's what actually union of types. So you can configure that union of types. You can define union of types, union of types by using so prop types, by using prop types dot one of type, by using prop types one of type. Here one of type is used for handling multiple types, and here you have to define the types as an array. That means here we have to define type 1, you have to define type 2, you can configure the multiple types. That means it will allow the data type either of these two, any of these two. It will not allow both of them, it will allow any one of them, So when you are configuring the types, you have to define the types in this way. So we need to specify the types. So that means either of these types. That means we are expecting a string, we are expecting a number. We need to configure the types in this way. So that is one of type. By using one of type, we can restrict the type and we can configure the type. So that means how you use that. Generally, we have to write in this way. So code, when you are configuring the code, here we have to define code. Code uses prop types dot. So one of type, we have to use one of type. And one of type, we have to define, so which type it is. So we need to configure that type. That means it can be one of type. So we need to define in the square brace as an array. One is prop types dot number. We are expecting a number, or we are expecting prop types dot string. That means it can be any one of those. It can be any one of those types. We need to configure any one of those types. This is how we can define the types. So that means this is called union of types. How do we define the union of types? That means now, so when you define the code, into this, that means we need to pass the code. Code is an attribute. Into that I am passing 101, that is the code. So that is the code we are passing. It is allowed. A number is allowed into it. We are passing a string, suppose B101. So we are passing a string, then you can see the string also allowed into it. It will not allow any another type of value like a boolean or an object or an array. It cannot allow any another type of value. So it will allow. So either of these types. So many times you need this union of types because initially we are not sure about the type, but we know that it can be either string or number type. Then we have to restrict the type. We have to restrict the type to a specific. So then we can manage that. So we can manage that by using this one of the type. So how you can configure one of the type. Similarly, in the same way, you can use all the types I have given to you. Suppose I want to restrict. That means this is allowing the type. I want to restrict suppose some array. That means I want to restrict some array. I want to present some array. Restrict some array. Usually, if you want to restrict an array, that means, for example, so we want some array. So array is defined in this way. For example, we are defining a property here that is shipped to. So I said shipped to. Shipped to is expecting an array. We should pass only an array, and that is array of numbers or array of string. You can restrict that. Currently, array will allow any type. And if I want to allow only array of string types, I should not allow any another type. Then yesterday I told you how we can handle the array types, how you configure the array types. That means array types, we have to define prop types array. But if you want to restrict either a number or a string, then we have to use array of. If you want to configure multiple types, just like I showed you one of the type, we can use any one of the type. So here I'm using array of any particular type. That means here we need to restrict that. Here prop types. So prop types dot. So we have to use array of. What type of arrays you want to allow. So I want to allow. So prop types dot string. That means only string type arrays allow. Shipper 2, we are defining string type arrays. That means we are configuring the string type arrays. So we are defining that particular type and configuring that particular type. So now you can see when we have to write this, that means this is shipper 2 must be printed. That means props is expecting shipper 2. I will put here shipper 2, and it is an array. And in that case, we will print that array. Shipper 2 is an array. We will use an ordered list. And how we can print an array? So already we learned the map method. We will print the map method and we will define the map method. So just like a list item, so we need to print the details. Then what we will do is here we will create. So here we will create an object. And in the object, we are defining props dot, we have shipper 2. So we have shipper 2. Shipper 2 is an array. And we need to print all the values of an array. We will use a map function. And the map function, so we'll get the value and it will print the value. So map function is expecting a value. So it is expecting a callback function. I will just use a callback function. So callback function will get the value and it will print the value. It should return that value. That means it should return the value as a list item. It should return the value as a list item. So we will use li as a list item. In the list item, we need to print that value. So we are creating an ordered list. We are creating an ordered list and we are printing that ordered list here. So unordered list. In the unordered list, we are generating a list item for every item inside this collection, shipper2, and we are printing. That means now, so this shipper2 is expecting an array of strings. It is expecting an array of strings. Then how you configure that here? So that means we need to pass the array here. So it is expecting array of strings. That means here we are using shipper2. Shipper2 is expecting an array. And you know that array is passed in a square brace. It is an array of string, say Delhi, so and say Hyderabad. Like this, we are configuring that and displaying Delhi and Hyderabad. That means it is accessing the details and displaying. So that means now it has to print the details and display the details. That means shipper2, so Delhi and Hyderabad. Now, if I pass any wrong value into that, that means if any different value is passed into it, it is going to print that value. But in the errors, it should show an error. It should show an error. Shipper2 typed supplied with a number, but it is expected with a string because it is an array of string type. So at which index? Shipper2 at one index, it is expecting that value. Then we have to configure that. So this is, so we defined as Hyderabad and it is working fine. And one more error is there. Actually, this error is nothing but related to key value collection. So it says that whenever you are generating, so remember, what the problem is nothing but whenever you are iterating an item, so this iterating item must have a unique key. So because the same iterating item may be used by several. If the same iterating item is used by several, so that means several will use the same item. In that case, it should have a unique key. Key is like a value for this list item, ID for this. That means when any element is iterating, that means this is repeating. Then it says that when any element is repeating, I need a unique reference for it. I need a unique reference for this. That means it says that each child in list should have a unique key. It should have a unique key. So for that reason, we have to use a key as a property. We have to use a key as a property. And in the key property, so what we have to do is we need to pass that value, the value. So we cannot pass the same value. That is the reason every time the same value will be passed as a key. That means it will be used as an ID for that particular. Because if same element is repeating, then if the same element is repeating, then there must be a unique reference for every item when repeating. So for that reason, we have to use this. This is just to avoid that error. And you can see now it is fine. Previously also it is working, but you have to check the console whether it is showing that error. What is the problem in that? So what is the problem in reference of the keys and all these things we have to define. This is generally how you configure. So you configure and you can restrict the types for the properties defined in any particular component. So actually, this is not required if our language supports a strongly typed approach. You can use all these types that I have explained to you. So that means various data types, what I have shown to you, these data types are important. Suppose you are allowing an object, you want to allow anything, then we have to use node, object, symbol, bool, number, string. If you are dealing with a collection, then you have to use array. So you have to use array of numbers, array of strings. You can use an enum. You can use, now recently I told you, union of types. So you can create a number object. You can create a string object. Even the object types also you can configure. You can define what kind of object you want to allow. It can define an object inside it. So that means you need to pass an object. Through that object, we have to access the properties. Already learned how do we deal with them. So initially, the properties that you configure are very important to handle. So this you can overcome with the language like TypeScript. So in TypeScript like language, what it will do is it will simply restrict the data types. Because suppose I am showing you just roughly. So suppose some application.ts. TypeScript files will have the extension ts. And here we are creating a constant property. So and this constant property, that means suppose we will create one product like object. Same like the product like object, we will create one product. Suppose I said so product like object. We are defining the product like object, and it should take some values and present the value. Generally, in TypeScript, actually we can even create interface. We can write interface iProduct. iProduct is an interface. This is expecting name as a string type. It is expecting price as a number type. So it is expecting stock. It is expecting stock as a Boolean type. It is expecting as a Boolean type. This interface you can use for configuring your products. That means you are creating so an object. Suppose we are creating an object. So that means constant and product. This product can be of iProduct type. It can be of iProduct type. When you defined this as an iProduct type, then it should have all those properties configured. That is the reason it is showing error. It is showing error because we need to configure those types and we have to define the types. That means we have to define name. So that is string type. We have to define price. So that is a number type. So we have to define stock. So stock, so that is Boolean type. Then it will accept. If the price is entered as a string type, it shows an error. Directly it can handle this situation. You don't need any prop types. You don't need to use any prop types. So you don't need to configure any prop types. So directly it allows you to handle this situation. So that is the reason in many advanced generation technologies, so many applications, people are using this TypeScript. Because remember, you write in TypeScript, but TypeScript is not understandable to React. This TypeScript is translated into JavaScript. It is transcompiled into JavaScript. Once it is transcompiled into JavaScript, that JavaScript will be used for your application, right? So generally, you cannot say why, because see, React is a TypeScript based, React is JavaScript based library. Am I right? React is JavaScript based library, right? That means the native library of React is JavaScript. Library of JavaScript. It is JavaScript library. And majority of the applications I'm telling about projects. Majority of the projects who are already working with JavaScript based environment, they cannot use TypeScript for React. So majority of the projects. This is only for the people who already implementing TypeScript in their applications. And they want React also to use. Then they can go with the TypeScript and React. That is the reason TypeScript with React is not asked every time for projects. It depends on whether the project is already implementing that or not. At the end, I will show you. how we can use this TypeScript with React. But remember, TypeScript we will just use to write the logic. Finally, it is converted into JavaScript. Everything transforms into JavaScript. This is user-defined type. We created our own type, and through that we are implementing this type and configuring it. So such approaches you will come across in TypeScript. JavaScript is not capable of doing that. That is the reason in JavaScript we have to implement this. So we need to configure and we need to implement this and use this. So this is a very important thing, especially when you are dealing with the data. If you are transporting the data, if you are managing the data for your application, so you have to make sure that the contradictory data is not accepted by the components. The components that you design, they will not accept any contradictory values. They will accept only the values that are required, that are strongly typed. Then we need to restrict them by using these prop types. So this is an example for the prop types. So one example, so here we have app.js. So this is an example for that, okay. And so in index.html, one change we have done, we have downloaded the prop types library and added it. So that's the reason I will copy this also. And this is index.html code. So that is index.html code. And in that, let me highlight that script that we are using for prop types. So this is the script for the prop types. So this is the script for the prop types. I'm just highlighting this. This is the additional script that we have to use in this application, right? So that is how we can configure the properties. So how do you define the properties, right? Now, after understanding the properties, now in React, now next important, one more option is how we can use styles, React styles in React application, how we can implement styles and how we can handle interactions. In React. That we will see in our next session. Yes, data types available. So because we are using JavaScript as language, so property types are very much important. If we are using TypeScript like language, it's not required because already it is a strongly typed one. I hope you are clear with this and you practice this, how to handle the property types. Is everything fine working for you now? No issues, right? Till now what we have learned, everything is working for you. No problems now? Right. Now, after understanding these property types, so dealing with the property types, now a few more important things we need to discuss here. So we learned these property types, yes. How to deal with the properties, one example. And the separate library for the property types. We have to add that property types library. Yeah. Next, after understanding and working with the property types, one more concept you need to know here is about how do we deal with the styles in React application. How do we deal with styles in React application? Already we were using Bootstrap effects and all. We are writing Bootstrap effects and all. So other than Bootstrap, generally how styles are defined, how they are configured, we need to understand about that. We need to know about that and handle this. So let's see how we can manage and how we can work with the styles. Means what are the general basic rules for working with styles? Because already you know styles, you need to just learn here syntactically how they are configured. So once you know that, So it is easy to handle the styles for our application. Generally, you know that styles provide attributes to make HTML more interactive and responsive. And there are different ways of configuring the styles. There are different ways of configuring the styles in every web application. There are different ways of configuring the styles. Styles can be configured using using various techniques. We have inline styles. We have embedded styles, and we have cascade style sheets, CSS, cascading style sheets, cascading style sheets, so CSS. And we also have styling libraries, actually styling libraries So in real-time development process, when you have to apply the styles, so there are several techniques. So we can use inline styles, we can use embedded styles, we can use cascade style sheets, we can use styling libraries. So we can handle in several ways. What are these? One simple approach we will see how we can handle them, how we can work with them. Currently, so in two different approaches I will show you. Currently, we are creating a simple HTML React application where all we are bringing from CDN. Everything we are bringing from CDN, actually. Everything we are bringing from CDN. And we are using in our project. Another application example I will show you where we will download all the libraries and import them and use them. Both scenarios I will show you. Currently, in this scenario, if you want to define styles, styles can be configured in several ways. One is styles can be defined inline. We can define the style inline. Generally, inline styles are nothing but, so we have to configure the styles for every element individually. So that means inside our components, dynamically styles can be configured and dynamically they can be changed. According to different states of application, it can change actually. That means first we will see how we can manage inline style. So inline style, how we can define inline style. Actually, inline style is nothing but styles are defined for every element in component individually by using a style attribute. Actually, you can pass any dynamic value into style attribute, any style attribute, so that it can change dynamically according to state and the situation. So how styles are defined? So generally, how we can configure the styles and how we can define the styles. So inline styles, when you are configuring, we have a style property. So using the style property, better to say, because dynamically we say style property by using style property. Dynamically means properties. Actually, so when you are configuring the styles inline, generally in JavaScript and jQuery, we directly write them as they are available in CSS. We write. Suppose generally in JavaScript and jQuery, what we do is we have a div. So that means I am just giving an example of JavaScript or jQuery. So if we want, we just define div style is equal to, we can get this some background color. So background color, we need to apply some red, something like this we need to define. So dynamically how we can apply for that. So that means dynamically how you apply in JavaScript. So we have a div. This div will have an ID. And the ID for the div, so we are defining the ID for the div. So ID for the div is suppose some container. Okay, we want to apply some effect for this. Then we generally document get element by ID. Here we have to define. So container dot style dot. When you define the style here, so we use the effects like this. Actually, originally the name is, when you apply the style in CSS, the name is, so it will be like background hyphen color. But when you are dynamically defining these names, actually it will be in a camel case, background color is equal to red. That's how generally we define. And it is mandatory that it should be in this case only. So that means all the styles generally they have a separation. So dynamically, if you want to apply, so generally the style attributes majority will have hyphen separator. But that means generally when you apply this style inline, we use background hyphen color red like this. When you are dynamically applying, we have to apply in this way. The same approach we have to follow for configuring the style to any element in React.js. So React.js also uses camel case for configuring the styles. React.js also uses camel case for configuring the styles dynamically. It uses camel case. We have to use the camel case. We have to follow the camel case for defining. So the same approach we need to define and configure that. So let's see how we can apply the effects, how we can dynamically define that. It uses the camel case. And usually dynamic styles are defined by using a style object, actually, by using a style object. Generally, we create a style object. By using that style object, we configure the styles dynamically. So we generally define the styles dynamically. So it depends on how you want to configure the effects and apply the effects. I will show one simple example for defining the effects. Means suppose inline styles, how to apply inline styles, how you can define inline styles and specify them. Suppose in our example, you see here, in our example, let's start this example. We are presenting some product details. And here we are having like data terms and data definitions. And we have like headings. So I want to apply some effects for them dynamically. Later, through events, you will learn how to change their appearance. Initially, if you want to apply the styles, so then generally what we do is, so in order to configure the styles, we need to define. So we need to define some effects. So that means we need to configure some effects. Suppose you see here, currently, this is the component. And product component, it is a functional component. And this functional component is returning this presentation. It is returning the presentation and it is using these properties. What we do is, if you want to apply the styles, so we are configuring a constant. We are defining a constant. This constant, any name. Suppose I will use the name as term style, data term style. So this is term style or head style, something like this. Head style, heading style. Okay, let me give it clear. Heading style is an object. And this object have to use some effects. We need to configure some effects. Now we have to use the technique. Suppose background color. So we have to write our CSS in a camel case. So background color. So we defined suppose dark cyan. Okay, that is the background color. Okay, and we are adding. So it's an object. So we are adding another as color. So we defined some white. We are defined text align. We defined as so suppose center, something like this we configure. This is how generally we configure a style object. We are defining a style object. And this style object need to be applied for the heading. So we want to apply to the heading. So to this heading, we need to apply that style object. Then it can use the dynamic value. Here it can use the dynamic value. By using, it uses a style attribute. It is a style property. Through the style property, we can supply the dynamic value into it. That means we are defining dynamic value. That is a heading style. We are supplying that heading style. That is how we can send a dynamic value into it. That means we are configuring the style for that element, and it should get that effect and display. It is working fine. That means we are configuring the effects. We are defining the effects. Inline styles, we are defining the inline styles. Remember, later when you learn events, we will also see how we can change these values dynamically. That means we can get the value for this from a text box, from a drop down. From a drop down, we can ask the user to select a color. He can choose the color. He can change that. Dynamically, we can change, we can apply, and we can configure the effects, right? So the important point here is, so first we need to learn how to configure them, how we can define them, right? So whatever effects you know, so suppose I say padding. So that means here I define the value as 10 pixels. That means padding is some 5 pixel. So that is the value for the padding, and that applies 10 pixels padding for that content. So suppose I have to define, you see here, so margin top, and I'm adding this effect, margin top, so 10 pixel. So margin top is 10 pixel. It will move from the top 10 pixels. So all the CSS, generally what you know, in React, we can apply the CSS dynamically. Remember, without styles, there cannot be an application. You cannot imagine an application. So you are building an application with React, then several times you need to dynamically handle the appearance according to the state and situation. Later, you will use this regularly in validations. Like if it is valid, it will apply one effect. If it is invalid, it will apply another effect. That means it will keep on changing the effects dynamically. So we need to configure the effects and we need to define the effects dynamically. That is very important. So which you can manage in this way. But whatever CSS you can implement here. Only the point is you need to configure that as a style object and you can define them. This is one technique. That means you can configure a style object and you can apply. First, I will give you syntax here. So syntax. Applying styles using style object. So using style object. So how you can apply styles by using style object? Just you have to create a constant. So a style object which contains some set of properties. So that means it comprises of a style attribute and its value. Style attribute and its value. You can add multiple attributes, style attribute and its value. And we need to apply this to any element. So to apply to that any element, we have to use style, and by using the binding expression, we need to access that style object and apply there. That's how generally we need to configure the syntax. Now, that is one point. That is one option. You can directly apply the style. So inside that particular element, that means, for example, suppose for this unordered list, so we want to apply some style. So unordered list, we want to apply some style. For a list item, we want to apply some style. Then directly you can configure them. So suppose for the div, you want to apply the style. We can directly apply them. So for example, how you can directly apply. So here I am using a style object. So that is applying that style object. So for any element, if you want to directly apply, you can directly use here. So data term, and for the data term, we are using style and is equal to, here we can apply some values here. And so for example, suppose I'm saying here, so background color. Suppose I defined green. Suppose like this, we are trying to apply the effects directly here. Now important is this is not dynamic. That means we are not configuring this dynamically. We want to apply this here. And generally, this is dynamic. Inside this, we want to apply a set of effects. Remember, style is expecting an object. So these styles also must be defined as an object. Styles must be defined as an object. That's how we configure, because there will be multiple attributes. The style is expecting an object inside it. And that object is defined in an embedded expression. Don't get confused with this two flower brace. It's a very simple thing. You are embedding an object. Into the style. That means here we define, suppose, so gray. We are embedding an object into that style. That means it will apply that here. For the terms, we are configuring and we are defining for that. So we are configuring and defining the style inline like this. You can directly apply to any element as an object. So object contains here, suppose say color. So color say white. That means object can contain multiple properties and values. Those properties and values are applied here. It can contain multiple properties and values, which you configure like an object here. That means here another syntax is apply values, apply attributes directly to element. So how you can apply attributes directly to element? You have to just define the div and put the style, and we have to use an embedded expression there, which is expecting again a style object inside it. So which will use attribute and value, and it will use the attribute and value. So that's how we can configure. These are two general techniques generally when you use applying the style. Later in the next level, when we learn about the events, so we will see how we can manage these changing the appearance according to event. That means according to the event, we can manage them modifying, right? Right? So this is one option. That means how we configure the styles inline. So we create the style objects and we apply the style objects to that element. That is inline style. And of course, this is inline style technique. Of course, the embedded style technique. So that means embedded styles. For inline style, I will give one example also. That will be better. So let's take an example for this. So that is just this app.js. And let me give this code here. Just the same previous example, we added some style object. There can be multiple style object you can apply. That is inline style you are configuring. And you are configuring an inline style and you are using it. So you can use anywhere. So you can configure and use anywhere. Embedded styles, what is problem in inline style is they are not reusable. That's why we use embedded technique, embedded styles. You know the embedded styles. Embedded styles are nothing but the styles are defined. The styles are defined by using a style tag. By using a style tag. For example, suppose here we are configuring, we want to configure the same effect to all data terms. Now, actually, it is returning this term. Generally, embedded is a technique. So here you see here. So this is the data list, and in the data list you configured everything. Let's cut that, and we will put an empty element structure here. We already learned that. So if we want, we can directly put an empty element structure here because we really don't want any content to be rendered here. And here I am adding style. I'm adding style tag. I'm adding the style tag. And here we are writing. So wherever data term is present. So you observe carefully here. This is not the traditional approach because this is used as an expression. For example, suppose I am writing here. So background color. So background color. So and the background color we are defining as suppose gray. Then color. So we are defining as white. But this is not the right approach here. So because this is embedding an expression. This is embedding an expression. When you write inside this return of the component return type, when you configure this, this is embedding expression. So embedded styles cannot be defined for component. The embedded styles are defined. Generally, this is how we embed the styles. Embedded styles page application, we don't define for the component. Suppose if you want to use for the component, you have to use external CSS and import them and use them. I will show you how to use an external CSS, import and use them. Initially, this is generally embedded technique, but we are trying to embed that. We are trying to embed that in this area. And this is an object. Suppose I am writing as an object. You see, I'm writing this as an object. That means this is an object. This is an object. So that contains some set of effects defined for data term. This is a general embedded technique of the style, but observe carefully here. So we cannot have any effect for that. Observe here in the errors, you can see it says that objects are not valid. Objects are not valid as a React child. They are not valid as a React child. That means it is unable to render this element, unable to configure that element. For example, see, this is style. This is embedded style actually. This is embedded style. But this embedded style is not recommended for the component to define like this. This is not recommended for the component to define like this. Then generally where we write the embedded styles, actually embedded styles are defined. Embedded styles are defined in the page. Embedded styles are defined in the page. That means we have to configure them in the HTML. Here we have to embed the styles by using a style element. We have to embed. This is embedded technique in the page, in the HTML. We need to embed that. This is embedded technique. So that is a general thing you might have learned everywhere when you are learning about CSS. So this is the embedded technique. In embedded technique, wherever data term is there, so because we know that the components will use data terms, so we use a general approach, background color as gray and color as white, and so padding as some 5 pixel. So that is the effects you want to give for the terms, and it will get that and display. Because inline problem is inline reusability issues will come. We cannot depend on inline every time because inline reusability issues will come. If I want to reuse across several elements, then inline is not suitable. Then we have to use an embedded technique. By using embedded technique, we need to configure, and embedded cannot be defined. Embedded cannot be defined directly. Actually, embedded styles are defined in a HTML page, by using style element, style element. So it can embed a set of styles. So which are allowed to reuse, across elements, across elements. That's what actually embedded styles. So we cannot embed the styles in the components. Components will not allow to embed the styles. So we have to configure them in the HTML page and define them. That means just what we have to do is index.html, and here we need to define the set of styles, how you want to keep them and use. This is a general thing. So this already you may know already how do we define. And CSS also no need to explain. CSS. So that means cascade style sheets. How we can use CSS? That means styles are maintained. So maintained in a separate CSS file, and styles are maintained in a separate CSS file and are included. Are linked. You can say linked to your document. So you can also import CSS files into component end use. How to import CSS files into component, we will see that. We will discuss about that. How to use that into the component, we will see, right? Technically, how we can import into the component, we will discuss about that. But important is we need to understand. So we need to understand how these are used directly in the HTML page first. Later, we will learn how to import, because in React application, we need to learn about importing from external files in a separate environment. So that we are going to see in the next level. Initially, external style sheets, that means I will show you. That means you will learn how to import CSS files, because this is currently a single page environment we are designing with index.html. Observe here our React application we created. If you remembered the React application we created, this is React application. In this React application, CSS files are separately created. CSS files are separately created, and we want to use that inside this file. Then we have to use import function. By using import, you can import the CSS file, and you can use those classes here. Whatever the classes, whatever the effects you have defined, you can do that here. That is an importing technique. Importing into component, I will tell you. Directly, there are two techniques. We are going to discuss both the techniques. That means how do we use and how do we work with them. So here in this, it is using the same approach. I will show you. Means our example is currently, this is the HTML application. This is the HTML application. Suppose we want to maintain separate style sheets. So what we are doing is, in this SRC folder, we are creating a new file. App.css. You know, CSS files will have the extension .css, app.css. Now, in the main index page, these effects I will remove, and I am not using embedded. technique. Now, styles are maintained in this app.css. We will create a data term, and we will put some effects. Now, currently, you can see, so when I refresh this here, so the page, so let's run that page. It is closed now, right? Let's run that page. Okay, now you can see the data terms are not having any effects. We maintained the effects in a separate CSS file. You see, we are maintaining in a separate CSS file. All the effects that you can maintain in a separate CSS file. So we are maintaining in a separate CSS file. Now we want to use this in this component app.js. Generally, there is a technique of importing. We have to import that CSS file. So we need to import that CSS file. That CSS file can be imported into this. That means from the same folder /. So what is the CSS file? App.css. That is the CSS file we are importing. If we can import that CSS file here, those effects can be used in this component. This is the general approach actually. But here you can see it shows a problem in this technique. It says that required not defined. Why it is expected? Why? Because currently we are not developing application using a modular technique. So we just developed an application without modular technique. Modular technique means we will maintain all our code in separate files. We can import one file into another file. We can access the library of another file in this file, and we can use that. So this we will see after this concept. I will explain how we can develop an application in a modular technique. Currently, we are not developing application in a modular technique. Then this is not suitable. Then where to import that CSS file? We have to import that CSS file in the index page. That means in the index page, what we have to do, we have to use the option link. So link relation is equal to style sheet. Href is equal to, so it is app.css. That means it is present in src folder. So // it is present in src folder. In src folder, app.css. We are linking that here. Now that effect will be applied to the content. There are two techniques of React application. One, so when you are developing React application using a modular technique, how to import the components, how to import the libraries and develop them, I will show you in the next session. In the next approach, we will discuss about that, right? Currently, our application, we are simply building an application. So without modular technique. Modular technique means JavaScript have a modular technique where we can maintain library in multiple files. We can import them. Generally, do you know that modular system? What is that modular system is called as? What is JavaScript module system called as? Any idea? What is the JavaScript module system? Do you have any idea? You know any module system idea? JavaScript module systems, any names you know? Heard about any module systems? Module systems. The JavaScript module systems, actually we have module systems like common.js. We have like AMD, asynchronous module distribution. CommonJS, AMD are the module systems, which generally we use actually. So you might have learned about these module systems. Generally, we use these module systems. So these module systems are used to build the application. These are used to build the application in a modular based environment, right? So this we will do how to build a React application using module system. In that module system, we have to import the CSS into the component file and use. Currently, we are not using a module system. So in that case, so here important is, so if you are using a module system, modular system, so for React application, then you have to import the CSS files into component. Syntactically, it is done like this. That means we have app.css. So we have like app.css. In that we are writing some effects. That means here we are adding some effects. So suppose we have some selector. So selector, selector, and we are adding some effects. So attribute and value. We are defining some options. So this is app.css, and we want to use this in app.js. Then usually what we do is we import that file. That is app.css, and those effects are accessible here. We can import that and we can use those effects here. So we can handle those effects here. This is modular system. And if you are not using a modular system, that means if you are not using a modular system, right? Modular system, then you have to link all your CSS files, into index page, index.html. You have to link all the CSS files into index page. That means link relation is equal to style sheet, and href is equal to, so we have to use /src/some app.css, like this we need to configure. This is depending on what kind of approach we are using. I'm not teaching any CSS here, but I am just showing you how we can implement that CSS and use in our applications. So these are the modular techniques. Without modular techniques, with modular techniques, how we can manage them. Usually this is the approach. For configuring and handling the techniques. Now, in many projects, so we don't use directly CSS. In many projects, actually, developers use. So here I will give you a simple note. You can also use less and sass. Am I right? You can also use less and sass for CSS. I think you might have learned less and sass for CSS. Majority in real-time projects, applications they will use less and sass only. Real-world developers don't use CSS directly. I hope majority of you know this point, right? So we can use less and sass. That means generally what we do is, we don't directly. For that, you know that you have to install sass and less on your computers, and you need to use them. Generally, what people do is they create a file, app.sass. We are creating app.sass file. In this app.sass file, we are using all the knowledge of Sass. That means we are using the options like $. So we are defining some color. So suppose border, something like this, and we are adding some value for this. So suppose 2 pixel solid, so red color, something like this. So how they are configured. Sass files are configured, less files are configured, and here you are applying so a data term. For the data term, so we need to apply the border coming from $border. So that is how we need to define. Usually this is a Sass file, and you know that in order to use the Sass file, you have to install Sass on your computer. After using that Sass file, usually what we do is we translate that, right? So we open the terminal, we will compile that. So Sass, so by using Sass compiler, we will compile app.sass. So we will compile app.sass. So SCSS, right? So Sass compiler. So by using the Sass compiler, so the file is yes. So by using the compiler, so that means app.scss Sass compiler. So app.css, it transcompiles into CSS. That means it will compile that into CSS. And whatever by using the Sass compiler, we do that. And whatever the CSS is there, app.css, it converts into this way. And we use this app.css in our project. It will apply that in that. Generally, what we do is we create a Sass file. We define all the effects in the Sass file. Suppose I said, so padding. So I defined padding. So padding, we defined as a 5 pixel. So the padding is 5 pixel. Okay. And we are defining like a color. Yeah. So we define some background color, some light coral. So we are defining that light color, coral, or very light color from RGB. Okay. We are applying that. And we are defining text align to center. After writing the SCSS files, we will compile and transcompile that SCSS files into CSS. Once it is converted into CSS, that is applied to our content. This is the real world approach, actually, how we do. This is not a part of React. This is generally CSS concept that you do. That is how generally we create the CSS files, link the CSS files, and use the CSS files. Generally, you know that you are using Bootstrap and all others. Bootstrap also created from Sass only. Bootstrap related, all the code is generated from a SAS file. Entire Bootstrap is present in SAS. I hope majority of you know that point, right? So we can use that. For this, you need to install SAS on your computer. You have to install SAS on your computer. If you have installed the SAS on your computer, you can use that SAS. So CSS, using CSS is a different technique. It depends on your requirements and specifications. You can use them, right? So this is one option, generally how we can use the styles in our application. In a module system also, I will show you how we can use these options and how do we work with them. So for React application in real world, you will find inline styles, you will find embedded styles, you will find external style sheet CSS, and you will also find people using in real-time projects, people using these libraries, styling libraries. You will see people using styling libraries. Actually, there are so many styling libraries. One example, Radium. So we are not discussing any styling libraries here, but I am telling you that people who are aware of styles, effects, and CSS, they depend on several third parties also. And later I will show you here React materials. They will provide Bootstrap-like appearance here. But external, this is Radium. Radium is one very commonly used styling library for React applications. We can also use like Radium. So yes, so like Radium. So we can also use like React materials. So we will learn about those options in the later stage. So how we can handle them. Actually, Radium. So Radium is an open source. For example, I will show you. Let's Google that. Radium. Radium. Yes. This is Formidable Labs. This is the Formidable Radium. Yeah, you can install this. This is the Formidable Radium here. So this is one of the open source library which we generally use in our real-time projects. So it provides a lot of CSS and effects for the buttons. You can import in your React application and you can add these effects and you can use them. So these will give you a lot of effectiveness for your application. So that means it provides a separate class. Say, remember, this is similar like it is similar like your Bootstrap. It gives you React elements, so ready-made templates, so we can apply. So it is Radium is set of tools to manage inline styles on React elements. So powerful styling capabilities without CSS. Without using CSS, you can use this. Directly, it is very good for handling CSS like options. But it's not mandatory that people have to use this. We are not discussing this also. It is not mandatory that. So because here you can read it, it will give you the entire guide, because people are very much use it to Bootstrap materials like concept. Even people, when they are learning React, they ask, sir, will you teach React materials? Because they know only about it. So, but they don't know that in real world, we use more than what materials is, right? We use a lot of things. So which make our React application more easy and better in performance. So it will provide you different options. Through that, we can easily build the application. We can apply the effects. We can easily handle the effects. Mostly file defining inline styles and effects, this Radium is very much used. We will not concentrate on Radium because traditionally people go with general materials and Bootstrap. We will use that. And later at the end, whenever time permits, if we have time, we will go into these additional third-party things, so which will be helpful in certain type of projects when you are working on. Right. This is all about how we can configure and define the styles for our React application. Next important, after understanding this, now we need to know about the interactivity in this application. That means how we can manage events and interactions, user interactions in React. That we will see in our next, especially how we can work the styles in React application. How do we handle the styles and work with the styles in React application? Next, after understanding about styles, so you need to know about user interactions, handle the user interactions, how we manage the user interactions in React application, handling communication between the client input and generating the output for the input, processing the requests, all such things we need to understand, right? So let's see how we can work with the user interactions. So in React, how to deal with the user interactions. Yes. So this is the last example I given you. So related to CSS and all, right? Next, events and interactions. They are similar to how you know in JavaScript, but few changes are there which we need to understand. Means generally events and all are similar to how you know in JavaScript, but few options are there which you need to know individually, so that all the event handling will be same like what you have learned in JavaScript actually. Technically, so what is an event and how event works? So what is event? What is event? We need to understand what is event. If you already know event handling in JavaScript. The same thing here. So, but a little bit different approach. So that is the reason you may already know the definition. Actually, um, event is a message sent by sender to its subscriber in order to notify the change. In order to notify the change. In order to notify the change. That is the technical definition for event. Event is a message sent by sender to its subscriber in order to notify the change. I will explain this point actually. Generally, you might have learned the basic events in JavaScript based environment. Suppose we have a function. So we are just configuring a function. So we have a function and it is a submit click the function. And we have a button. We have a button. So button on click, we are calling that submit click. So this is some submit and button. Usually when any general learner looks at this kind of logic, usually people think that, so we have a function called submit click, and on button click, we are calling the function. Generally, we are calling the function. But actually, so we are not calling that function here. We are not calling the function here. That is wrong. We are not doing that. Actually, event is a message sent by sender to its subscriber. Actually, remember this point. Event actually follows. Event follows observer. Event follows observer, which is a communication design pattern. In software design patterns, event follows a pattern called observer. Observer is a communication pattern. Actually, if you know software design patterns, generally software design patterns are nothing but these are the principles the developer follow to build an application. The design patterns are about creating objects, handling communication, and designing of classes. And the event follows a software design pattern called observer. I'm not concentrating on design patterns concept here, but as a software developer, you should know that in software development, everything is a design pattern. In software development, everything is a design pattern. So, and the software design patterns are classified into 3 groups. We call them gang of 4 design patterns: creational patterns, structural patterns, and behavioral patterns. And the event comes under behavioral patterns, communication pattern, and it is observer. So event uses a software design pattern called observer. Actually, event uses delegate mechanism. Delegate mechanism is nothing but delegate mechanism means it is a function pointer. Delegate is function pointer. Delegate is a function pointer mechanism. It is function pointer mechanism. So we are not calling the function, we are pointing towards the function. This you can observe more better in React also. Actually, in JavaScript based environment, actually people think that we are calling the function. So we are not calling the function. We are pointing towards the function. That means this is event handler. We call this as event handler. And this event handler is pointing towards the function. It is not calling the function. It is pointing towards the function. So actually that is a function pointer. It is a function pointer. It is pointing towards the function. Generally we call this as delegate mechanism. It is a function pointer. That means we are not calling the function. We are pointing towards the function. This you can clearly observe in React. That's the reason generally when we use parentheses, people gets confused in that, and they think that we are calling the function. So because on click, when anybody writes submit click, people think that they are calling the function. Actually, this is not calling the function. It is pointing towards the function. Generally, this is how events are defined in JavaScript. Now in React, it is more similar actually. I will show you. Generally, I will copy this. That means this is JavaScript, how it handles the event. handles the event, JavaScript. Actually, React also similar, same. Only the approach here in React, what happens is, in React usually, so in React.js, the events that we are configuring, that means events that we are defining and configuring. So let's take that here. So in React, the events that we are defining will be like this. We have submit click, and here it is a function, and on button. So this is button, and the button on click, it should be written in camel case. So on click, it should be written in camel case. So in React, especially, it should be written in camel case. And on click, it points towards a function. It points towards a function. So generally, we have to use an expression. We have to define an expression, submit. So we have to define an expression. And here, we have to write that submit click. So that means this is pointing towards that particular function. It is pointing towards that particular function. That means in React, it looks more correctly. In JavaScript, people little bit confused. That means it looks more correct. That means you can see that it is pointing towards the function. So it is not a function calling, it is function pointing. React gives a better better appearance for that. That means it uses a better architecture for this. So that means it uses an event handler. So which will use a simple function pointer. This is function pointer. So this is function pointer. So generally, you should know that this is event. On click is called event. On click, it is pointing towards a function. On click, it is pointing towards a function. This is actually called as, event handler. We call this as event handler. So event handler is actually a function pointer. It is pointing towards that function and handling that particular function. So that is event handler, how event handler manages everything. Now, this is in React.js. So in React.js, events are defined in this way. And generally, this is, I will copy that. And in React.js, that is JavaScript based option here. React.js uses all JavaScript browser events. So React.js uses all JavaScript browser events in the same way. So, but the point is, events are defined in camel case. Events are defined in camel case. So, and event handler uses function pointer. So function pointer as a React expression. Function pointer as React. You can simply say as JSX expression. It uses as JSX expression. Event handler uses function pointer as JSX expression. It uses as a JSX expression. So the syntax, the example looks like this. This is React.js. So this is a JSX expression. So you are not calling the function. You are pointing towards the function. So we are not calling, we are pointing towards the function. That's how generally events are defined. Now here, one more option you need to know is, so here another point you need to know is, so this is called actually sender. This is sender. Sender sends a message to the subscriber. So this is subscriber. So sender is sending a message to the subscriber. So actually subscriber contains actions to perform. So contains action to perform. So sender notifies. So when actions need to perform. So that is done by actually. So sender notifies when action needs to perform. So that is sender and subscriber. Sender sends the message and subscriber contains the actions to perform. So that is what actually subscriber sender mechanism. That is the reason in some technologies, if you are learning a few technologies, when they write events, so some private, so BTN click, so they use object sender, so event args E like that. You might have seen some technologies writing their events like this. So the two arguments are there like sender and subscriber like things. You might have seen in various occasions people writing like this. Now in some technologies, you will find this. People using the word sender for the events actually. Now if you ask what is the meaning of the word sender, why they are using the word sender? then this is the reason they have to tell. So actually, it can be anything. It can be X or Y or Z. No need to use the word sender. But if anyone asks why events use that sender word, that is traditionally to tell that, so it is following an observer mechanism. It is following an observer pattern. So sender, so remember, subscriber contains set of actions, and the sender notifies when to action to perform. So when the action need to be performed. And this complete scenario in software designing, is referred as observer pattern. We call this as observer pattern. This is called observer pattern. In software design pattern, we call this as observer pattern. So this is observer pattern. So we have the sender, we have the subscriber, and observer pattern. So this is another diagram to just show you the detail about that. Right? So it uses an observer pattern. So here a key point to tell you that sender notifies the changes, and the subscriber comprises of actions to perform. So this is the key point you need to understand in every event. And remember, React.js can use all JavaScript browser events. So it can use all JavaScript browser events. So that means many times people have a wrong type of assumption actually. So the wrong type of assumption is nothing but generally people think that these events are related to controls. People generally think that these events are related to controls. Actually, the events are not related to controls. Generally, people think that event related to controls. That means people think that, so suppose we have a button. Suppose generally when you ask, so on click, where I have to use, then generally people say that we should use for button. It's not like that. Events are not related to controls. Events are related to browser. Remember, events are related to browser. Do you know which browser object events are related to? Events are related to which browser object? Do you know? Events are related to which browser object? Do you know? So events are related to which browser object? So we have a browser object called window. You know, browser objects have window, location, am I right? Navigator, you know, history. These are all browser objects. Document. These are all browser objects. And events are related to browser object, window object. So on click can be used everywhere, not only button. We can use for image, you can use for div, you can use for span, you can use for paragraph, you can use for heading, everywhere you can use. So that means events are not related to controls, events are related to browser. So, and JavaScript, all browser events can be used by React. React can use all JavaScript browser events. So generally, which includes so many categories of events are there. We have like clipboard events. We have composition events. We have like keyboard events. We have like focus events. We have like generic events. Focus events. We have like generic events. We have mouse events. We have pointer events. We have selection events. And recently we have touch events. Touch events are related to mobile and laptop touch screens. So we have UI events. We have wheel events. Mouse have a wheel. We have wheel events. We have media events like starting, stopping the audio, video. We have image events like loading the image, unloading the image. We have animation events. So we have transition events. We have timer events. All these are different kinds of events. Depending on various situations, we have to use them. And these are different categories of events based on their behavior. They are classified into so many types. Now we will see how to use these events, generally how we can configure and how we can use these events. And you will learn some more important points related to events here. So how we can deal with the events in React, we will discuss about them. Some more additional topics also, we will see them. Initially, so these all events are general JavaScript based events only. So let's see how we can use them. But one more option, you know that. As I given you already here, events are defined in camel case. And every handler uses a function pointer. Actually, event handler, right? Event handler uses a function pointer as JS expression. And one more thing, generally you have to know that Generally, JavaScript events have two arguments. Events have two arguments. One is this, another one is event. JavaScript has two event arguments. I hope everyone knows that. This argument sends information about the object, and event sends the information about the event. That means object related properties and methods. So, and event related properties and methods, object related properties and methods we can access by using this. Event related properties and methods we can access by using event. Generally, JavaScript events have two arguments actually. So that means generally in JavaScript you are defining a function. So we are configuring a function. So submit click is the function, and it has two parameters. So two parameters. Why? Because generally the event that you are using, so button have name, some btn, so button have class like btn primary, something like this, and button is having the event on click is equal to submit click. Now, so here, so HTML JavaScript we can send two arguments, this and event. We can send two arguments, this and event. So these two arguments, so this is mapping to this object, and event is mapping to that event arguments. That means this is going to send information about object. That means obj dot we can access object related name, we can access object related class like this, and through we can access event arguments like client X. That means X axis where they have clicked. So like so control key, whether they have used a control key or not, like that. These are event related arguments. Event related arguments are accessed by using event, and object related are accessed by using this keyword. So but here in React we have a problem, because in React when you are creating components, our components use this keyword, object uses this keyword, class uses this keyword. So then this is in JavaScript. These are the event arguments. In JavaScript, these are the event arguments. We have two important event arguments. So, but in React.js, in React.js, so React.js events have only event argument. They don't have this. So you cannot use this as argument. You cannot use this as argument, only event. Then how you can access object related properties then? So how we can access object related properties? So generally we can access object related properties. Related properties can be accessed by using event dot target object. Event have a target object. By using event target object, we can access the object related properties. That means event dot target. So example here, we have to in React, you can see that here. Let's see in React how you manage this. So let's create one more diagram here for you. So function. So we have a submit click, and here we can have only one. So there cannot be this keyword. You can have only one. And here on button on click is equal to, we have submit click. So we have submit click pointing towards it. Now automatically, so this is just a function pointer. We are not defining anything else there. We are just defining the function pointer. Then what happens is, this parameter that you configured here, this parameter E that you configured here, can give access to both. That means it can give the object related property E dot target dot name. It will get the button name. E dot target dot class. It will get the class name. E dot client X directly event related properties. E dot suppose CTRL key, like this it can access. Directly it handles everything by using this one argument. Generally in JavaScript you need multiple arguments. Here it is only one argument. So that means we need to handle everything through this argument, configure everything through this argument. We'll copy that. So I will just give you that here. I will show you practically, we will see that. This is how we need to handle in React. So if you are perfect in JavaScript events, the same approach we have to follow for React also, but some changes, a little bit change, and rest of things you can easily manage. So you can easily create the interactions and manage. Let's see. And that depends on, another point is that depends on how you are configuring your component. Is it your functional component? So is it your class component? How you are defining the component? It depends on that. It depends on that. So let's take one simple example here. So let's create a component with some event and render that here. Initially, I will clean up all this here. Just how do we define the event and configure the event? Suppose we have a constant. So we have a constant. And we are creating the component here. So we are defining the component. We will see. Actually, there are some technical names also, I will tell you. So how we can configure them and define them. First, we will see the event handling. Because technically, when people are learning about events, they immediately ask, sir, in events, we have controlled and uncontrolled. We will learn about that. Later, we will discuss about that. Suppose we have a component here. Let's create a simple component like product. That means a functional component, whatever you want to create here, you create a functional component or a class component. So because two approaches are, a small change are there, then I will just give here as product. So product. So just one component we are defining here, product. Okay, fine. Now, how you define your component? So then I will just use a lambda expression that returns some options. So we are creating a product component. So it is a function. It is a function. So which returns some. So div I am configuring. Right. And here we will add a button. So we will configure a button and we will define a button here. Right. So we are configuring a button. So let's keep a button here. So define a button. Okay, just like a button. Okay, we are creating just a button. And let's say button type is equal to button. Okay, and say click. So suppose I said some insert, just one option I am defining. Now on the button click, we need to define some functionality. We need to handle some functionality on the button click. We need to configure some functionality. So generally, in order to define the functionality, so we are writing some event here. This function will be called, and this will be used here. We are designing that and accessing that here. So that means we are rendering that into the main. So product. So we are accessing and using it here. Means just a button is defined there. So nothing else configured. Now we need to manage the event for this. We need to configure the event for that, right? And here some change here. Required not defined. Where for what required? Importing somewhere, something is imported here. It is some using some button for Bootstrap, right? We don't need a Bootstrap button here to handle. So yeah, we don't need a button here. It imported some Bootstrap button class actually. We don't need that. Okay. So this is insert. So that means here I will just put a heading saying that event handling. Okay, that's just the option defined as event handling. Now on this button click, I need to perform some functionality. So I'm using class name. So btn and btn primary. Okay, and button is having some name like btn insert, some name. Button is having some name and we are configuring. So this is the button. Now we need to handle some functionality for this button. So we need to write an event for this. So generally, how do we define the event? That means how we configure the event for this. So it depends on how you create, all right? Suppose if it is a functional component, and in that we are defining this. Suppose we have, this is module. In the module, I'm writing a function. And this function is so insert click. So we say, so insert click. So that is a function. And this insert click function is having some alert. Say record inserted. This is general modular approach. So in that, this is not a class based component, right? So it is having some message, right? Insert click, it is defining it. Okay. Now you can write a function inside another function. It depends on how you define. Now this insert click should be called when the button is clicked. Insert click should be called when the button is clicked. Generally, what we can handle here is suppose we are defining means camel case. Camel case is on click. That is the camel. All JavaScript functions same uses camel case. And here we need to use the expression. And here we are calling insert click. So we are pointing towards that insert click. Function. That means there is a separate function configured and it is pointed towards that insert click. So usually now what happens here is, so when I click on that insert, it says record inserted. A function is defined and it is handling it. Now this is a global function that you configured is a global function, because this is going to this global function is going to return anything. That means it is going to handle anything. That means it is going to work for all components actually, because it is in the module level. You can call from any component you want. You can make the functions available only for specific component. That means, for example, this is the component and this is rendering. This is rendering. This component is returning this. That means it is returning. It is returning this. That means it is returning this component is returning this one. And here, suppose, means remember, this is a function. You know how we define the functions, component functions. We can make it return this. We can make it return this, and it can have a function. Let me make it more simplified for you. That means you can write globally, doesn't matter, right? Let me keep more simplified to you. That means we are creating a function, and the function is product. Product is a function, and this product function, so is product function is having a function. So insert click, it is having a function insert click, and this insert click, so it should return. So first it should return some output here. So let's keep a div, and we keep a button. So we keep a button and the class name as btn and btn primary. Okay, and here we have insert, and button is having the name as btn insert. Okay, and here alert, we are writing alert. So record inserted, this is the message we are configuring. And obviously we are accessing that here on click. So we are saying on click is equal to, we are accessing that insert click. We are defining that insert click. This is how you define event in a functional component, how you configure event in a functional component. The same approach here. So it's also similar in working. The same thing we are doing, it's also similar in working. That means it is using the same approach here. So you can write anyway. This is functional. That means how you configure in a functional component. So example, let me keep this as a functional component, example in a functional component. So let's keep that example event in a functional component. Functional component, how do you define the event? So this is what we have to write in app.js, and this is the code. Let me copy that and keep it for you. So index.html is same, no change. So this is the functional event. You can have any number of functions. We can point towards the function. Now this insert click is expecting so a parameter e, that is an event argument. It is an event argument. Remember, this insert click is actually, this is actually, you see, it is pointing towards that insert click, and e is of any type. E is of any type. That means it is having e as an argument of any type. That means now e refers to actually event argument. And see what I'm doing here. I'm saying e dot, I'm using client x. So client x, I'm using client x property. The client x, generally, you know, event arguments. Every event have a lot of arguments. So client x gets the x-axis position. So where you click the x-axis position. Usually here, so when I click on that here, it gets that position E43. That means the x-axis position. I click at the starting, it is 15. I click at the ending, so it is 80. It gets the x-axis position where you clicked it. That means it is able to collect the event-related argument. That means suppose I just written here as, so I'm just giving an expression. You clicked at x position. You clicked at x position, and here we are using an expression here. And the expression is e dot client x, that is x position. In the next line, so we are accessing so button name, and we want to access the button name e dot. So target, we have to use an option target dot name. We are accessing target name. So that means e is only the parameter that you can pass into the event. When I click insert, you see that you clicked at x position 49, and button name is btn insert. It says that button name is btn insert. That means that event argument is accessed and used here, btn insert. That means earlier in JavaScript, so e is only for event arguments. This is used for generally other values. For example, I will show you. Generally, when you are dealing with event in JavaScript, when you are dealing with event, suppose I say button here. So button name, btn insert, and button on click is equal to insert click. And we are writing that function here, insert click. And we want to access two arguments. You can pass two arguments here, this and event. And here we have this obj and event e. And we put an alert. Through obj, we can access object related property name. And through e, we can access this event related arguments. And you see here, this is generally the approach you use in JavaScript. Button name, I haven't given any text. Suppose click. Okay, now when I run this, so you see here, so it is going to get that both of them here. Observe, I click on here and you see name is btn insert and X position is 48. Two arguments are required actually in JavaScript. One is this, another one event. Now in React, you cannot use this because this is already used for current component related properties, not object related properties. It refers to the current class related properties, object related properties actually. Due to this, what happens is, so you cannot use this keyword in React. So in React, you have to, no event arguments are passed here. Just the function tells the event arguments. You can use any keyword. So you can use any word there that refers to event argument. It can be A, B, C, X, Y, Z, any word, any character that just, it is a formal parameter. Na? Its name can be anything, but it contains information about event and button. You know, if you want to know all the button related, object related properties, event related property, you may ask like, how do we know client X? You know, right? For example, I'm writing a for loop for var property in E. That means we want to print all the properties, document.write, we are printing property. All the properties are printed here. Just we are printing all the properties. And observe here, all the properties are printed on click. These are all the properties of event. Event have a lot of properties, object have a lot of properties. And event related, object related properties we can access by using two arguments. In React, they are accessed by using only one argument. And that argument is E. Through E, so that means one event argument, you can access both. But to access object related property, object means button. Button related property, you have to use this E reference. E with the target reference. E with the target reference. We can access, I'm accessing name. I can access class name. I'm accessing class name. That means class name will get the class name. It will get the class name, btn primary. So that is the button class names. So object related, current object related properties, you can send. You can button class name. So you can send by using the target. We have to use a target object. Remember, e.target is an object that contains all the properties and values of that control. For which control you are using the click event. For that control, it comprises of all of them. So this is a functional thing. This is how you define the events in a functional one. So let's give an example. So that means this is an example. So with event arguments, So argument. And event argument can be, here the event argument can be, so only one event argument, that is E. E is the event argument actually. We cannot have another type of event arguments. There can be only one event argument that can be defined here, right? So usually these are the options. So these are the options you need to define, right? So technically you need to understand how we can configure the events and define the event. This is functional component. Now in a class component also same. In a class component, generally, we don't have function. Already you know that. In a class component, we have methods. And methods are accessed by using this keyword. We have to access this dot insert click, this dot this. Approach is same, everything is same. Only the point is, if your component is a class component, then in a class you cannot have functions. In a class, usually we have methods. So these events are configured as methods. We access the methods by using this keyword. Now this is the basic approach about event, how we can manage the event. Now we need to learn the interactions. That means how events can handle the interactions, like how they can collect the data from the controls, store the controls, values, access the data and use the data. That means how data manipulations are handled through the events. How data manipulations are handled through the events, that we have to understand. Technically, we need to understand about how we have to do them. That we will see in our next session, right? Tomorrow, so once you are clear with this, then tomorrow we will discuss about how to handle these events with some other controls, buttons, text box, checkbox, radios, how to design a simple form and handle the interaction. I don't need to explain all events now. I hope you know already. Already you know all the JavaScript events. I don't need to explain what is on click, on change, on blur, on focus events. Here we need to just understand how to use them. So I will show you some examples with the events and I will give you some tasks on them. And if you are unaware of any particular event, I will explain that event. No need to worry about that. So we will see some examples now. How do we deal with the events and work with them? Tomorrow we will continue. So yesterday I given you an overview on what is event, how do we handle the event in React applications. So in this we learned just simply how to handle the event in application. How do we configure the events and how do we deal with the events? I hope up to this everyone is clear. Everything is working fine for you, right? So there are no issues in practicing whatever we discussed till now. Am I right? Right. Events and event arguments. How do we deal with them? One simple example I given to you. Right. So now Few more important things we need to understand. As I yesterday given you that event handlers, so and event arguments. So what is difference between JavaScript event argument and HTML generally React event arguments? So we discussed about those points. So in event arguments, how we can access the events and use the events. Generally accessing and using the events. All right. So while working with events, one more important you need to understand is how we can handle the interactions with the multiple controls and manage them actually. How we manage the data interactions in the application and handle them. Technically, how to manage everything. So yesterday we designed event this with a functional component. Let's do the same with general class components. So how do we and use with the class components? So let's create. So that means here previously we discussed about event with functional component. So this is the event in functional component. That is the example I given to you. Now, how do we handle the event in class components? So let's take an example for that. So events in a class component. So usually class component. So in a class component, events are defined as event actions. So actions are defined as methods. So methods are referred. You can events will point towards the method. That means you will say that event handler points towards a specific method, and the rest of event argument is same. Event arguments and everything are same. Only the point is the events in class component are defined as methods. So it will point towards that specific method. For example, now we are creating a class product and it extends. So React component. And this class is going to render. It is going to render. So and it is going to render and return. So return some presentation. So the presentation is nothing but it is going to render and return a button. So it is going to render and return a button. Okay. And the button, so we have the class name as btn and btn primary. Okay. And button, so name as insert, something like this we define. And for this, we need to configure a event. So event, how we can configure an event in a class. Generally, the event functions are configured as a method. So we have a method. So insert click is a method. Now on insert click method, I need to handle any specific functionality. That means it is expecting some functionality alert. So record inserted. Now we need to point towards this function. And on button click, then generally we have to define here. So on click is equal to. So it should point towards a member of that same class. So then usually if you are pointing towards the member of the same class, then we have to use this dot insert click. It is pointing towards this dot insert click. And that's it. That is what we are accessing and using. The product component. This is a class component. And class component contains a method. On the method, we are handling the interaction. And usually when we run this, so the demo HTML, the index HTML. Now we have a button here. So we have the button control. And on insert click, so it should fire up that functionality and display. Everything is same. Only the point is, so we are creating a class component. In a class component, you know that you cannot have functions. You can define methods. And you can access the methods by using this keyword. So technically, so arguments and everything similar. Suppose we have button name. So or button name as btn insert. So we want to access that and display. Then when alert happens, so this method can have the event argument e, and this event argument can access the details and display. That means I want to know x position. Then usually we can access the x position by using e dot client x. Suppose I want to get the name, so that means button name. So name is equal to a name, and I want to access the name. Then I can get e dot target dot name. That can get the name, property, and display. So that's the event arguments are same. So they are handled in a similar way and configured in the similar way. So now you can see here. So when I click here and I click on insert, so it gets that position and the name and it will display. So event arguments are similar. Everything is same. Only the difference here is this time we are using class components. And generally, what is the advantage of class components? If you create a class component, and we prefer using the class component, especially while working with the user interactions. Why we prefer the class components? I hope everyone know that point. What is the main reason better to use class components for events? Can you tell me? What is the reason? So better to use class components for handling and managing and working with user interactions. Why do you need class components? I hope you can tell that. Right? Why do we need class components? What do you say? Usually you need class components. So because generally we prefer class components because class components are stateful components. And when user is handling the interactions, the storing the values that user input, managing the values that user input, all this is managed, all this is handled by using this class component. Am I right? Right, all this is done by using the class component. So we need to handle that. So we need to manage that and configure that, right? So technically, so when you are dealing with user interactions and some data is required to manage for the user interactions, then we can go with these class components and configure the class components. So how we can manage the data, how we can access the data, use the data coming from the application and display the data, that we will see. That means how we can get the data and how we can display the data and manage the data. So by using the state, so we can do that we are going to see how we can handle the user inputs. So, but this is one general example. So events in class component, how do you manage? App.js. This is a simple example. Now some more important tips you need to understand. So you need to manage while working with these components. Yeah, index.html is same, no change in that. I will give that index.html. So here, okay. Now one more important you need to understand while dealing with the components, class components and user interactions. Usually, so when we are dealing with the events, generally a single function can handle multiple events. Means a single function can handle multiple event handlers. That means, so here, event handler. So you need to understand event handler. So event handler, as I already told you, event handler is a function pointer, and multiple controls can use the same, so same function. So can use the same function to handle various functionalities. Multiple controls can use the same function to handle various functionalities. So this is another important point. This will reduce the interaction. This will reduce the functionality. For example, means improve the performance. It will reduce the complexity. For example, suppose we are configuring. So here the options. This is one button, and I'm adding another button. So this is another button. So we have three buttons: btn insert, btn update, and btn delete. So these three buttons. So insert, update, delete. So btn success, yeah, btn success, and btn danger. So insert, update, and delete. These are the three buttons. Now important, these three buttons have to handle three different functionalities. Now how many methods we need to define? For them? Now generally three buttons have to handle three different functionalities. Generally there are two situations. You may think about using three different methods, but only one method can handle all the functionalities. That means you don't need to define so different methods. One method can handle all the functionalities. That means you don't need to write so update, click, delete, click, insert, click, different. So you can handle all the buttons with one method. That means here, for example, see here, I'm using a method called database. So database data operations. Data operations is a method. Now all the buttons can point towards the same data operations. That means this dot data operations. All are pointing towards the same data operations. all are pointing towards the same data operations. Then how? That means all are pointing towards the same. I will just make this div as class as btn group. I will use as btn group. So it will keep all the buttons in this way. Now we have insert, update, and delete. I want 3 buttons to handle 3 different functionality, like insert, like update, and like delete. 3 different functionalities we need to handle. We need to manage 3 different functionalities usually. So then you don't need to write 3 different methods. You can configure one method and you can handle 3 different functionalities. That means all the buttons are pointing towards the same function. All the buttons are pointing towards the same function. So then how the function knows which button they have clicked, So we can send the button name. Or we can send the button value. Suppose this button value is insert, and this button value is update, and this button value is delete. These are the 3 buttons. Now we need to access all these buttons here. That means by using event argument, so can access the button related properties. So that means what we can do is here we can write a simple switch case. Into the switch we are passing e dot target dot value. That means we are accessing the button value, and the button value is passed into the switch. And here we are writing the case. If case is insert, that means if the button value is insert, we will put an alert. So record inserted, and we set a break. If the case is update, then we will define an alert. So record updated, and break. And if we put a case delete, and we put an alert. So record deleted, and break. This is a simple interaction. That means you are using the same method for all of them. That means different controls can point towards the same function. Then how the function can handle different functionalities. You don't need to write different methods. One method can handle all these functionalities. This situation is very much required in various occasions. I will show you that. That means, for example, see here. So we are generating this and we are configuring this now. Let's go into a simple approach here. So let's test this, whether it is working fine or not. So you can see here, when I click on update button, it says record updated. It shows the message record updated. When I click delete, it says record deleted. And I say insert, it says record inserted. That's good. That means the 3 different buttons are handling 3 different functionalities, but using only one method. That is general approach we follow. Suppose I want to display that record updated, record deleted as a message. So then how we can manage that? That means suppose, so this is returning this. I will keep a div. In the div we have configured this. Okay, this is a button group. And below this, I kept a heading. So align, so is equal to center. And now I want to display that record inserted, record updated. Those messages, I need to update those messages. And display those messages inside the heading. I need to update and display those messages inside this heading, not in an alert. We need to do that. Generally, in order to handle the data, generally, if you are just handling the message, then what we can do is we can create a property. And the property is, so MSG. MSG is a property. And it is a string type property. It is an empty property. We are configuring the property. And here, so MSG is equal to, so we are accessing this dot MSG is equal to whatever the message you want to show. That means we are creating a property, and through the property, we are accessing this data and assigning this value, and we are managing it. So this dot MSG is equal to record updated. And similarly, this dot MSG, that means we are not showing an alert, we are displaying. So in the UI, so in the page, we are displaying that message, record deleted. And that message we need to display here in the heading. The heading contains this dot MSG, which is initially empty. That means now we are displaying the message. When I say update, so it should say record updated. When I say delete, record deleted, record inserted. Now here the point is the properties here we configured. So this is the property, and we are defining the property and configuring some value to this. It is initially empty. And you can see that we are trying to display the message. And this message need to be updated. So whenever user clicks the button, that means when user clicks the button, so this message is updated. It's a property. That message is updated with record insert, record delete, and record update. And you are printing the message. Now observe here. So what is happening is the presentation, the message, whatever the value inside this, inspect here. So that means you need to access and configure the data. You can see that. So DOM class, class name, where we are having the class name. Okay, class name. Okay, fine. So now here you can see when you are defining this. So that means we are configuring this insert. You see, so one error is there. And cannot set property MSG of undefined. It is unable to set the property of undefined. So it cannot set the property MSG. So that means it says that MSG is not defined. MSG is not defined. You can see MSG is undefined. MSG is undefined. But MSG is a property. MSG is a property of this particular. MSG is a property of this particular class. So that means it is a property of this particular class. And we are trying to access that property and display. So add some message into that property and message into that property. Now, what do you say? Am I doing anything wrong here? Anything wrong here? Can we assign a value to a property? What do you say? Can we assign a value into a property? So no, we cannot assign a value into property. Why? Suppose property is having some message. So click button, click select data operation, select data operation, select data operations. So we are giving select data operations. And you can see the message is working fine. There is no problem. Understood? Yeah, it is working fine. But that means the message is working fine. But when I click here, update, it says that you cannot set value into that property. Because already we know this point, why it is unable to set property. Why? Because can you set value into properties? Huh? Properties are immutable or mutable. Properties are immutable or mutable. What do you say? So properties are immutable, right? That means you cannot change the state. Then can you tell me the solution for this? So where do I need to handle the values so that I can update the values and modify the values? What is the solution for this? Where you can configure the values so that we can configure the values and use the values. Good. So we can use state. We can configure the state. And by using the state, we can define. So by using the state, we can define the values. And we can handle the values by using state. So we need to configure state and manage the values using the state. So for example, so generally, anything you are dealing with the operations, that means state, then how do we configure the state? How do we define the state, initialize the state, configuring the state? So one basic approach we have learned of configuring and defining the state. So that means this I will clean up now. That means you cannot use a property because property cannot change its state, cannot change according to the state and the situation. Then how do we handle this? That means how we can manage this option. So you can manage by using the state. I told you when you are configuring the state. So in the state approach, we discussed at some point. So in the state, we learned how we can handle the values. That means how do we configure the state and define the state? We have learned one approach. And in this also, again, it is depending on the situation, how we use the state and manage the state. I will tell you different approach. That means we need to set the state dynamically. So let's say state. Okay, right. Now here, usually when we are configuring the state, I told you that, so generally we have to configure the state. And after configuring the state, generally this is the property and we have to configure the state. And I showed you the difference also earlier. So this product is a property. We cannot assign value into it. But if you configure a state into that, you can assign some value. You can modify the value. So state cannot change. State can change, but the properties cannot change. Properties cannot change. So this thing I already explained you. This example already I explained you. So when we learned about state concepts. So how do we configure the state? How do we define the state and use? It can be single value, multiple value. You need to define the states. And you need to access the state and use the state if you are using single or multiple depending on your requirement. For example, as of now, I'm configuring the state. That means to configure the state, we need a constructor. Constructor uses the properties and configures the properties. Now here, initializing the state. So we have to use this dot state. And the state is an object. In the state object, we are defining some MSG. MSG is initially empty. Nothing is configured inside that. Nothing is configured inside that. Now, usually, so when we need to define a value into that state, that means we need to access the state and define the message. So here, so we are accessing this dot, so state. So state has an MSG. Into that, we are applying some value. That means record inserted. And similarly, this dot state, So MSG is equal to record updated, and this dot state dot MSG. So record deleted some message. So record deleted. These are the options we are configuring, and we are displaying that this dot state dot MSG. And so initially I'm defining some value. So select data operation. So that is the value I'm configuring into this. This time we are using a state, select data operation, and I click on update. So you can see that. So here still, so we have the same issue. That means it says that cannot read property state of undefined, and cannot read the property of state undefined and display the value. Now, can you tell what is the problem in this? Is there any issue that it is unable to handle? So we configured the state, we defined the state. So, and into the state, we are not defining any value. So we are defining the value also, but the value defined into it. So the value defined into it on a button click. So we need to configure the value. So state is not assigned with the value. Let's check that in the debugger here. So let's go to the components here. In the components, you can see the product, and you can see state message is having this operation. When I click on delete or update, you can see that this is not updated. State is not updated. Message is not updated with that. Now, you remembered how to set the state. On button click, we need to get that value, and we have to set the state. How we can set the state? How do we configure the state? So we know how we configure the state. Now, how do we set the state? So generally to set the state, if you remembered, I told you a property. So how you configure the state. In the state, we discussed about how we can set the state. This is just accessing the value from the state and using them. The examples previously we discussed about all is reading the data from the state and displaying. So nowhere we have used any option like adding the value into the state. But if you want to add a value dynamically into the state, so that means you want to add a value dynamically into the state. In the state option, I told you one option that, so when you are configuring the state and you are adding the value for the set state, so we have to use the method set state. So we have to use the method set state. So here is that point missing. Here I will give that point here. I think I given already that point here, configuring the state. Yes. Generally, when you are configuring the state, so and defining the state. So if you want to set state, the one more point I need to give here. That means how we can set the state. This is configuring the state, and we have accessed the state. And after accessing the state, we need to set a value to the state. So let me give that point also here. Let me give here. So yeah. So you can set state. So that means we can modify the state values and we can set state. So by using this dot set state. So we have this dot set state method. So already I told you that we are going to learn how do we set the state at the time of understanding the user interactions. So you configured the state, and all our previous examples were just using the state. They were just using the state. Now we need to set the state. We need to configure and set the state. How do we define the state? So by using set state method. So generally, when you are configuring the state, so we can access and use it. When you want to update the state, so we cannot directly configure this. So we need to use set state method. So set state method. So here there are several approaches I will tell you. Initially, if I'm saying this dot set state, so we have to use this dot set state. So by using set state, so we are configuring the state. So with the value. So what is that? MSG. MSG is defined with, so record inserted. That means we are configuring set state. By using set state method, we are configuring a value into that record inserted. Okay. First, initially, so this is accessed here. That means MSG is accessed here. We are configuring the state and we are setting a value into the state. So set state is a method which is used to define value. Now observe here, when I click insert, so here in the inspect operation, observe here in the console, it shows this message, same set state of undefined. So set state of undefined, this indicates that there is no state configured and there is no state accessed and used here. That means it is saying that the state is not configured and the state is not accessed here. So that means it is unable to access the state. So you see here, I'm using the components and you see here. So this message, it is a state message and it is still having the same option. That means set state is used to configure the state and define the state and get the value from the state and update the value, and which we need to perform on button click. So here we defined set state with a certain value, but it is unable to set the value into this. So this is set state is not configured and defined. Generally, if you are using, so because it doesn't mean it doesn't have any matter with others. Why? Because others also we need to update later, not required. Initially we are using only this button click, we can manage that. So here when you configure the state message is having this value, and when you are updating or inserting, the set state must update that value. And generally the state that you have configured in the constructor and defined in the constructor by using the properties, and these properties are to be accessed and used here. For example, first we will see when user clicks insert button, is that set state is assigning the value or the default value is accessible or not. I'm just writing this, I will put an alert here, and I am defining here this dot state dot msg. That means we are trying to access that message here. So whatever the message is configured, we are trying to access the message here. So let's run this and see now. And when I click on insert, so you can see that on insert click, this message is to be accessed and displayed there. In the errors, let me go to the console. You can see that. So it says that the state is undefined. That means it is unable to access that state on these button clicks, and it is unable to handle that value on these button clicks. So what the state you defined is okay, it is working fine. And what the state you are accessing also is okay, what you defined. That means it is accessible here, but it is not accessible inside this function. That means because everything that you configured is a function scope. Am I right? What do you say? Everything you configured is a function scope. Am I right? Right. Now the point is, you might have learned in your object-oriented programming of JavaScript. If a value is configured inside the constructor, and that is accessible only inside that constructor. Am I right? A value is configured inside the constructor. It is accessible only in that constructor. The state is configured, initialized inside the constructor. It is accessible inside the constructor of that class, of that particular class. Now, what is problem happening is that is not accessible. Even it is not accessible inside this method. So only one logical point you need to understand is how to access the state and use that state inside this method. I hope everyone got a clarity now. That means the state you configured inside the constructor at the time of initialization is available and displayed into the class component here. This is at the time of initialization. At the time of initialization, whatever the value is there, it will get the value and it will display the value. But this method will fire up only when you click this button. That means this method will fire up on the button click. So you need to access the state and use the state. I need to access and use the state. So that means first I will remove all the switch case for you, because this logic is correct. Only one small correction we have to do that you need to tell now. Now tell me how to access the value of this constructor and use inside this method. Do you have any point about this in the OOP concepts? How you can configure that? How we can access the value and use that value? Actually, the state is configured there. And the state related values are configured there. So how we can access that? Constructor, it is there in the constructor, configured in the constructor. It is configured in the constructor. How we can access that and use that configured in the constructor? Here where inheritance will come, here inheritance is not there, because I am talking about how you can access that method and use it here. There is no concept of inheritance here. Here one technical point is there. Now the method that you configured and the method it is pointing. So that means this dot data operations, it is pointing. It is unable to access. Usually, actually, this is unable to access. It is unable to access the current constructor. Am I right? What do you say? It is unable to access the current constructor. Am I right? It is unable to access the current constructor, because if it is able to access the current constructor, it can access the state values and use the values now. What do you say? So it is unable to access the current constructor. So what we need to do is we need to configure the method. So that it can access current constructor. That means the current class constructor means this method should able to access the current class constructor related all the members and access and use it. then generally in React, what we have to do is, this is a general issue if it comes regularly. In React, what we have to do is, we need to make this event. So these events, you need to make this event, data operations. This event need to bind with, we have to use a bind function. It needs to bind with the current class, bind with the current class memory. Understood? Understood this point? That means the method should bind with the current class memory. Bind with the current class memory. That means, what is the point if it is binded with the current class memory? That means it refers to the current class memory. That means whatever is initialized in the current class memory, it is accessible to this method. Understood? Whatever is configured in the current class memory, it is accessible to this method. That means generally, this is not a problem. Actually, if you are dealing any general members outside the class, we are configuring them and we are using them. This is a problem only when you are dealing with states and we are dealing with property. For example, observe this here. I will do one simple point here. So at the top, I am declaring outside this class, and a constant MSG, and a select operation. I am defining MSG select operation. A constant is defined. I'm not using all these constructors and state. MSG I'm using here. So now what happens is, so this MSG is being displayed here. That MSG is being displayed here. We don't need to use even this also. It is displaying here select operation. That means that message is being displayed. And so here we are just using, when a button is clicked, that MSG says changed. This message we are storing into that. That doesn't belong to a class. This doesn't belong to the class. It is a global object. And usually when user clicks insert, so it says that it is read only. You cannot modify it. This makes sense because those properties are read only. You cannot modify them. So we know that. So that is the reason we cannot use these objects here. We cannot use the objects here. So then what we have to do is, we need to define the constructor and props. So, and we have to configure the props. And this constructor should have a super call. So with the props, so it should use these props. And very important is, now this super constructor. So this is a super constructor. Yes, this super constructor is defined here. Now we cannot use this. So here we need to configure, initialize this dot state. This dot state is an object, and we need to define the message here, and some message will be there inside it. Now the point is, whatever the methods you have created, these data operations need to bind to this memory of this particular class. Then they can access the members of that particular class. Understood? That means the methods that you configured, inside the class, these need to bind with the class memory. The methods that you configured in the class, they need to bind with the class memory. If they are binded with the class memory, then they can access the state and they can modify the state. I hope understood everyone. Everyone got clarity of that. That means, so here one important just note I will give here. So how you configure this. So that means here a simple note I will define here. Event handler can handle multiple functionalities. Okay, that we can do multiple functionalities. Currently for that multiple functionalities, what we have done, we just used alerts. So here let's keep a note. Above the note, I will give you the previous program. Here the point is state defined for a component, is initialized into component memory. So the methods configured with the event handler must use the component memory, must bind with the component memory. This is the point you need to understand. Syntactically, how do we do that? How it can bind with the component memory? So for that, actually what we have to do, just syntax I will define here. Syntactically, it need to handle this. So this dot, so we have, suppose button click syntax I'm just giving. So button click is a function. For this we have to use bind, and we need to bind this. This is how we need to follow the approach. So then it is able to access the members and it is able to use the members. Without that, generally, if you are not using a state, I will tell you how to handle the state, how to take input. I will show you that. Previously, what we were doing, we were not using any state. We were just using a switch. Into that, we are passing target dot value, and we are handling the interaction with the case. If it is insert, what should happen? Alert. It doesn't require any specific operation, means data to store. This says record inserted, and break. And we say another case. So this is update, and this alert and record updated and break. And another, so we have case delete, and this alert, so record deleted, and break. And this doesn't require any special functionality to handle. This message is not required here. So initially it doesn't require any special option to handle. Directly update click, so record updated. So delete click, record deleted, and insert click, record inserted. Only when you want to maintain the data and handle the data, you need state. This example I will give above this. So above this is an example. Multiple controls, how they can handle the event. So this is general example. This is example. Now to manage the data and handle the data of the state that you have configured, you need to use this bind function. So that means now we need to understand how we can use using state in React user interactions. That means we need to handle two important functionalities here. So we have to define state, and set a state on events, on event handling. So this is what very important. Now, if you know this, then we can access the data from the user, process the data, and manage the data, right? So this handling the state and user interactions with the state, that we will see in our next session.